Hafa, good morning, and welcome to our 2022 Virtual Faculty Development Day event. I'm Chris Garcia Santos, President of the Faculty Senate, and I'll be emceeing today's virtual event. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our university leadership. Our acting president, senior vice president, and provost, Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez, our interim vice provost of Academic Excellence, Online Learning and Graduate Studies, Dr. Charlene Santos Bamba, the Dean of the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, Dr. James Selman, and the Dean of the School of Business and Public Administration, Dr. Annette Santos. I'd like to especially say Ndunklun Nasajus Masi to today's event organizers. The Senate Standing Committee on Faculty Excellence, Chair Dr. Velma Yamashita, and members Dr. Catherine Lofdale and Dr. Gerhard Schwab. To the Senior Vice President and Provost, Dr. Enriquez, and our Triton of the Year, Orana El Jassini, for sponsoring and coordinating today's events. And also to Luigi Banzel and the Global Learning and Engagement team for assisting with the technical operations side of the event. We also thank our speakers for who will be introduced throughout the program. One announcement before we get the program started. The UOG Colorectal Screening Initiative is hosting a a virtual cancer information session with Take Care and Select Care. The link to join that event, which starts shortly after today's program concludes, will be posted in the chat. All right, and so to get started at this time, we'll be playing a recorded message from the 11th President of the University of Guam, Dr. Thomas W. Price.
Buenos and Hafa Day, colleagues. Welcome to the Faculty Development Day. I'm sorry I can't be with you, but I'm pleased to provide this video greeting. And my thanks go to the Faculty Senate and to the Program Committee for putting this together. I think it's great to be able to take some time away to think about professional development, about honing our skills, and particularly now after 2 years of this pandemic and all the radical things we've had to do and learn during this time, to maybe take stock from this experience and figure out what's worth preserving and carrying on into the future. I'm imagining that hybrid education of all kinds will be a big part of what we carry on as we go into the future. I think we're much more capable now. We also, I think, have a newfound appreciation for the value of face-to-face learning. And I know there's a deep eagerness by everybody, students, faculty, everybody, to get back to more face-to-face and more a sense of normalcy. So enjoy your day. Thank you for all of the great thinking and discussions and opportunity to connect that this day offers. And I look forward to more of your amazing accomplishments in the years, months and years ahead. The University of Guam has done amazing work. I'm very proud of all of my colleagues and the work you do with students and staff and administrators. It's a great institution, and we have a very bright future thanks to all of you. So, Viva UOG.
Viva.
Viva.
And now let's welcome our acting president, senior vice president and provost of Academic and Student Affairs, Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez, to deliver her welcoming remarks.
Buenas and Mananat Situas, welcoming special blessings into this virtual space. Very happy to be here and very pleased to also welcome you to this special Faculty Development Day this year of the University of Guam's 70th year Platinum Jubilee celebration. And we have a wonderful lineup of speakers who will complement today's theme of sustainability and diversity at the University of Guam, beginning with our keynote speaker, all the way from the state of Washington, Mr. Michael Tumcap of the Center for Guided Pathways, and other special guests, including our very own UOG colleagues who will touch on sustainability, diversity, equity, and inclusion, among other key topics that will benefit our faculty. I want to extend a Sindunkalunasuzmasi to Dr. Velma Yamashita and her colleagues of the Faculty Senate within the coordinating committee for this special day. Our events office within the Global Learning and Engagement Division, our very own Triton of the Year, Ms. Orana, President Garcia Santos, and sponsors for making today possible. Now we continue the sustainability journey that stemmed from our ancestors from our region and look forward to hearing from Dr. Austin on the incredible efforts that align with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, also through the EPSCoR program and the Guam Green Growth Initiatives and Sea Grant, among many others. As we navigate on this journey towards embracing our unique sense of place, how we embrace our unique positioning value as an institution, I want to share our proposed diversity, equity, and inclusion statement from the Inadahis and Inatgofli'i Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Council, titled UOG's Proposed Statement on Respect, Compassion, and Community. And it's very fitting because when we think about the national conversation on systemic racism, on the need for strengthening the democracy, on racial healing, what we bring as part of this journey, something very unique. And I want to read this statement, our proposed statement of respect, compassion, and community that brings something that's different and something that's worked well for us. And I want to thank members of the council and all those who were instrumental in helping to be part of this island wisdom journey and helping to produce this. In the spirit of Inadahis and Inatgofli'i, Zinbendishon Ginin I Manmotfana, the University of Guam promotes values of respect, compassion, and community rooted in Micronesia and her history to foster equitable access, thriving engagement, robust scholarship, and innovative solutions meeting local, regional, and global needs. These Micronesian values strengthen the intellectual, emotional, and spiritual well-being of individuals, respecting the dignity of our peoples and all humanity. This institutional statement more accurately and with greater precision reflects Micronesian cultural, relevant, enduring, and meaningful concepts and values embedded in Inadahi, meaning taking care of myself, others, and the environment around me. And Inatgofli'i, meaning harmonious way to proceed, operate, and live together. Now, through this particular statement, we encourage collegiality, we embrace community, and we leverage good cultural values as institutional values to benefit all across our university's mission of Ina, Discovery, and SETI. So with this, I conclude. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm very excited about hearing from all of our different speakers, and Sizusamasi, Biba Yoji.
Viva. Thank you, Acting President Enriquez. And now I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker. Born in Antigua, Guam, and raised in Tacoma and Lakewood, Washington, our keynote speaker has worked in education, nonprofit, and leadership since 1998. He has served as director of the Pacific Islander Student Commission at the University of Washington, the Office of Diversity and Equity and Inclusion at Green River College, and TRIO Student Support Services at Seattle Central College. He studied race in Charlottesville as a Ralph Bunche Fellow at UVA and as a Public Policy and International Affairs Institute Fellow at the Goldman School. He earned his master's in ethnic studies at UC Berkeley. A renowned race scholar, he is co-founder of several movements, including the UW Leaders Program, the Washington State Diversity, Equity, and Hiring and Professional Development, UW Student Ambassadors Program, and the Men of Culture Academy. He taught over 1,200 undergraduates in the Department of Ethnic Studies and Fall Program for Freshmen at UC Berkeley from 2003 to 2009. He served as a visiting professor of ethnic studies at the Evergreen State College, adjunct professor in humanities at South Puget Sound Community College, sociology at Northwest Indian College, diversity and global studies at Highline, English at Shoreline, Tacoma Community College and Evergreen, ethnic studies and communication at TRIO Upward Bound for Lincoln, Mount Tahoma, Foss, and Clover Park High Schools, and the College of Education at the University of Washington, Tacoma. His research and students are published in Matamai, the Vasa in Us, Pacific Voices Talk Story, and Breathing Stories to Life. He served as an advisor on community colleges for the Discovery Center at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation from 2019 to 2021. He co-leads diversity, equity, and inclusion in Washington's community and technical colleges and the Washington State Faculty and Staff of Color Conference. Our keynote speaker's address, Erasing Inequity, Guided Pathways for Innovation, examines the experiences and strategies of first-generation, low-income students and educators of color across 5 diverse campuses: the University of California, Berkeley, South Puget Sound Community College, Green River College, Highline College, and the University of Washington, Tacoma. During his address, we will share new strategies for success centered in community cultural wealth. The project centers ethnic studies as a framework for pre-college pathways, student affairs, and instruction in higher education. Colleagues, let us welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Michael Tunka. Professor Tunka, the screen is yours.
Afade, Tangkaluna Situs Masi Manelu, Dani Magahagat Enriquez. Na Anhu Miget Tunka, La Hensi David Gumatauta Tunka. Ginin Familia and Tobe, Tata Anigua Guaha. Ina Nahubiha, si Catalina Gumatauta Tunka. Dani Nanan Biha Tan Ramona Tolahi. Lahensi Violeta Therese Saniklis Ginin Familian Tonku Tata Inilahan Zan Lahensi Tatahu Bihu Antonio Polino Saniklis Zani Brigida Akfadri Salis Ginin Familian Jojo Tata Asans and Malesu Ilahensi Elijah Kumatata Ramento Tunkab Sumasaga Zan Tauta Tacoma Zansi Lahin Matua Jalette Manaba Akfaji Tunkap Sumasaga Tacoma Zansi Lakewood, Washington. It has been my dream to speak to our people in our most prestigious world-class University of Guam, Bisetan Guahan, where my parents in 1976 for a short time had the opportunity to take some classes. And although neither of my parents were able to complete their dream of a college education, it was certainly my mom's experience and my dad's experience setting foot on UOG that planted a very powerful dream from my brother, David Lee Tunkap, and I to one day pursue a college education. And I'm going to take a moment to acknowledge the land. I'm coming to you from the Coast Salish lands near Nasel Youth Camp, where I teach ethnic studies with my brother, Rashad Norris, at the Nasel Youth Camp and Prison for Incarcerated Youth. And our family, we reside in the land of Tacoma, which is on the ancestral land of the Puyallup. So I want to take a moment to show you my pops and my sons. This is us practicing Inafamalik, Zankustunbran, with the Anigua recipe of barbecue fan, all the way in Tacoma, where we have one of our largest Chamorro populations in the continental United States. Hayade. Gof mahaleng pari tatahu David. Matai si tatahu in 2015. And that's Matua, that's Elijah, learning the very ancestral tradition of barbecue. And ever since, my parents would play J.D. Crutch, and they would play Johnny Sablon, and they would play Ruby Santos. And, you know, I was not a very bright kid. And when we first moved here from Washington, fan, I thought, I was confused because it's a long plane, right? And there were times when I really thought, fan, we were still in Guam. Because Bulat tomorrow, Tacoma, Washington, every weekend, I'm not exaggerating, in the 1980s, Chamorros here had weddings, they had christenings, sometimes funerals, baptisms. And so the opportunity to see our people was abundant, even when my family moved here in 1986. And when we moved here, people thought we were the native people, like the Muckleshoot. And later in my college journey, I would learn how true that was, not just in the way we look, with our Batsugu eyes, fan, but also with our way of life and the way we view our familia. So I also want to acknowledge Angit, who had such a profound impact on my teaching and on my scholarship. And I'm going to take a moment to play just a few short clips to complete our land acknowledgement. When I was a boy, my dad would tell me the stories of when he met the Magalahin, the great warrior. And he told me how he was nervous because even though my dad, Gifino Tomorrow Govmalik, he knew what a role Angit had played for our people in history. And so he said he wouldn't speak to him in English, only in Chamorro. So my dad was saying how it felt like he was speaking to someone from a different century. And that even though they were close in age, that he was like a manamku with his wisdom. I lived on Anderson Air Force Base before I left. And as we moved from Manigua, we lived in Anderson for about a year before coming to McCord Air Force Base in Tacoma, Washington.
To establish a Guam National Wildlife Refuge to protect our endangered species. In fact, the animals in Guam are more important to the United States government than the Chamorro people. In fact, if we do nothing, then the Chamorro people will become the endangered species. How can our people survive when the United States military dumped highly toxic chemicals in the northern part of Guam, directly over Guam's sole source water aquifer, underground water aquifer? Based on a water sampling that was done over an 8-year period of time, based on documents that we have that was given to us, our drinking water has been contaminated with trichloroethylene. How can our people survive when 70% of our drinking water comes from that sole source water aquifer? How can our people survive when our only freshwater lake has a fence built around it and is a military installation? Indeed, the United States is the master of intrigue. That when you control a people's land, you control the people. When you control the people's water, you control the people. When you control a people's natural resources within its 200-mile exclusive economic zone, you control the people. A loyal colonialist once said, "Give me liberty or give me death." This radical nationalist would like to say, "I would much rather die than to be a slave in my own land." In the end, the spirit of the oppressed will conquer the sword of the oppressor. But Angel, you have a Spanish last name, dude. But Angel, you don't look Chamorro. But Angel, you are only half. Indeed, I may be half. But it does not mean that I am half human being and half animal, am I? There is no nationality in this world that is pure, is there? If we take Darwin's theory of evolution, we all came from the apes in Africa, but I would not accept that theory of evolution, There is the other explanation, a biblical one, that we all came from Adam and Eve. So there is no race in this world that is pure. But the United States and other colonial countries use racism as a way to divide our people. Racism is a sick belief system that is designed by the colonizer in order to control the colonized. I will not be brainwashed anymore. Today I am proud. I am a descendant of the original inhabitants of Guam who have lived there for the past 4,000 years. And the United States had no right to forgive Japan for the atrocities and the war crimes subjected on our people, forced marches, forced labor, concentration camps, all the physical.
I was 13 years old, and at the time I had never heard of this speech. And at the time I was in the 7th grade at Woodbrook Junior High School. Woodbrook is located in Tillicum, Washington. And Tillicum, Washington is at that time one of the most impoverished towns in the Tacoma Lakewood area. And it was what would be referred to as a Black school or a Black and brown school, where the majority of the students are Black or brown, with also as well low income white students. And this racism, this disease that Senator Santos refers to, it is partly why we have to acknowledge land. It is partly why, as I speak to you in English on Coast Salish lands in the year 2022, that we remember in 1833, how Dr. William Fraser Tolmie arrived in these lands. And it was there where he experienced and witnessed the indigenous ways of fishing, specifically for the salmon. As more white settlers in that time frame began to journey here to the west, to Washington and to Oregon, we at that time also had Native Hawaiians who had worked on the Hudson Bay Fur Trading Company and ships that also began to arrive here in the Pacific Northwest. It was there where many of these white sports fishermen began to have conflicts that led to what is known as the Medicine Creek Treaty of 1854. At that time, here in my city of Tacoma, where I live in the east side of Tacoma, land was 40 cents an acre. And today, as you can imagine, it is about 20 times that in the year 2022. It's here in this bay that just outside the window here from where you see me, where the sacred types of salmon, the Chinook, the coho, the chum, and the humpback, it is here where they were prosperous, where tribes of the various regions of Washington would gather for potlucks and good tiding with other tribes. It was right here in this port where the first white supremacist groups began to take over control of the bay and begin to build the colonial port, which is today known as the Port of Tacoma. The indigenous people were blamed at the time for the declines in salmon, despite the obvious production of fishing from white-owned companies in this area. Familia, today we have just a few learning goals, and we always say to our wonderful students that we want to make sure they know what the roadmap is. And so today, this is what we hope to do. We hope to give you the framework of ethnic studies and DEI to provide faculty with some interdisciplinary approaches to culturally responsive teaching, pedagogy, and anti-racist assessment. We will share today 2 nationally renowned ethnic studies models in academia, ethnic studies from the University of California, Berkeley, where I taught for 6 years, with the esteemed Craig Santos Perez, who at the time was just, be fancy, Craig. Hey, Craig, malaga pa mo ka? Just our friend, who we had no idea would become one of the great Pacific writers, of our time. I also attended Berkeley with Dr. David Palaita, who is a tenured faculty at City College of San Francisco, Dr. Joanne Rondelia, who is at UC Santa Barbara, and some of the other great PI scholars of that time frame. We will use these models to show how we can help faculty to develop and to teach courses for first-gen, low-income, and BIPOC students, Black, Indigenous, and people of color students. We'll learn how ethnic studies and diversity, equity, and inclusion has been integrated here at 10 of the colleges and universities, including the Northwest Indian College, which is a tribal college, Highline, SPSCC, TCC, Shoreline, Pierce, Evergreen, Green River, UW, and UW Tacoma. And these are the essential questions that we want you to think about for today. How does DEI increase student success? Can we indigenize our modules, syllabi, grading, and rubrics in order to close some of the equity gaps that we see? And what have been the experiences of diverse faculty and practitioners? And so as we think of those learning objectives and as we think of our essential questions, I want to ask you for a little bit of audience participation, if you don't mind. And I believe your settings should allow you to turn off your mute, and you should be able to speak and be heard. Can you test, Fab? And turn on your microphone so you can say half a day and I can see if I can hear you.
Half a day.
Half a day.
Half a day.
Half
Half
a
a
day.
day.
Yay.
Surrender.
Half a day.
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 Kasalelia, Kumusta, Yakwe, Mogatin. So beautiful to hear people back home.
Ali, buenas.
Ali. So we're going to take a moment and we're going to do a call and response, just part of a short chant. And I will sing to you and then you will just sing back, call and response. And many of you are familiar with the statue, I'm sure, on the left. And some of you might be looking at the statue this very moment, which I can't tell you how, I don't know, how proud that makes me and how much when I just think of back home, it does something to my spirit and my energy. It is also Black History Month. Today I'm wearing a dashiki from Cameroon because we celebrated Black History Month with the young men at NACEL. And this is the great Angeline. This is the sister who the city of Seattle is named after, the great Chief Seattle. So this chant we're going to do is for her and para ina nahu, zanina namu, zanina namu biha. So go ahead, cousins. And if you can, I want you to either close your eyes or just clear your mind and let us take just a couple slow, deep breaths through our nose and exhale out of our mouth. Here we go. Take a deep breath. Now, if you can, please repeat after me. Ihaliki Ginine Nanina now
No.
Ihaliki Ginine Nanina now Nanina now Ihagausi now Nanina now Ihagausi now. Go ahead and take a deep breath, familia. Dispensa Americano accent if I mispronounce, if I say words wrong. No, it was not done intentionally. But I was taught that song about 15, 20 years ago. And if you can take a moment, por favor, and in the chat, what is your name? Go ahead and type your name in the chat. And namu, namu biha. And go ahead and acknowledge maybe your mom, your grandmother, an auntie. But who is an important woman in your familia's history that had an impact on you being here today with us? And if you can go ahead and do that in the chat, that is also how we close our land acknowledgement, because part of what we believe we need in order to successfully serve first generation students who are low income, is the spirit of the Magahagat, is the strength of our mamas. And as I said, it was my mama who they called Chetsat, Therese, who is a graduate of George Washington High School, class of 1975. Itatohu Dabit is class of 1974 from JFK. And I still have their yearbooks. I'm found all these years later in our house. And so it's in that spirit of our familia that I also want to play for you our Inifresi.
Fresh in my satu Fenogi Fenogi Tamaru Masakilo Kihina Soku Imastakalom Ki Kurasohu Zani Maspigo Nani Natsinyahu Who fresh in my satu Fenogi Fenogi Tamuru Barabai Putehi Zanhu defendi Ihinengi Ikotura Ilengwahi Airi Ihanom Tanitano Tamoru Iren Shakudiretsu Gininasu Ustata Esti Huafin Magihilo Ibiblia Dani Banderahu Ibenderengwaha
I know we have so many esteemed colleagues who have created these very items that I use here in the States with other Chamorro teachers, other teachers of color, to educate people here in the Pacific Northwest about our beautiful homeland, and to show how we have so much in common as we have all been humbled in addressing this new world we live in after COVID-19 and after the very historic revolution of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter here in Washington State and throughout the US. I want to also take a moment to acknowledge my nieces, Chelsea Taitunu, who just graduated from University of Guam just this past year in 2021. And my niece, Moneka Taisapik, who's also the former Miss Universe for Guahan, who is also a graduate of UOG. So again, I feel related already. I'm gonna stop to share. Now, you'll hear in the background, this is a tribe called Red. This is a song called The Electric Powwow. And it was the selection from young brother Gladstone here at the prison when I asked him, young brother Gladstone, what song should I play for the Manamku and for the Manilu back at UOG? So why? Why are we here today, cousins? Here's our reasons why. We want to provide a healing space for students and for us, for the educators. And as we think about racism, we also want to think about racism's impact on our health. And as the great scholar Lachlan Jane has noted in her book in 2013, where she writes about the epidemic of cancer and how cancer has become common for not just people in the United States, but across the world. We want to imagine that racism is like a form of cancer, that racism is a social disease, that we must think of ways to come up with chemotherapy, with radiation, with treatment to combat that disease of racism. And it's in that mindset of racism as a disease that we look at the treatment that ethnic studies can bring for colleges during this historic times of racial tensions throughout our country and throughout our world. The change in our climate as we feel the earth getting hotter each day, and the rising poverty that has created the largest gap between the rich, the poor, and the wealthy. It's in that spirit that we look to the scholars of the late Bell Hooks, who writes with the scholarship of critical race theory, calling upon us to look at the ways that race impacts social structures, laws, writing, that she asks us to find the will to change and the will to heal from some of these challenges of racism, of sexism, and of homophobia. And then lastly, the reason why we're here is to really center Blackness, indigeneity, and the experiences of people of color. And it's this book we call on, From Black Lives Matter to Black Liberation, that we will be referring to today by Kingana Yamada Taylor. Now, as we think of the global importance of Guahan and the Pacific, we know that the Pacific Ocean represents 1/3 of the entire Earth's surface. And if we think of the ocean as a continent in the way that Apeli Haofa called on us to imagine the islands, the sea of islands, we think of Oceania, the blue continent, as a global power, as a global force. It really helps us thinking of how we can innovate. Dispensa, let me make that adjustment. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to do a social experiment, a social lab experiment. And this is an activity that we use in the ethnic studies classes here across the disciplines. So we use this activity also in English classes. We use this activity in sociology, humanities, human development. And this is what we usually use in the first week of the quarter as students are beginning to learn about each other's cultures, each other's identities. We use this to basically teach them critical thinking skills. And so that is the purpose for why we're doing it today. I know some of you are like, oh my goodness, Miguel's never used PowerPoint ever in his life. But that's not true, Mangatsun. This is my friend's own computer. So I'm learning to navigate it, okay? So thank you for being patient. Okay. So, do you see this Norman Rockwell painting? Can somebody give me either a thumbs up or turn on your microphone?
Yes.
Ungen.
Okay. All right. Now I know some of you, you might be related to me. I'm familiar in Tobic. They call us that. And Tuncap, I don't know if you know this. Anybody know what the name Tuncap means? It has a meaning. Some people are like, oh, that doesn't mean anything. That's not true, Brown. My own grandma told me otherwise. Anybody know what Tuncap means? It means you ate too much and you're hospital. Go hospital, you're full. And when you're full, you Tuncap, you know? So that's where Tuncap comes from. And this image here, it reminds me of what special holiday comes to your mind, cousins, when you see this image. Don't be fan, don't be mullered. We're all cousins.
Thank
I
you.
haanin na Gracia. But
Yeah,
I haanin Pascua.
right. Now some of you can probably cook a good turkey. And this really, for me, this really represents, fan, the American culture and kind of the American dream. When you think of American culture and the American dream, what are other images besides Thanksgiving dinner, fan, that come to your mind? If you can type in the chat or turn on your mic so we can hear you, what do you think of when I tell you American culture? For example, baseball, right? Like baseball would be one pastime. What other things do you think of when you think of American culture? Oh, wow. Oh, some people are getting real deep. I was going, I was going low level first. Some people went deep, like the Marianas Trench, man. Hollywood, Star Wars, speak English only. Opportunity for everyone. Road trips. I'm a fan. Where are you going on a road trip in Guam? Huh? Are you going from, let's see, Dededo to Inurahan? Where's your road trip, fan? Road trips. Somebody wrote, somebody wrote destruction. That's deep. Owning a home. Yes. If any of you have achieved the American dream of owning a home, go ahead and put a heart. Go ahead and put a heart, because that is one of the big ones. And I'm very glad my parents had the opportunity to buy a home before they both pass away, because they were so proud, you know, and they were so, it was their dream, you know, so I can totally relate to that one. White picket fences. Yes. Materialism, capitalism, the pursuit of happiness. Oh, Michelle, the Matrix. A++ for you. A Matrix. A mixing of many peoples, cultures, and traditions. Thank you, cousin Corey. Okay, love. Okay, that is excellent. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is change the slide. Okay, if you can see Mao Pelu, can you give me a thumbs up or turn on the mic to say yes? Because my laptop is Mozambique and it's being very matapeng right now. I don't know what's wrong with it. I can see part of the image. I heard someone say Hungan. So I want us to think of this image of the boat and our tradition of the wayfinder. And as you think of that very historic figure, the legend, who many believe saved a lot of our traditional knowledge in seafaring, I want you to think of that idea of a boat journey, of a trip. And I want you to also think about kind of how our people have traveled throughout time. If we think of the historic significance of 1521, for example, when Magellan landed in Guam, and when we showed him so much love, he didn't know what to do with it. When we embrace him, we think of 1492, 1617, 1882, all these waves of migration throughout history that have brought us to places like here today in 2022. I want us to think of the question of time travel. How many of you cousins think it's possible to travel through time? Is time travel possible in our lifetime, maybe? Maybe, what do you think? Is it possible? Is time travel possible? Absolutely. Can someone speak just a few words on what you think about time travel? Don't be malert. Come on. Well related. Do people still say mullet in Guam? I know that's very 1980s. Sometimes young people, they're like, what's mullet? I'm like, you're mullet. Don't know what mullet is.
We're time traveling right now. We're speaking to you in a different time zone. We are involved in it. We're
Who
part
said
of it.
that? Who said that I cannot see? I
Uh,
love that.
It's true.
Who said that?
Professor Rifkowitz.
Man, Professor Rifkowitz, the force is strong in you. And I'm being
Yes.
oh, Rifkowitz, that almost sounds like Familian Rifkowitz. It almost sounds like a clan name.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, I want to take you, my brother Rifkowitz. I'm going to take you with me to join my friend Michael J. Fox. And when I was a little kid, this is the year we moved here to Washington. It was around 1985. And because my Kazu, Michael J. Fox, and I'm Michael Tuncap, he was my favorite actor. I got jeans like this and a vest. And I know some people back home, you had the same vest, even though it's very hot, you wore this too. So this is Back to the Future. If you've seen this movie in your life, please give a thumbs up with the Zoom option. If you've seen Back to the Future 1, 2, or 3, any of the trilogy. Oh.
Steven Spielberg presents Back to the Future, a Robert Zemeckis film. Marty leads an ordinary life.
No McFly ever amounted to anything in the history of Hill Valley. Well, history is going to change.
And 1985 is not his year. But Dr. Brown is about to change all that.
Are you telling me that you built a time machine out of a DeLorean?
He's sending Marty 30 years back in time.
It works! It's a flying saucer from outer space!
Now, he's trapped in the past.
It's got to be a dream.
About to meet
Chocolate.
his future father.
He's a peeping Tom.
Wow!
And he's making an impression on his mother.
It's an absolute dream. And he can sleep in my room.
Anything you do could have serious repercussions on future events.
Now, he's got to make his mother and father fall in love.
For crying out loud, I haven't even been born yet.
And only Dr. Brown can help him get back to the future.
Are you telling me that this sucker is nuclear? Precisely.
Michael J. Fox.
Whoa, this is heavy.
Christopher Lloyd.
There's that word again, heavy. Why are things so heavy in the future? Is there a problem with the Earth's gravitational pull?
Back to the Future.
You're muted. You're muted. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. That would have been the perfect use of mullet. Miguel, you're muted. So I want to empower everyone to bring the word mullet back. I want us to think about what other movies like Back to the Future are American classics, in your opinion. Movies that when you watch them, you're like, that's an American classic. Please take a moment in the chat. The Godfather, Forrest Gump. What's an American classic, cousins? Last of the Mohicans. Wizard of Oz. Titanic. There was room on that door for two. Rose could have just scooted over. Rose. Day. My grandma would have scooted over. She's a different kind of lady than Rose. And my own mom too would scoot over. Gone with the Wind, Indiana Jones. People used to tell me I look like the kid in Indiana Jones and the Goonies. Okay, Home Alone. Perfect. So you have that spirit, and I see you have the critical cultural lens of American movies, The Outsiders, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Now, I don't know how many of you use film as part of your teaching pedagogy, but even if you don't teach film studies or you don't teach comparative lit, I promise you, whether it's in the short use of a trailer or the feature film showing an entire film, using film, that interdisciplinary tool can be very powerful for the students, especially when we're trying to explain something complex that sometimes is hard to understand, even from reading books and reading articles. Sometimes the movie can be the trick, so to speak. So I want everybody to please go ahead and get into the time machine. And I want you to please get in the time machine. It's a DeLorean, and we're going to go into the future, okay? We're going to go into the future. And in the future, I want you to pretend that it's the year 2032. So we're just going to go 10 years ahead, okay? 10 years ahead into the future. Now imagine if I told you that you could, in the year 2032, you could get maybe a new promotion, or you could get a new fellowship. Now, nobody's gonna see this except you. So don't be mamala to shoot big. If you wanna be the president fan, then you can be the president, okay? If you wanna be something, maybe you wanna be a small business owner, or perhaps you want to write more and write a new book. I want you to think of what that would be in 2032. And I want you to go ahead and write it down, or you can put it in the chat if you want to as well. But what would that new opportunity be for you? For me, in the year 2032, I think it would be beautiful to be back home in Guam. I would be in my 50s. I'm sure all my hair will be gray by then, because you cannot put Just for Men forever, okay? And it doesn't stick very well. I had a kid funning me the other day. I said, "What are you doing, brother?" And he funning me for real. I was like, wow, I don't know how to feel about that. I'm way too young. So think of yourself 2032. Now imagine in the year 2032, you got this new opportunity, new job or research grant. And if you could make as dream salary, a dream salary in the next 10 years, and you can figure inflation because the cost of living is going up. I was very surprised to see what a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom back in Guam is going these days. It's not very different, honestly, from a lot of the cost of living here in Washington. So think of how much you would want to earn in 2032. New job or new grant opportunity, new salary. Because you have that new money now, what if I told you you could drive your dream car? Please take a moment, cousins. And this one, I'm sure you can write. The first two, I know maybe you don't want to type in the chat, because your supervisor could be on the call or something, or your supervisor's now or something. I get it. But you can write your dream car. So write in the chat, if you had the money to, what would that dream car be? Please write it in the chat. Mine would be a 68 Chevelle. Tesla, a fusion car, a flying car. Kuya Aban, I feel you. You're on the flying car tip. You must teach physics. Any other dream cars? Teleportation, no car. Give that sister tenure immediately, please. I love it. Runs on sunlight. So you have that dream car, that dream job, dream salary. Now, if you could build a new home in 2032, cousins, describe the home you would build. What kind of home would you build in 10 years if you could build a new home? Or maybe you renovate your house you have now. What would you do to it? I would have a little bit of land in Irahan and put 2 tiny houses on it that are shaped like the old guma from back in the day. One would be for me, the other would be for my 2 sons. And it wouldn't have enough room for relatives to stay with me, because we all know how that goes. So you have a dream car, dream house, dream salary. Now, imagine that you could bring, soundproof home office. I love it. Off the grid with Edgar. Huge piece of land. Small apartment in Italy where you would walk around everywhere saying, "Ciao, Bella." I see you, Sean. I'd live in a pyramid, teleporting. Now, in the year 2032, if you could bring someone with you to the future, if you're not married and you could marry a famous person, like the Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, or somebody, or if you are married and you would bring your spouse, you would let your spouse come with you to 2032's new house, or maybe you would bring your kids or your best friend, who would you bring with you to this beautiful future that you have created? Go ahead and either type it or write it. But I want you to visualize these things. My familia, my wife, the house I have, my family, my Ninu. Shout out to my Ninu, Pete, and Liz Velasco, my family. So I hope by this point you have been able to get this beautiful image of a very bright future where your goals have been achieved. Now, imagine on February 20th, 2032, that as you walked out of your beautiful home and you got into your beautiful dream car and you checked your beautiful bank account on your app, imagine if the ground began to shake violently. How would you feel, cousins, if an earthquake of a 10.0 magnitude were to strike your neighborhood? If you have ever lived through an earthquake or a hurricane or any natural disaster, can you type in the chat, what kind of natural disaster was it and where were you when you experienced that? Go ahead and type it in the chat. Any natural disaster you have faced.
Are you hurt? Are you hurt?
People need to know that the shaking is not over. We'll get hit again, and it's going to be a bigger monster.
I've been through a wall.
Oh my God.
The Earth will literally crack open, and you will feel it on the East Coast.
I love you, Dad.
I cannot emphasize this enough. You need to get out, and I mean now. If you can't, God be with you.
All right, hold on. We gotta get over it before it crests.
That's the image right there, familia. That image of the water, the earthquake, the waves. Familia, that's the image of fear, of terror, of uncertainty that I want you to try and tap into. And I see that some of you've already began to write in the chat of the real natural disasters perhaps that you have faced. Now, the good news, familia, is you and I, we are safe, cousins. We are safe. We have been evacuated. We've been evacuated. Now, the challenge is that not everybody was evacuated at the same time that we were. And so we have been asked as the survivors to send a rescue boat. We have been asked to send a rescue boat. Now, the location of where we are is somewhere in the Puget Sound. There was 140,000 people. And now we have limited information about when the tsunami is going to follow the earthquake, but we know it is going to land. So we have to evacuate everyone. And we have only 24 hours to do it. Now that 24 hours is going to be simulated today into a much shorter time. And in breakout rooms, we're going to be in groups for about 8 minutes. 8 minutes. And in our breakout group, this is all you have to do. You have to just choose that with the 7 seats you have on the boat, who are you going to bring? And who are you going to leave behind? Now, you do not have to choose your own personal reasons for why you choose the people. If you want to say what you think people would do, that's up to you. But you just need to choose 3 people. And here's a few rules. Rule number 1, this is a simulation. So please do not file any complaints with the university because this is just a simulation, okay? A role-playing activity. Rule number 2, try to keep it real like a teenager. Or as they say, keep it 100. There isn't enough room, so who are you gonna bring, okay? And rule number 3, you cannot do a random lotto and just choose 3 random people, okay? You have to choose. 7 seats cannot fit on the boat. 3 people have to be left behind. Now, it does not look like those 3 people are gonna survive because of the tsunami. So which people would you bring? Do you understand the rules of the boat game as I've given them to you? And if I can please have our IT support get ready to put us in breakout rooms. And if you end up being in a breakout room with someone you talk to every day and you want to switch, that's fine too. But hopefully you'll be in a breakout room with some people maybe you don't get to work with each time. All right, I'm going to go ahead, allow the IT folks, if you're ready, if you can please give me a thumbs up so I know you're ready to put us into breakout rooms.
Hey, Michael, how many rooms did you need?
Let's see, there's 119 people. So if you can put them, I guess, into, can you do like 20 breakout rooms? Or what's the most you can do?
We can do.
Or what's a reasonable amount? Just so that people can have enough time to speak. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. Azul Santa Maria. I didn't know there's going to be 115 people. That's amazing and beautiful.
Maybe we can do 15, and then I'll go ahead and assign
Okay,
it automatically.
that sounds good. Yep, that sounds good. And when you get in the group, don't be mamal out. Just jump right in and say, I think I would choose these people, okay? And just kind of just jump right into it. And then I'll put in the chat, I'll copy and paste the characters so you can see them in the chat as well, okay? Because I know you might not have a chance to snapshot it or write it down. Half a day, everybody. Welcome back. I believe you should all be transitioned back now from your breakout groups. I want to thank you for being a good sport and just role playing. I know it was a very limited time, and that's how natural disasters work. They're unexpected. You don't have a lot of time to decide. So if I can have you in the chat, go ahead, and if you can please write down who were the 3 people that you voted for in your group. If you can please take a moment in the chat and tell me who were the 3 people that did not get a spot on your rescue boat. Please take a moment in the chat to do that. And as you start to write things in the chat and you write who you selected, I'm going to ask you a few other questions to help you visualize these folks. So the first thing I want you to do, cousins, is to please think of a name that comes to mind. Just think of a first name or a last name. When you see the words building inspector, can you tell me the name that you think of in the chat? Type the name that comes to mind. For me, I think of the name Bob, Bob the building inspector. So what name do you think of? And go ahead, cousins, and do that for each of the people you see there. Write the first name that comes to your brain when you see dental assistant, when you see the maid, when you see part-time cook and social worker, former basketball player. Go ahead, cousins, do not edit or censor yourself. Write the first 10 names that come to mind in the group chat. The dental assistant for me is Karen. The maid is Juanita. The part-time cook is Junior. The social worker is Helen. The former basketball player is Malik. The web designer is Scott. A recovering patient is Rodney. TSA agent, Manuel. Jewelry designer, Casey. That's just what came to my brain. I don't know why those names came to my brain, cousins, but those are the names that came to my mind. Now, if you had to guess how old, and if you can unmute yourself, and we're going to start to wrap up, and I want it to be interactive. Shout out the name that you think of when you see the word, when you see the maid. Can you turn on your mic and tell me what name comes to your mind?
Lee.
Lee. Thank you. Any other names come to mind? How about, what name do you think of when I tell you a former basketball player? Former basketball player.
Andre.
Andre.
Rodman.
Kobe. Rodman.
Kareem.
Kareem, the Dream, who I share a birthday with.
Magic.
Irvin Johnson, the greatest of all time. Now, how about dental assistant? What name do you think of dental assistant?
Gigi.
Ambi, you know my cousin Gigi from Anigua? Okay. Other names, dental assistant.
Sergeant Johnson.
Sergeant Johnson.
Brittany.
Now, how about a recovering patient? What do you think of, cousins, when I tell you a recovering patient? What do you think of? What do you think they're recovering from? What did you think they were recovering from when you saw a recovering patient?
Joe, drug abuse.
Joe, drug abuse. If you thought of drug abuse, can you give me a thumbs up in the chat, please? If any of you thought of drug abuse when you saw the words recovering patient, give me a thumbs up. Because that's what I thought of too. I sometimes people may think of surgery. This person's recovering from surgery. Now, cousins, this one's really hard, but go ahead and tell me, what race do you think of when you see each of these characters? When you see their title of the people, and what race comes to mind? Maybe a certain religion might come to mind. One of the other characters we use in this activity is the character, a missionary. And usually when we put missionary there, people think of a male person going and traveling to another country. And what are some of the ways in which some of the disciplines, some of the histories and the knowledge of people of color in particular, how have they been voted out of the boat of academia? How have they been removed from the canon of scholarship? And here in Washington State, this is what the real boat game looks like for us in ethnic studies. And at present, you can see that the majority of colleges offer no ethnic studies at all and offer no opportunities for students to take classes across African American, Native American, Pacific Islander, or other forms of ethnic studies. There are 10,000 faculty in the state of Washington, and I represent a total one of 10 Pacific Islanders out of 10,000, of which only 3 of those 10 are full-time tenured professors in the system. If you can imagine that 2/3 of our colleges here have never had a Black faculty member in their 50-year existence as colleges and universities. And that begs the question, how do we know when the boat game has been played? How do we know when something is inequitable or racist? Well, we know a policy or a curriculum, pedagogy or class management is racist if it disproportionately disadvantages any particular Black or Indigenous or people of color, either knowingly or unknowingly. This notion of reverse racism, when we look at the data, we know it's not really a thing based on the statistics, because most BIPOC students lack access to power. Typically, these policies mask themselves maybe as professionalism, as rigor, sometimes as admission standards. But when we look at the data of how communities of color are affected, we can see clear trends that cause concern. How does this affect us, cousins, when we drive our cars throughout society? How does this affect us when we go into hospitals as patients? How does this affect us when we go into banks and credit unions applying for home loans? And in the case of Amir Locke, in the case of Breonna Taylor, the interactions with law enforcement and the statistics of unarmed Black people who are killed by police each year in the United States, they beg us to think about the powers and the implications of the many boat games that we play in society. So if we accept that racism is a disease, how might we evaluate materials with an anti-racism lens? Well, we ask the question, who created these course materials? Who do the materials serve and who is underserved? Who is heard and unheard? Who is harmed? Who creates the programmatic requirements? Where are the barriers? And are these barriers really necessary? And is professionalism defined? And if so, how? And again, against which norms? As we continue to journey across our careers and across Oceania with Indigenous knowledge, we want to think about how we can be an anti-racist. And really being an anti-racist is in alignment with our Inafamalik, with our Chamorro epistemology and Pacific epistemology. One either believes problems are rooted in groups of people as a racist, or locates roots of problems in power and policies as an anti-racist. One either allows racial inequities to persevere as a racist, or confronts racial inequities as an anti-racist. There is no in-between safe space of not racist. The claim of not racist neutrality is often a mask for racism, often described as color blindness. Here in Washington, we are building these boats with American Indian Studies faculty, with ethnic studies faculty, who in the state of Washington have been the most receptive to Chamorro history, culture, Chamorro people, Chamorro communities, becoming a part of those institutions. And lastly, as we think about the ever-changing climate, we understand that the world is migrating. Places like Washington and Oregon now have some of the largest Pacific Islander and Latino populations on the planet. And we know that this impact of policy, the impact of trade and the environment, that these people don't just simply get up and move and migrate to another place. They're really a result of major economic changes that we see happening throughout the planet, affecting our community. And in closing, I want us to think again about the questions of anti-racist teachers and where it is that we can remove some of the fear and some of the hate that we see in some of our political discourse. I'm going to go ahead and pause there and say just Dankaluna Sidus Masi. It's been a dream of mine for many years to have a chance to speak to you all. And I want to thank our great acting president, Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez, for creating a space for me to show what it's like to be a Chamorro, trying to preserve our way and trying to use our culture as a way to combat racism. And I hope I was able to do that for you today. Sijus Masi.
Thank you, Professor Junka. At this time, I'd like to turn the screen over to Dr. Michelle Santos, the chair of the Senate Standing Committee on Institutional Excellence, to introduce the Faculty Ethics Quiz feature of today's event.
Wow, that was a tough act to follow. Thank you very much, Saina. That last slide though was pretty tough to actually look at, and pray to God that I'm not looking in the mirror, because I try not to. I am Michelle Santos, chair of the Senate Committee on Faculty Excellence, and one responsibility of the SCIE is to develop standards to academic and professional ethics. It's the culture of the university. So I feel bad that we're kind of stepping away from such a powerful topic to look at this, but I think it's also very important. Those standards were developed years ago, and most recently they were updated in March of 2021. I'm going to take a wild guess here and state that most faculty have not looked at the Faculty Code of Ethics and may not even know that a code exists. So, as a means of introducing this code to you, the first person who can upload the Faculty Code of Ethics to the chat will get a prize. 5, 4, come on. Do you know where it is? Where can you look? Make it available to everybody. Can you do it? Prizes include coffee at the campus cafe, or certificates rather, and certificates to the University of Guam bookstore. Sorry, Professor Perez, that we had to jump into this. Waiting for someone to put those Code of Ethics, the link to the Code of Ethics, into the chat so everybody gets to see it. Thank you, Corey Ross. Is this it? That looks... Dun, dun, dun. No, we're not looking at that. We're looking for the Code of Ethics. Remember, this is coming from the Faculty Senate. And did I do that? Let's see. Okay, I have lost my chat feature. Dr. Garcia Santos, can you help me out here? Because you've seen it in the chat.
The printout version from the log number.
Actually, what I'm looking for is my screen has kind of disappeared, so I'm hoping that, are you following the chat?
Yes.
Do you
so
see?
Dr. Aban knows webpage.
Is it different from the one that?
Dr. Santos, I'm on the Faculty Senate web page and it's not there.
It's not on. Go to the UOG webpage.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Go to About, go to Faculty Senate, and it should be under the appendices.
I'm in the About and there's no appendices.
Okay.
Okay, I'm looking at it right there. We go. Okay, About Faculty Senate.
Bylaws tab.
Bylaws tab.
Mine was
Under the, when we go to the bylaws tab,
If you go to Faculty Senate, go to the bylaws tab. That's correct. Handbook, bylaws, special rules, and appendices. And Dr. Yamashita, can you please follow the chat for me? Because I can't pull, I've lost my Zoom page. I can only see a row of people. I can't see the chat.
Okay.
And did we find it?
it looks like it might be Tanisha. Dr. Afflegree.
All right, so what I'd like to do, thank you very much, Dr. Afflegree. What I would like to do at this point is, if you can all take a look at it before we come back for the next, between our breakout sessions, before the next break, we'll have an opportunity to come back and we have chances for more prizes with a few questions regarding our faculty code of ethics. Thank you very much, Dr. Yamashita and Dr. Garcia Santos.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. We'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break before the first round of breakout rooms, before we begin the breakout session, the first round of breakout sessions. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Is that okay, Dr. Yamashita?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right, and we're back. Welcome back, everyone. If you're looking at the screen, the session 1 presentations are provided. And so to choose, let me see this. The breakout room descriptions are provided on the shared screen. Please join the room for the session you wish to attend. You can do so by clicking the breakout room icon at the bottom of the Zoom window. All right, so the breakout rooms are open, so you can choose the breakout room you would like to join.
So good morning. I think you should all hear me. Okay, there's still some people joining. Great. Wonderful. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm in the room here with more people, so that's why I have to wear my mask. What I would like to do is, first we'll start with a short round of introducing ourselves, to say hello to each other. Then I would like to share a screen with a couple of questions so we can get into that topic. And then Dr. Sheldon will lead us through the topic of today's session. So may I ask that every one of us gives a little introduction, that we know which corner of the university we are from. And I'll start. My name is Gerhard Schwab. I'm from the social work program. And yeah, and I live in Talafofo. So could somebody else please, or maybe I call on people. Mr. Franquez, could you please go ahead and introduce yourself?
Today, ako si Joey Franquez, dito di School of Education sa nagwido activity no culture in education. It's an moral language instructor.
Okay, thank you. And Andrea, may I ask you to go next?
Good morning, everybody. Half a day. My name is Andrea, and I'm in the Division of English and Applied Linguistics. But most recently, you might recognize me for doing a university-wide online teacher training. Good morning. Happy to be here.
Good morning, Andrea, and thank you. Dr. Bamba, would you please go next?
Vanessa Offady, si Jess Bombazut, Matutsugi, College of Natural and Applied Science.
Okay, thank you, Situs Master. Okay, Dr. Rifkowitz, may I ask you, please?
Definitely. Hello. Can you, let's see, let me pin myself up there. Thank you. My name's Louis Rifkowitz. I'm a professor of art over in our small visual arts department. I'm mostly responsible for 3D areas such as ceramics, sculpture, 3D design, some art appreciation, and others. Been here for 30 years plus. It's been a life. Still learning as we go. Thank you.
Great. I like your beard.
Thank you. It's a pandemic beard. Here it is. Since we've been stationed away from each other, I've let it go.
Okay, great. Professor Patil, may I ask you, please?
Hello, everybody. I'm Ujjwal Patil, and I'm an associate professor at School of Engineering, and my specialization is geotechnical engineering. Happy to be.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Yi, can I ask you, please, to introduce yourself quickly?
Me? I'm sorry. Hi, my name is Ima. I'm from RFK Library. I actually worked for Mark before, but I just moved to RFK just 2 days ago. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Kekis, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Irena Kechkesh. I am a fine arts faculty. I teach drawing, printmaking, basic design, among other courses. Nice to meet you all.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for mispronouncing your name.
That's fine.
Okay. Dr. Anderson, please.
I am Dr. Raymond Anderson. I teach in communication and media. The kind of classes I teach are like video editing, production, film criticism, advertising, motion graphics, so a variety of media related classes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Aban.
Yes, half a day, everyone. I'm with the geography program. My main specialization is in satellite remote sensing and geospatial technologies, or GIS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kachongho Ken Cooper, Port for Port, introduce you how.
Ganesh, si Kenneth Goffin Cooper, Mamanarinzo, political science and tomorrow studies and Micronesian studies. Then Magazu Nagagizu Gwini, or how do I say, Gerhard, ich bin glücklich for being here.
Thank you. You know, he speaks German with me, and his German is getting better than mine. Okay, good. Okay, Dr. Jones.
Hello. I'm just coming back. I'm Roseanne Jones. I'm coming back from sabbatical leave, so I'm a bit refreshed and looking forward to this semester. I teach specialty economics this semester. I'm an economist, and I'm teaching managerial economics at the undergraduate and graduate level. I'm offering, I have a course in healthcare economics this semester as well. And also related to this topic, I teach environmental economics, management, and law this semester. So it's a good diversity of economic activities this semester, and I'm really pleased to be back.
welcome back.
Thank you.
I would like to audit your course. Great.
Which one? All of them?
No, the environmental economics. I think that's fabulous. Okay, welcome back. Good to have you back. Good to have you back. Okay, great. Now, my listing of names is can I ask, please? Okay, Dr. O, I think we didn't have, can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. My name is Hanju Oh, so teaching mathematics. Usually I work on mathematical modeling and then teaching all-over level in math part. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, and I think Dr. Bedlagi, Professor Bedlagi, would you be so kind?
Sure, good morning. Yeah, my name is Bastian and I'm an associate professor of bioinformatics at the Marine Lab. I'm also co-PI of Guam EBSCO, and my work now focuses mostly on coral genetics.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think, can I ask those who have not introduced themselves? Maybe they're not.
Yeah, I'm here. Guten Morgen. Good morning, my friend. Dr. Kevin Ho.
Okay, good, Kevin. Good to see you. Thank you.
I'm from SPPA. My current research is mainly on fake news, misinformation, social media, commerce, and related issues. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good to see you. Good to see you, Kevin. Thank you. David, can you go ahead, please, Dr. Gugin?
Excuse me?
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah. I think I'm in the right one. Dr. Gugin.
Okay, good.
Teaching of environmental literature, EN 455.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Wen?
Yeah, my name is Yumi Wen, and professor of geographic information science at the Berkeley. And I'm teaching EV 508, advanced geospatial methods. And also I have research projects focused on geospatial analysis and modeling of salinity levels and establishing groundwater protected zones. And also I have another focused on impacts of fine scale precipitation on salinity levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, anybody who we didn't hear yet?
Hi, I'm Dr. Rita Sharma. I work in the psychology department. Nice to be here.
Nice to have you here too.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you are in one of my former offices. I need to visit you.
Oh, yeah, you should. Most welcome.
I will. That's a nice, with this online faculty development day, we miss sitting at the table with each other, but we'll catch up later. Thank you. Anybody else, please? Okay, thank you everyone.
Gerhard.
Hey, Teresa. Oh, buenas. Dispenser too, sorry.
Apa day, magandang umaga. I'm Dr. Teresa Diaz. I have the good fortune of being with Gerhard at the Division of Social Work as faculty. I teach social justice and policy and advocacy, and I'm also with the UOG Cancer Research Center. Good to see everyone. And Gerhard, I believe there's two more people who need to introduce themselves.
Oh, thank you. Please, can you go ahead, who haven't introduced themselves?
Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Laila Kabigting, Finance Associate Professor at PPA.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Hi, everyone. My name is James G., current Assistant Professor of Management from SVPA, handling the entrepreneurship courses. Very nice to meet all of you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Okay,
And,
wonderful.
I'm Dr. Corey Ellen Ross from SVPA, Assistant Professor of Marketing. Nice to meet everybody.
Oh, wonderful.
Hey, Gerhard?
Thank you. Yes.
This is Louis. You have some background noise going on behind you that's, kind of makes it difficult to hear at times. I don't know if you can mute that or something. It would be preferable.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. We are in one room here. You know what? I'm gonna try to change the room because there are 6 people in this room. Okay. Just give me 1 second, okay? I was afraid of that.
I guess as Gerhard makes his way to the other room, I want to take the opportunity to say hello to everyone. My name is Annette Santos from the School of Business and Public Administration. Thank you for allowing me to share this space with you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. So I am in another room now. Thank you very much. This is better.
Also want to introduce myself. So I'm Larry and I'm with Mark, but also working very closely with the Island Wisdom Committee and the Sea Grant with Dr. Austin Shelton.
So great. Now I feel better. Thank you everybody. Did we miss anybody? Dr. Ross, I think we haven't heard of you. Did you? Can you introduce yourself, please?
Oh no, I already did. Sorry.
Okay, great. So I think we have everybody then. Okay, what I would like to do, just to get us into the topic, I want to share. Okay. It doesn't allow me to share. Okay, then let's forget about that part. So I want to introduce you to our guest speaker, Dr. Austin Shelton. I can say he's a, if I may say so, a local boy, right? He grew up on Guam and he's imprinted by his experience of observing the environmental and marine degradation over time. He got interested in zoology, environmental studies, went to Hawaii, got all his 3 degrees there, baccalaureate, master, and doctorate. He is a very skillful networker, interdisciplinary, working with different faculty groups, locally, regionally, internationally. And I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Austin Shelton to you, who will give us a little tour through the Sustainable Development Goals, and he will lead us to the University of Guam mission. So thank you for being with us, Dr. Shelton.
Sejus Masi, Dr. Schwab, thank you so much for inviting me to participate as a presenter for Faculty Development Day. It's an honor to be with all of you and to hear about all of your diverse backgrounds. Thank you so much for taking an interest in this session. I hope that I could share something of value with all of you today. And then have a bit of a discussion on what we're doing here as a university to advance sustainability, because the important point that I want to make today is that everybody has a role in sustainability. So I hope that if you're not thinking about that clearly yet, that you'll see the connections and think through that in your role as a university unit and in an individual scholar later in our second session today, on how we're all contributing to a sustainable future for our island and for the globe. Let me just get my my screen up here. Sorry, I was having a little bit of issue earlier. I hope that my connection is all good right now. Are you seeing the right side without my notes? Or do I need to flip it?
No. Looks good.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we're all right here in the middle of the big Pacific. We are in the region of Micronesia, 2.3 million square miles, 2,100 islands in this area. So we're in this blue continent, and we feel the effects of the global environmental challenges. And just a few ways that we are experiencing that in our region. We see in our neighboring islands, the low-lying atolls, where their entire communities, their entire streets are now being inundated with water during high tides for 24 hours to 48 hours at a time. This used to be a very rare occurrence, but now it's happening more than once, sometimes several times a year, causing lots of evacuation. So this is unfortunately a more common scene throughout Micronesia. We're also seeing more coral bleaching, and this is happening because of higher sea surface temperatures. You'll hear from Dr. Lori Raimundo and our colleagues down at the Marine Lab how Guam has lost over a third of our coral reefs in just the past few years. And then we're also getting increasing frequency and intensity of storms. Fortunately, that Guam hasn't been getting direct impacts lately, but just to the north of us in Saipan and the CNMI, we know that Super Typhoon Yutu was the most powerful storm ever recorded in, at least for the United States area. So we are feeling the impacts in a clear and present way here in Micronesia and in Guam. And so just wanted to bring the global issues to the forefront before we start talking about sustainability in general. So this is the definition that I'd like to share with different audiences about what the definition is of sustainability. This was presented in the 1980s by a UN group called the Brundtland Commission. And this is when the conversation really started moving forward. So sustainability is meeting the needs of today without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. And so there's really quite a bit that is covered in a statement like this. And I want to show you that it's not just about the environment anymore. And this is why we're, at least as our Center for Island Sustainability, trying to work as interdisciplinarily as we can with other units on campus, which I'll share about a little bit later. But this is where we find sustainability. It's at the intersection of three things: the economy, human society, and the natural environment. So right there in that spot where everything is in balance between these three areas, economy, human society, and natural environment, that's where we can find sustainability, meeting the needs of today without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. Now, whereas before the sustainability was a fringe idea that it was just for environmentalists, people thinking about the trees, it is no longer the case. In fact, sustainability has become the centerpiece of international accords. In 2015, all 193 member states of the United Nations adopted this framework towards a sustainable agenda for 2030. And they adopted these 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which you'll find are very interdisciplinary as well. You see things like no poverty and zero hunger and good health and well-being. They're in the top 3. And it's not until you get down to number 13, 14, and 15 that you see the natural environment goals like climate action and life below water and life on land. So one of the things that we want to work on through our sessions today through Faculty Development Day is to think about how we are all already through our work advancing these sustainable development goals, because we truly are, I think, making, we are taking local actions through our work here at the university, in the courses that we teach, in the research that we do, in the solutions that we develop that align with these sustainable development goals. So our local actions are actually making really nice global impact. And so we want to make sure that we're understanding that and sharing that with our local, regional, and international audiences. From here at the University of Guam, President Emeritus Underwood established the Center for Island Sustainability in 2009, and it's been our role here to help lead and support the transition of our island region toward a sustainable future. Now, a few years ago, we had the opportunity to really get involved and jumpstart these efforts around the UN Sustainable Development Goals through some of our partnerships with like the Global Island Partnership, or called GLISPA, and the Micronesia Challenge. We got a call here at the Center for Island Sustainability asking, would Guam like to be part of this really incredible network called the Local 2030 Islands Network? If you want to do it, you just got to get your leaders to say yes to it. So that sounded really interesting, and so that got us racing to see what could we do if we were could we actually jump on and be a part of these UN Sustainable Development Goals? Because the invitation was to come to this place, the 74th United Nations General Assembly in New York. It's a much longer story, but basically I had to jump in front of the Lieutenant Governor's car when he was leaving an event and get a meeting with him and the governor, and they said, yes, that sounds really cool. We can advance sustainability, become island leaders, or become leaders in island sustainability. And so Guam got to become a founding member of this Local 2030 Islands Network there at the United Nations, which means we are one of these 18 hubs. The United Nations realized that we're never going to achieve those 17 goals unless there is local actions happening. And so they developed hubs to stimulate local action. And there was only one of those 18 hubs that were focused on islands. And so Guam gets to say that we are a founding member of that, with other islands like Hawaii and Curacao, small islands in the Philippines, Grenada, and elsewhere. And so what does that mean going forward from this event in 2019? We had to come back home and get moving and adopting some principles and figuring out what this would look like. So a couple months later, this executive order was signed by the governor that appointed dozens of working group members to the Guam Green Growth Initiative, which represents all sectors of our society in academia, government, nonprofits, and youth as well. And the governor assigned the University of Guam to be the overall facilitator of this initiative. And we have really great representation through at least one university representative in each of the working subgroups. So this happened in January of 2020 at the Guam Museum. We had a launch event, and we stood under these words attributed to Chief Hurrao that means satisfied with what our islands furnish us, we desire nothing else. So we thought that, hey, right there is an amazing sustainability statement from that we've had here on our island. It is ingrained in our island wisdom. Let's move forward and implement the sustainable development goals in locally and culturally effective ways. So these working group members worked diligently right before the pandemic got things going. We had a little bit of a pause, restructured it, got everything done virtually. And in September of 2020, the picture here is of the updated version, but the original G3 action framework was adopted and signed in September 2020 with the governor of Hawaii and the president of the Marshall Islands joining us for this important event. The working group had put together hundreds of different goals and action items to move us toward our sustainable future. And they're focused around different clusters of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and we created our own categories of action of how we wanted to advance them to move forward. And I'll put in the chat a little bit later to our guamgreengrowth.org website, but you can read the full action framework and see all of the hundreds of different goals and action items that are listed and find ways to become part of them. And so now the next part I wanted to share with you is just a few action projects that are moving forward, just little pieces of demonstrations or of the implementation that is ongoing now. But there's so much more behind the scenes through all of these different groups of active people moving their goals forward. So one example is the food security projects that we're doing with partners here at UOG and also with a nonprofit called Guahan Sustainable Culture. You may have seen a new community garden that popped up across from the Hagåtña post office and across the legislature. This is now a beacon of food security and education that's very active every day. You can go there in the afternoons on the weekends to participate in the community garden, and the food is donated to those in need. Then we recently opened a second one in the Talofofo Community Center, and the VetCorps AmeriCorps program is managing this one and also doing something similar for food security in their area. We're moving aquaponic systems into different village community groups to increase food security and trying to get people excited about tilapia because they really are a great fish and it takes some pressure off of our local marine fish stocks. So here's one system that was just set up at Island Girl Power in Dedido, and we have another one in Manilao, another one going up in PD, and a Tamuning system as well. We're also working on workforce development efforts. We have the Guam Green Growth Conservation Corps. You may have seen them on campus painting some planter boxes and sprucing up some trees, did a little bit of water blasting during their last cohort. But this is an effort to provide workforce development training in agriculture and aquaculture, watershed restoration, tree planting, even beekeeping. They installed 640 solar panels in an effort to get us to 100% renewable energy by 2045. We expect lots of economic development in this area. And then they went to a different village every week to do island beautification events like cleaning up trash or painting murals. And then our friends at UOG Glee were able to give them continuing education credits for all of the hours and trainings that they did through this program with us at the University of Guam. And we're excited for cohort 2, which will start March next month and run until August. We have a circular economy makerspace and innovation hub. This is actually a UOG space at the Chamorro Village in partnership with our friends over at SBPA and other units on campus. We'd love for anybody to come and take a look and see what we have here and come teach classes or participate with the equipment that we have that I'll show you in just a second. The idea here is to turn waste into resources and create new economic development and green industries through this effort. We just opened it a couple of days ago. There is an assortment of power tools. We have CNC routers, laser cutters, 3D printers. Here are an SBPA capstone student who, for their snake pit competition, made a reusable bag with reused canvas, melted plastic, and made the inserts as buttons and the bottom of the bag. So that was a really cool effort. But there's many, many examples of circular economy items that can be made through this initiative. And there's also a classroom that we have with a Promethean board resources. If you ever can think of a workshop or would like to integrate with your programming or your teaching, please stop by and we'd be happy to discuss that and form more partnerships. Another great thing about the G3 initiative is that here at the University of Guam, we are tracking all of this, all of the actions across these hundreds of different items. healthy and prosperous communities, thriving natural resources, you can go onto the dashboard and dig around. And there's lots of valuable data that we're collecting on a regular basis, every month to 6 months, depending on the different targets that we're tracking. Now, a couple years ago, Dr. Enriquez made a really important connection for us at the University of Guam. She found us a way in to meet the president of Arizona State University. They have lots of pretty amazing accolades, including the #1 most innovative university in the country, ahead of Stanford and MIT. They put that all over their campus billboards, but they're also #1 for the Sustainable Development Goals, because they've created a global institute of sustainability. And so we've been learning quite a few lessons from them. And it was after visiting them and having one of their scholars be our keynote speaker at a conference on island sustainability that our institution really began thinking of how to incorporate the Sustainable Development Goals into the strategic plan of the university. And as Parahulu was developed, these were put as the benchmarks, all 17 goals. And what's really great about that is that's another way to reiterate that everybody throughout the university is making some contribution aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, and we can show how we're making global impact together through our local actions. Now I'm going to transition a little bit here to an activity in just a second, but I wanted to show just one resource if you want to dig in and find some lessons and maybe even bring this to your classes. There's a really great resource called the SDG Academy with lots of free courses. You only have to pay for them if you want to have an official certificate at the end. But they don't take too long. They could be added on to lessons for your classes. And this is all run by Jeffrey Sachs, who's one of the leading global economists. He's a professor at Columbia University. And so he provides this resource for free, and it's really exciting to go through some of those courses if you're interested. But I just want to pause there and check if there's any questions before I asked to move on to one more short activity.
Micro-credential or in
I'm sorry, Dr. Guggen, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, are you thinking of sustainability?
I'm sorry, it was breaking up too much. If somebody could repeat that or put that in the chat for me,
okay.
I can come back to that.
Never mind.
So I can hear you a little better now. If you want to try one more time. Yes.
Okay. Have you thought about a micro-credential or certificate in sustainability, which is kind of popular these days?
Yes, we actually had a committee formed by the president that now is co-chaired by Dr. Enriquez and Dr. Story, an island sustainability committee. And one of the thoughts are to create a certificate program. And so micro-credentials could be a cool part of that. And hopefully it will expand into some sort of minor or even major in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if there are, I'm happy to take more questions as we go. Dr. Schwab, did you want to insert anything before I open that other board up here?
No, please go ahead.
Okay. So here Dr. Schwab was mentioning to me that we're interested here at UOG to create a sort of directory of what we are doing in the Sustainable Development Goals, or a resource network. And so what we wanted to do just for the last few minutes of this session is to ask you, what work are you doing in your units that are advancing these sustainable development goals? So which UN SDGs does your unit advance? And there could be quite a few. I think everybody does a little bit of all 17, but you can pick maybe your top 1 to 3 of them that you're doing in your unit. And I'm going to give you a link here to a board. I'm sorry, I think I have to stop sharing my screen to get you the link, but just give me a moment here, and then we'll see it all on the other side here. Okay, everybody, if you will indulge me and click on that link, and then I'm going to pull it up on my shared screen here. We are going to go into a mural board, and you can plug in a few of these things so nobody has to take notes. We're all going to put it in at the, we'll track it in real time. Okay. Looks like people are jumping in. That's great. So here are the UN SDGs. So you can always go back to this main, the main 17 if you want to see them all together. Now I'm going to zoom out a bit. I'm going to show you what we're doing here. I copied and pasted a bunch of the goals, and I'd like you to drag the goal to your unit and then use a Post-it to just give a very short description or sentence of what your unit is doing. So here, I'm going to zoom in on an example where I just grabbed, oh yeah, take the small ones, not the one big board, thank you. I'm going to grab, like, for example here, a number 15, life on land. Right, and I put it over here under the College of Natural and Applied Sciences. We know that the Cooperative Extension and Outreach Service advises local farmers on conservation practices. So that's a great way that they're doing life on land. Now, for example, I know that Dean Santos is doing lots of amazing work here with SDG number 8, decent work on economic growth. So our colleagues over there at SBPA can pull that down and then make yourself a Post-it or copy and paste a Post-it. Put the Post-its on the board underneath your SDGs. We got plenty of SDGs and plenty of Post-its to go around, so please feel free to do that. Any questions?
How do you zoom in?
Sure. Okay. Yeah, and when you're on that link in the chat, you can. Oh,
like I can't read it. I can't read.
So when I'm on. Okay, so here on the bottom, if you don't have the Mac where you can do this thing like I do on my trackpad, you can go here to the bottom of the board on the right hand side and zoom in and out with this feature.
Oh wait, okay.
Are you finding that?
I'm on a Mac, so I see it says pinch to zoom in, so I'm doing that.
Okay, good. And I'm sorry if I couldn't find your logo or I missed your unit. Please feel free to create another header, or if you've got your logo on your computer, plop it in there, and we'll make sure we capture that. So again, the purpose of this exercise is to figure out which UN Sustainable Development Goals is your unit advancing. And just a preview for our second session after the break, we are going to think about this as individual scholars and invite you to start adopting some of the UN SDGs for yourself and how to explain that to the rest of the world. It's great for networking and also describing how your local actions are creating global impact aligned with these 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals that not just the University of Guam is working on, but also the 193 member states. And there's many universities that are now aligning their programs to these goals. Yes, and please feel free to have an open discussion right now. Any questions on the presentation or thoughts on moving this forward? You can also tell me that this is a terrible mural board and it's very difficult to use. I can zoom in with you and try to help, but looks like lots of good activity. Thank you for participating. Anybody who has created a few or one of them completed, could you please read it out and share which SDGs you think you're advancing? Looks like we have some text here at SBPA. Looks like a good one. This Dean Santos or Dr. G, perhaps?
Thank you, Dr. Sheldon. So yeah, I just put Startup Weekend Micronesia. That's happening April 27. Sorry for the shameless plug there, but that's the vertical is sustainability. We also have a lead-in kind of informal network going on with Pacific Islands, established by Dean Santos. We have the ST program, which we're kind of thinking of starting sometime in the summer, with middle school girls program in developing entrepreneurship, science, technology, and engineering skills. So that kind of aligns with number 5. And then of course the SBDC network with small business development.
Excellent. Thanks, Dr. G. You've got lots of goals. Of course, I think all the units are advancing number 4, quality education. And then you're doing a terrific job in number 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 17. 17 is also one I think we can all share as partnerships for the goals. Another part of Parahulu, our strategic plan, is to be known not just as an institution for island wisdom and island sustainability, but we also are striving to be a partnership institution. And so 17 is a favorite goal of, I know, President Kreis and others as we try to move these things forward. And our friends over at Global Learning and Engagement have the assignment to track all of our partnerships across the university. I know they're working on an important website to demonstrate that, so we can all leverage and take advantage of the different partnerships that we're forming around the world. Anybody else like to share? Got some text down here at the Marine Lab. Is this Dr. Bentlaga? If you don't mind.
Sorry, I was trying to find the mute button. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. Let me scroll down there. Yeah, I picked 4 and 10, quality education, as everybody did, but I think that also aligns with 10, reducing inequalities, because in addition to sort of providing quality education in the master's program of biology and environmental science, and in particular internships and a lot of research experiences we have been developing over the last couple of years, I think we also reduce sort of like the inequalities we see in education by providing these education opportunities to a lot of our URM students, or students that are sort of traditionally maybe underrepresented in the sciences. And then on the other side, I pasted 14 and 13. Let me see if I can. Life below water, which as the Marine Lab, I think that's clearly what we're studying in our basic research. Monitoring restoration efforts, and through coral reef restoration, we also directly actually contribute to climate action, number 13.
Nice. Thank you very much, Dr. Bentlaga. We've got we're going to be kicked out of our breakout room in just about a minute and a half. Are there any final thoughts from anybody or at least Dr. Schwab, our moderator, or anybody else like to make some comments?
I think if I want to make a comment is when I look at those goals for my students, the most challenging goal is the one on responsible consumption, because that reaches into our personal behavior, right? What does it mean to responsibly consume? And what are the options we have here in Guam? So that seems to me a very interesting, very challenging goal from my experience with students. And I want to invite everyone in this group. In the afternoon will be a follow-up on this. It's not going to be the same. So I want to invite everybody to join us in the afternoon. And
yes, please. I think we only have a short break in between, right? And this is, we started at the unit level, but I'd really like for us to get into the, as individual scholars, to think about how we can adopt or advance these sustainable development goals. And in my shorter presentation for the afternoon, I'll show you how I at least do it for one portion of my research. And then invite you all to keep working on this. You have the link, so please feel free to keep updating this board.
Okay, thank you, Austin.
Okay, great. We already have 16 participants in our room. Wow, okay. A lot of voices happening here. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start, and it'll be recorded too, so, or it is recording. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is the session about the reappointment process at the University of Guam. Dr. Charlene Santos Bamba is the Interim Vice Provost for Academic Excellence, Graduate Studies, and Online Learning, as well as an Associate Professor of English, Chamorro Studies, and Micronesian Studies. So she will provide information about the reappointment process for faculty. Thank you, Dr. Shar. I hand it to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Velma. Hafa day to everyone who has signed in to join this session. I appreciate you devoting some time to understanding how things are going to go in the near future. Let's see. So I'd like to share my screen, Dr. Velma. I'm assuming I have that access.
Yes, you should.
Okay, I'm really spoiled because I came from class and I had John. So I'm just going to share screen at the bottom. I see it.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. And there's my presentation. Share. All right. So now I just need to do a slideshow. And slideshow. Oh, Velma, are you admitting people?
They should be coming in on their own.
Okay.
Yeah, they just click on the session. So we have 28 people now.
Should I give it another minute or 30 seconds?
I think you can go ahead and start.
Okay. So please just show me a thumbs up if my screen is coming clear to you. Thank you, Dr. Ruskin. All right. So the reappointment process, also known as continuing employment, they're used interchangeably here at the university. And so you'll see it in different documents or hear it in different conversations, whether with your supervisor, with your colleagues, with a mentor. And so, like I said at the beginning and in the description of today's presentation, it is about the reappointment process, which was recently revised in August 2021. Okay. And the reappointment process document or policy is an administrative one. All right. And so the process and the policy was created by administrators. And if you were new to the university and came in last semester or last Fanutsanin, you may have received this particular letter, all right, from the senior vice president and provost. And if you didn't, we'll be sure that you get one. But your supervisor or your dean director should have also received this particular letter. Oops, wrong one. Okay, so just a really quick view of the process. You have your CFES at the beginning. Around the 18th month mark, you do your comprehensive plan. There's a unit presentation, a unit AAC review. It goes to your dean or your director, and then it goes up for executive review, which includes senior vice president and provost and the president. Now, later on in the presentation, or as I go on, I will have details, okay, and talk about some of the details of each one of these steps. All right. So year one, the CFES. Now, for those of you who started last semester or started this semester, you recall your supervisor asked you to prepare a plan of work, right? And that plan of work entails your instruction, your research, and your creative scholarly work. All right. And that plan basically outlines what you're going to do for the academic year. So at the end of the academic year, you're going to get a call out via email or however your supervisor communicates with you to say, hey, you need to submit your report for the year. I know that in class, Dr. Selman is very early and he releases that call since March, okay, in preparation for the end of the academic year. Now, when you write your report, okay, you should, as much as possible, follow the plan that you submitted at the beginning of the academic year. Now, it's not to say that things don't come up over the course of the year or semester. You should definitely add things that come about or arise outside of your CFES plan. But basically, your plan is what is up for discussion. Now, also at that CFES meeting, some of you don't have a meeting. I think that's what I heard. I think some faculty don't necessarily meet with their deans after that first year, but I highly recommend that you do. I highly recommend that you take the time to meet with your supervisor. And the reason is that sometimes communication in email or communication in letters can sometimes be misread, misperceived, misunderstood. And so meeting with your supervisor, in my opinion, is really important. Some of your supervisors may not require it, but if you are able, I would definitely take that route. Now, in that first year, like I said, your report highlights your achievements, your successes, your challenges. You should also use that meeting as an opportunity to discuss with your supervisor what can be done, right? What can be done to improve instruction? What can be done to improve classroom management? Maybe you need to have a conversation about service, right? What is impactful about your service, or what kind of service can you do that will be impactful? You can also talk about your research, right? Maybe your research isn't going well. Maybe you need some funding. Maybe you need to be networked with someone. And oftentimes the conversations with your dean will allow you maybe to see things differently. Could also network you with other individuals across campus or outside the community and make suggestions. And so with that, I really think that taking the time to establish a good working relationship, which includes meetings with your supervisor, will help you through this process. All right, any questions so far? Okay, so that's the end of year one. Now, around month 18, okay, which is about your third semester, you're going to develop a comprehensive plan. Now, what is a comprehensive plan? Basically is, what is it that you're going to do to achieve promotion and tenure? What is your plan in instruction? What is your plan in research? What is your plan in service? All right, how are you going to fulfill endeavors, right, that will help you be successful to achieve promotion and tenure? Now, it's important to acknowledge that primary endeavors, right, may differ between faculty members, because we have 9-month faculty members, and then we have the 12-month faculty members. And those endeavors, like I said, should be discussed with your supervisor, with your mentor, with colleagues also. I think a lot of times, especially when faculty are new to the university or new to academia, right? There's the mentality also that, well, I can do this on my own. You know, maybe I don't need a lot of help. I'm just going to do my research and teach and do my community service, and that's it. You know, the reality to that is that doesn't always work. And that we need to network, and that we need to talk to people. And that when we make our plan, we talk with people and our supervisors specifically to ensure that this plan will carry us through. Okay. Now, this is not to say that adjustments cannot be made. Any kind of adjustments to your plan should be discussed with your supervisor and your mentor. Any questions so far? Now, bear in mind, these next few steps, beginning with the comprehensive plan, you know, needs to be done by the end of your second year. Because if you receive reappointment, right, if you are approved for continuing employment, then you'll continue. If you're not, then your third year is going to be your last year. Oh, how do I get rid of, there you go. Sorry about that. Okay, so again, 18th month, early in the third semester, unit presentation. Now this is new, okay, to the process. This is very new. And when we use the term unit, basically we mean your college. It's the academic unit. To some, right, for a unit presentation, as discussed with your mentor or your supervisor, it can be limited to your division or your research lab, right? That's up to you to decide and negotiate with your supervisor. But for the most part, the expectation is that it's at the division level, right? And so you should coordinate with the chair of your division about when this presentation is going to take place. Now, the idea when this process was revisited and adjusted, the idea it was that the presentation would take place during a regular division meeting. Now, sometimes division meetings are filled with agenda items and action items. And so a particular faculty member may not have time to do their 20, 30-minute presentation to their peers. And so identifying a day specific so that you can have that time to present should be negotiated and identified accordingly. And then you prepare a presentation, right? What were your accomplishments and what were your plans? Now, I see this particular component of the new reappointment process as an opportunity to receive peer feedback. Okay, and your peers in your division or in your college will have the opportunity maybe to help you think about something or give advice, like I said before, about where your research is going, or it could also be as simple as instructional delivery. Okay, and so again, it's an opportunity to work with your colleagues. Yeah, as I said, next slide. Any questions so far? All right. Now, after you complete your presentation at your division or your research lab, you're going to take it to your college or school academic affairs committee. And your packet will be reviewed by the members of your unit's AAC. AACs are made up of division chairs, okay? And those specific chairs represent certain academic programs in all units. And so they're going to review and make a recommendation to your dean or supervisor. Okay. It's as simple as that. They are going to review and make a recommendation. Now, bear in mind, right, that and division chairs are very important in this process, and they are members of the AAC. The division chairs represent the interest and the voice of faculty members in their respective areas, right, to the dean. And so their collective recommendation, of course, bears weight on the entire process. All right, next slide. Now, there are two final reviews in this. Like I said, it goes to your supervisor, your dean, or your director. So from the AAC to your dean. And then the final is the executive review, which, like I said earlier, is comprised of the senior vice president and provost and the president. Now, I want to talk a little bit about your dean and director here. Now, your dean or your director's recommendation weighs heavily. Okay, it has a lot of influence and weight in this review process. And part of this is that your dean and your supervisor or your director is privy to information that your colleagues may not be. It could be a personnel issue, right? It could be other things that you didn't share in your presentation. It could be collegiality, right? And so the dean and director, one will review your package, right? As well as use his or her observations, perceptions, the feedback and communication between you and your dean or director, right, over the course of the 18 months. And we'll make a recommendation based on the work and the plan that you presented and the work and the plan that you devise. Now, how does the dean make that recommendation? Well, the dean does this via a letter of recommendation to the senior vice president and provost, and outlines in that letter your performance for the time of your contract before going up for reappointment. Okay. And then that recommendation goes to the SVPP. The SVPP then reviews the entire package again, from what you presented at your unit to what the AAC's recommendation was, to reviewing your supervisor's recommendation and making a recommendation from her office. Well, for now I say her because it's Dr. Enriquez. And then she moves her recommendation to the president, which has the final authority. He is the final authority. Now, to be clear, the reappointment process, whether a faculty member, if a faculty member does not achieve reappointment or reappointment is not given at the end of this process, it is not grievable. All right. And I think it's important here that when I said earlier that it's important for you to talk to your super, I really meant it. I really do mean this. You know, it's important to interact with your supervisor. It's important to communicate with your colleagues and your peers in your division and outside of your division. And try to understand or see what people are doing across campus. And how people work together and what kind of impacts you can make to your unit, to the university and to the community. Okay. Now you are not alone in this entire process, right? I know that the deans have been charged and the units have been charged with thinking about mentorship and implementing mentorship in their respective units, okay? A new faculty member may be assigned a mentor. A new faculty may be able to select a mentor and may be able to change a mentor along the way, right? And when we think about mentoring, we think about, right, the discipline, mentorship within the discipline, and then there's mentorship within the university community itself, processes, right? Going through promotion and tenure, things like that. And so these are considerations for you to discuss with your supervisor. I see a hand, Dr. Enriquez.
Dr. Charlene, I'll just wait until you're done, but I just wanted to make sure that you saw that hand.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Will do. Okay. Now, you know, I want to go back a little bit and or maybe you can ask specific questions, right? About research, about community service, about service, about instruction, and as well as collegiality, right? Well, what does that mean? And we can talk about some of those shortly, but I have one more slide for you. I think, I know I do. There we go. Okay. Oh, sorry, let me move that. Let me see that. Okay. So I talked a little bit about the mentorship, right? And then there's the Faculty Development Center, which is located at the RFK. And there will be workshops coming up on how to write a comprehensive plan, right? It could be on how to mentor, right? Someone, how to prepare a portfolio or a presentation, things like that. And these are activities meant to help support faculty members going through the reappointment process. And then there are also opportunities within your academic units as well. I know that different schools and colleges have set aside time during the semester, right, to give their folks and their faculty members opportunities to hear from speakers, to get presentations from peers or presentations and webinars, often purchased from off island or, you know, whatever needs to be shared or can be shared. And so always keep an eye out for these kinds of opportunities and talk about those opportunities with your supervisor and your mentor so that you may avail to some of those. And some opportunities coming up right now for professional development are the continued online learning and online instruction workshops that are coming up, which are free of charge, right? I also know that deans and directors in some units provide funding for professional development opportunities. Whether it is relevant to reappointment, that is up to you and your supervisor to decide and negotiate. Okay. And there's my number and my email address. And I want to stop this for now. Stop share. All right. Okay, and I guess the one takeaway about all this, I think it's really important. My chair keeps sinking. So if you see me going down, my chair is really worn out already. But here's, communication is key. All right. And communication, like I said, with your supervisor, and communication with your mentor, your colleagues, and your peers. Good old communication, really, and kindness, I think, and collegiality will get us a long way. It takes us a long way. And building community and support for your continuing work and hopefully continuing employment with the University of Guam. Show your value. What impacts do you bring? Right? Do you model and do you show ina descubri and setbi? Right? In a dahi and enough gotli'i. Do you do these things, and how do you incorporate that into your plan of work? And this is important to us all. When we bring faculty in, it's purposeful, right? Because your peers see something in you, that you will bring something and offer something to your specific programs and disciplines. So communication is key. Don't be mamala. Like we say in tomorrow, don't be ashamed, right? There is no shame in asking questions, and there is no shame in asking for support. Thank you. I think Dr. Enriquez, you had your hand up first, so please go ahead.
Ms. Masi, thank you very much, Dr. Santos Bamba. If you hear me say, address you by your first name, it's always with a doctor or professor. So I see Dr. Cheryl on this call, who has, long survived the reappointment and tenure processes. Dr. Yamashita as well, Dr. Velma, and we have Dean James Selman on this call, and I believe Dr. Bob Barber. There you are. Okay, so this new reappointment process is really intended to provide a pathway for new faculty to learn what it will take to ultimately achieve tenure at the University of Guam. So it is, sort of a snapshot, it's a pause in your initial 3-year contract to basically meet with your colleagues and ultimately with the dean to have a conversation. And really it's, hey, I am interested in continuing employment with the University of Guam. We've often heard from new faculty say, you know what, this is really not making a good fit for me and my family. So we have decided that I will not pursue reappointment. And that has happened in a number of occasions. From the receiving end of reappointment packets, I recognize that the dean's letter, the dean's recommendation plays a major role. Deans have responsibilities to ensure that new faculty are aware of expectations. The comprehensive faculty evaluation system guidelines show the different types of evidence that can be included in a plan of work or what you propose to do for an upcoming academic year. And so when we think about that, we say, okay, these are my roles. My primary role may be teaching, it may be extension, it may be a academic library oriented, and then my secondary and my tertiary, my third more minor role of service. These are the different ways in which I will be contributing to these endeavors. So you will outline what the expectations are to which your dean or your research director, your research faculty agree to. And so it's a mutual understanding of the expectations. When I used to be a dean, I would sit down with the new faculty and explain to them what the mission of the University of Guam meant. It's not just 3 words, what it represents, not only within the community, within the university community, but also to the external community. And every person who has made this important choice to become a new faculty member of the University of Guam has done it for many different reasons. And so we hope that in your journey, for those of you who are new, you have been able to articulate to your respective dean how you would propose to add value across your major roles or endeavors. Collegiality plays a major role. How do we define collegiality? You know, it's not just making friends. Collegiality is about respect at a professional level that is brought in dealing with your colleagues. It is evident to others in your disposition and how you participate in your academic role. Contributing to your respective unit, your respective program, to your respective college, being able to work well together with your colleagues on things that are germane to your respective program. No person is an island in our institution. We do not have a significant number of faculty to support the different disciplines or to support the different programs. So everyone is presented with the opportunity to be all you can be, to add value to the program, to add value towards student success, to add value within your research agenda. And so academic freedom allows you that freedom or that flexibility to engage in scholarship the way you would want to. We hope that ultimately that particular scholarship is going to translate into something that is going to be beneficial to your other roles. How do you represent service? Service is not just participating in your division meetings or your AAC meetings. Service is addressed in two different buckets. You've got university service, you have community service. Service is not just university service. You will be presented with an opportunity to participate in community service, whether it be leveraging your expertise, sharing it in different forums, contributing to high school presentations, being able to share your research into some technical publication that will be used by those with an extension. And Dr. Barber knows this more than anyone else in terms of how research translates into something that is useful to the community through the extension work. So I like to say that our faculty over cooperative extension perhaps are the role models with regard to how does my effort translate to community service? What are different ways in which I can participate? Albeit it makes up a very, very tiny percentage. University service, your dean is able to share what are these different opportunities. The faculty senate serves as a major destination for faculty to participate in university service. There are other types of committees that are, University Assessment Committee, for example, the Charter Day Committee, Commencement Committee, other types of initiatives within your own respective school, college, or research center. That is evident. But we hope that in your quest, you think about how do I add value across my different endeavors, and who can I collaborate with, so that I make this a good place to be. And we hope that for those of you who are brand new to this process, that you will seek out those who have achieved reappointment, those who have achieved tenure, and don't just limit it to your own respective program. There are many other colleagues across our institution who would be happy to serve as faculty mentors as well. So collegiality is key. Demonstrating how you can add value is important. we are intent on making sure that you have made the right choice in joining our institution. We value you. We hope that you will enjoy your journey for those of you who are new, and looking forward to providing whatever support I can, at least in my position, in order to make the University of Guam make it or have it continue to be a natural choice for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Enriquez. See, Dr. Barber.
Yeah, if I could make a few notes and then maybe 1 to 2 questions on this. One, I don't believe this has been distributed to the full university faculty as a policy. I heard that last fall it was given out, probably this semester too, to the new faculty coming on. So it hasn't been given out. At what point does it begin with just these new faculty and going forward? So it'd be good to distribute and say, when do we take effect? I'm chair of a continuing employment committee right now that's using the old. So that's just one note. It would really be good to get, because I don't think the division chairs, the AACs and the others, in many cases, are even aware of this new policy. So it would be nice to get that distributed. 2, if under the agreement, a faculty should be evaluated every year. And if the faculty is not having an evaluation every year with their dean or director, something is wrong. And that should be major red flags to both the faculty and the administration. And in that, I know my dean is excellent on this. You should be preparing for the discussion should be how to prepare and what you should be doing for your next continuing employment and on towards the thing. Then the third note is in the board union agreement, number K under the responsibilities of division chair is they are responsible for mentoring for arranging and facilitating the mentoring of the faculty within the division. And so this has been a role that the division chairs have had. In some divisions, maybe they've been more active in it than others, but the division chair is supposed to do this. I suspect that this role is being expanded under this new thing. And it gets to my third point, which is in the old version, the faculty the idea was continuing employment often helps set the stage for getting your basic template for what's going to eventually be your 5-year reappointment or your promotion and tenure, depending whether you're tenure track or non-tenure track. And so it sets the template for your comprehensive statement and package of evidence in going forward. In this, we used to have 3 faculty that served as very detailed reviewers of this and giving input. It sounds like you're shifting that away from a faculty giving this guidance to the administrators, because within a single division meeting, that ain't going to happen. And I guarantee it won't happen in an AAC meeting. So I'm worried that faculty are either it's being all put on the division chair or it's being shifted out. And so I'd like some thoughts from you guys on exactly how the division faculty will help the person prepare this comprehensive statement and help them evaluate. I understand they're going to do a presentation, which is going to require special division meetings in the larger divisions probably, but they would do that and they would get some feedback there. But it's not the same as the previous continuing employment where they got very detailed and intimate feedback back and forth between the faculty. What is to be the replacement in this new process for that process?
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Dr. Barber. I appreciate that. Now, just a little history, and I think I don't know that everybody needs to know, but since Dr. Barber brought it up, he's absolutely right. This is a new process. In the old process, right, there were 3 committee members for the reappointment committee. Well, this change came as a result of faculty concerns, and the faculty, actually it was the faculty union who brought it to the attention of the administration that faculty did not want to do reappointment committees anymore because of the amount of work that was put on faculty members mentoring or a part of this committee, right? For someone who was up for reappointment or continuing employment. And so this is why the process changed. And I don't know if you were aware of that, Dr. Barber, but this is exactly what happened. And so this new process came along, which removed the committee in place And the process instead included a presentation, a mentor and a presentation to the unit. Now, again, like we said earlier, you know, part of this, a lot of this is how a division works together. I think, and how well a division is able to support new faculty members, right? And make time to have that individual do a presentation. Now, your question also was about how is this going to get them to the comprehensive statement? Well, I think about the individuals who make the recommendation to hire a specific faculty member, right? And those individuals are invested in ensuring that hopefully, right? This goes to collegiality too, in ensuring that that new faculty member makes it through. And so the work that is done, the plan of work, the mentoring, the presentation, and I think, you know, the constant meetings with the supervisor will also help that new faculty member make it to the comprehensive statement period, or part of promotion and tenure. So that's my take on it. I see that Dr. Sangueza has her hand up. Did you want to add to that, Dr. Sangueza?
Actually, I'm not too sure about adding it or trying to shift it a little bit, because if we have folks who are on their way to the reappointment process, I am pretty certain that the underlying question is, how do I successfully present myself during the presentation? So I want to shift it to maybe answering that, if that's okay. I've served on several reappointment committees as chair and as member. And from my perspective, 3 semesters happens very fast. So I think one important thing is getting the team to contextualize what's realistic that we can see by the end of 3 semesters. And so while faculty might be saying, oh, I need to do research in these big things, my 2 cents and SVP Enriquez and Dr. Santos Bamba, you can say, you know what, Cheryl, just stop, you're leading us in the wrong direction. But in 3 semesters, I would say it's an equal interview. The new folks are interviewing, do I want to play in that sandbox? And the units and the divisions are saying, do we want you in our sandbox? So I really, really appreciate that the 2 of you spotlighted collegiality, because if you show potential to do research and potential to want to serve in committees university-wide to help balance faculty duties, that potential, to me, I'm satisfied. But I think everybody wants to know, is this the team that we want to work together with? Both from the new faculty, you know, it's like, do I want to work with the team that I'm in? And the team saying, do we want you to work with us? So the collegiality, being open and constant communication and seeking for the expertise in your division, because they've been there for a while, that in a way trumps a checklist of things that you have done across the way, because in the end, we're going to be playing together for like 30 years, hopefully. So, and well, one more thing on the flip side, because we are fun to work with, we want to make sure that there is the potential to get things done. So like you said, just having fun people on the team doesn't cut it either. So it's a balance, I would say, but I would say it's kind of heavy on making sure that we are in this nice, organized, chaotic, dysfunctional, loving family together for the length of our career. Thank you.
No, awesome comments. Absolutely. I totally agree with you. Collegiality is key. You know, oftentimes we kind of downplay collegiality, or it's not really a big part of the conversation. And collegiality in every institution, you know, across the nation, collegiality is a part of the faculty, right? And the expectations of faculty. And at the same time, I don't want to separate it. Actually, I want to fuse it together with our island wisdom, right? With our strategic plan and island wisdom, because collegiality is inadahi. Collegiality is inagofli'i. That is what collegiality is. And so I think, thank you, Dr. Cheryl, for that. I do appreciate what you said. And to all you new faculty, I think heed that advice, because you all bring value. You all bring value, and your colleagues saw that in you. And so how are we going to reciprocate? Thank you. Other questions or comments?
Again, I'm curious, how are we going to get
Okay, for me, when I was going through the reappointment process and going through promotion and tenure, I felt like I was being violated, right? And in my mind, it's because of this, it's like an investigation. People who don't know you personally, right, in the P&T committee are going to be looking at your documents. They're going to be making judgments about who you are. And I want you to know that our very great Dr. Barber here is working on a new CFES document with individuals and representatives across campus, and that I trust that it will be a fair document, and it will provide the information that you all need, that we all need, to continue to develop as faculty and to continue to develop the people who serve our institution. So. Okay, Dr. Barber.
Okay, well, so I would just like to go back, because I mean, you mentioned several times the administrator and the supervisor and the dean guiding them, but I really would like to see, I'd like to see some way to really strengthen, because we've taken away the team of 3 faculty assisting in the guidance, and it's now more a presentation to the division where I don't think you'll get the same level of one-on-one type of advice. I'd like to see some way possibly to look at this and possibly strengthen the role of the faculty mentor or mentors. I mean, and I like your point. It's good to have more than one sometimes, mentoring that. But that would be good, because I wouldn't want to put too much on the division chairs. Some of our division chairs of the larger divisions are kind of going crazy just maintaining as it is now. And that was where this was a chance where other faculty stepped up and helped, both through the mentoring and serving on these committees. So in some ways now, it's going to, a lot of it hinges on the preparation for the presentation. And it might be good to get a little, maybe we could work on, or somehow this policy could evolve a little to strengthen that preparation period so that it involves a set of mentors within the division somehow to help. I wouldn't want to put it just on an administrator to guide. Sometimes you have really good administrators at guiding, and then you have other administrators that just want their projects dealt with. And that could be death for someone if later is going to go to P&T and have to meet a faculty scrutiny as well. So it's good to have a balance between administrative guidance and faculty guidance.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, I think we're almost out of time. So last comment, Senior Vice President.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of Dr. Barber, I did tell him be open to suggestion in writing that we can include in the policy, but you're absolutely right. I think it's important that all of the academic unit leaders identify those faculty, it's like an adjunct, approved adjunct list, an approved faculty mentor list. And these are faculty who are good, strong mentors. And that's very important, and so that's perhaps something that also the division chairs track. I mean, not all division chairs have strong mentoring capabilities as well. So identifying those perhaps at the AAC level and having those in writing somewhere so that there's no issue as new faculty look for those. Thanks.
All right. Okay, they're gonna shut our breakout room very soon.
Thank you, everyone. Send
Thank
me an
you
email.
so much. Thank
You
you,
so
Dr.
much.
Santos Bamba
Really
and Dr.
helpful.
Enriquez.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
This is amazing to be part of your community.
Well,
I'm very honored.
a biology professor, so I'm very interested in also the Aspire Alliance. Because
Yes.
the problems here and the students are really trying to jump in and help. They go recruit in the high schools and do as much as they can, but if we could have a more productive way of doing that, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, the part of the Aspire Alliance I'm going to be talking about is mainly the work we've been doing on the National Change Team, which works with something called the Inclusive Professional Framework for Faculty. You might be thinking of, are you talking about like what they're doing with regional change and institutional change? Or, I'm not sure
Well, I was
understood.
thinking, you also try and have more retention of STEM students.
Yes.
Underrepresented groups. And that is a big
Absolutely.
issue here. Because
Oh,
diverse
okay.
cultures, and you have to work, I think, with the parents' expectations as much as with the students. And
Oh, I see. Thank you for explaining that to me. I appreciate it.
Well, we'll start in just a second. There's a few more people come in. We'll make sure that everyone has a chance to join.
Wonderful. Now, this is amazing. I'm so excited to be here and just honored that you
I
invited me
wish
to
you
your
were going to be
community.
here in person, but these days it's very difficult.
It sure is.
So we'll wait another 2 minutes and then we'll introduce you.
Certainly.
And I won't take the moderator. I'll just speak. Can you all hear me? Let's see. I think we're all moderators. Can everyone hear me as well as Dr. Bridget?
Yes.
Hopefully, yes. Great. I'll start then. We're very pleased to have Dr. Sean Bridgen, who is Associate Director for External and Institutional Partnerships at NACADA, which is the National Academic Advisement Association, I believe. They describe themselves as the global community for academic advising. And that's what he'll be talking about for us, particularly as Dr. Camacho said, with regard to student success. Dr. Bridgen is also a faculty member at the Department of Special Education, Counseling and Student Affairs at Kansas State University. He has over 20 years of advising at various institutions. He is also a member of the National Science Foundation, includes funded Aspire Alliance, National Change Team, which is a hope to get more students, more faculty in STEM fields from underrepresented groups. That will be his second talk for us. His research interests are in studying higher education as a complex social system, the graduate curriculum of academic advising, social justice in higher education, and comparative issues in academic advising and personal tutoring. He is also the first person in his family to obtain a college degree. His first degree was a Bachelor of Arts in Philosophy at the University of Pittsburgh. He went on to get a Master of Arts in Student Affairs and Higher Education at Indiana University of Pennsylvania. And finally, he has a Doctor of Education Administration and Leadership Studies, also from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. So we're very happy to welcome him, and hopefully he'll have some very useful ideas for improving our advisement. And we'll turn it over to Dr. Bridgen.
Thank you so much for introducing me. That was very nice of you. And also thank you again to all of you for inviting me into your community. I was deeply moved by the keynote. I've been trying to learn about Guam just through reading, but I learned more than I ever thought I would learn through that keynote. It was absolutely amazing, and it inspired me to show a quick video because I am right now in the state of Kansas. I'm actually from Western Pennsylvania near Pittsburgh, and I've recently moved to Kansas, and I wanted to show the land acknowledgement video that we have here for Kansas State University. So I'm going to share that if that's okay.
Home to many native nations, including the Kaw, Osage, and Pawnee, among others. Furthermore, Kansas is the current home to 4 federally recognized native nations: the Prairie Band Potawatomi, the Kickapoo Tribe of Kansas, the Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, and the Sac and Fox Nation Missouri in Kansas and Nebraska.
Many native nations utilize the western plains of Kansas as their hunting grounds, and others, such as the Delaware, were moved through this region during Indian removal efforts to make way for white settlers. It's important to acknowledge this, since the land that serves as the foundation of this institution was, and still is, stolen land.
We remember these truths because K-State's status as a land-grant institution is a story that exists within ongoing settler colonialism and rests on the dispossession of indigenous peoples and nations from their lands. These truths are often invisible to many. The recognition that K-State's history begins and continues through indigenous contexts is essential.
Thank you for allowing me to share that. I thought that was important. I'm going to start this presentation just for a little bit of a time check. What time did you need me to end? I want to make sure I get into the next one on time.
11:30 for this one, about an hour
Okay,
for the presentation. Mhm.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I'm going to share my screen here.
Dr. Lofdahl, that's about 40 minutes, right? Not an hour from now.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Actually, it was supposed to be 10:30 to 11:30 or so, but I think that's, I don't have the printed schedule, but it's about, I believe the second one is also an hour. But I wouldn't worry, they'll get rid of our breakout rooms if we talk too long.
You're seeing the wrong screen, aren't you?
Just your figure, your face, basically, that's all we see.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me share my screen. You see it now?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. So I titled this, you're seeing the wrong screen, aren't you? You're seeing the presenter screen, I think.
We're seeing faculty and academic advising, a focus on student learning.
Oh, wonderful. Okay,
presenter
good.
screen.
You're seeing the right thing then.
No, we're seeing the presenter screen.
Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know why it's not letting me share the actual screen. Let me see if I can try that again. Stop share. Let me try this. Okay, how's that? That should be right.
You're good now, Sean.
Great, thank you very much. Sorry about that. So I'm going to talk about faculty advising and a focus on student learning, just to kind of set the stage for kind of an overview of how faculty can improve many aspects of student learning through their interactions with advisors. And this is kind of a way to set up my second talk, which is going to focus on the inclusive professional framework, which is something we developed in the Aspire Alliance to help faculty be more inclusive in all of their roles, the roles of teachers, as advisors, as mentors, as leaders, as colleagues. I hope that some of you can come to the second one as well. So for the overview, I wanted to talk quickly about why academic advising is important, how advising is similar to teaching, sort of the relationship between student learning and academic advising. Just think about the question, how do we think about student success? Examine some of the foundational concepts and competencies that inform learning-centered advising, how technology influences advising, and how we center equity in advising practice. Because the important point with all this is that equity should be the lens through which we do all of our work. And that will come out as I explain some of the competencies and things that are in the talk a little bit later. So to kind of frame the way that we at NACADA see advising, there's a person named Mark Lowenstein who's written extensively on advising. And one of my favorite articles he wrote is called "If Advising is Teaching, What Do Advisors Teach?" And that is available online. If you just Google Lowenstein "Advising is Teaching," it'll pop right up and you can look at the PDF. It's a really excellent article that kind of outlines many different views of advising. And he argues for what he calls a learning-centered advising. And what he says is learning transpires when a student makes sense of his or her or their overall curriculum, just as it does when a person understands an individual course. And the former is every bit important as the latter. And Lowenstein goes on to talk about how an advisor helps a student. An excellent advisor does for an entire curriculum what a teacher does for an individual course. So I want you to keep that in mind. I mean, you're all faculty, you're all obviously interested in advising. You came to this session, and I'm sure you're all excellent teachers. And what I like to talk to faculty about is how all the skills they have as an excellent teacher very much translate to what they can use to be an excellent advisor. But it's all about mindset and how one thinks of advising. I worked with faculty for many, many years to help them become better academic advisors. And often when they first would come into my training, or we would sit down and talk about advising, they often thought it was all about degree audits and making sure they understand the policies and the correct courses to take when and all that sort of stuff. And that's a really important, that's very important information to have, but really the foundational skills that the faculty have just from being great teachers and going through college and being expert students themselves is really, that's kind of the hard stuff to learn when it comes to being an advisor. I'm kind of learning the policies and the procedures. That's sort of like the easy stuff. Very, very important, but I would say it takes a lot longer to develop the teaching skills you develop than it does to learn, for example, that you need to take calculus your first year if you want to be a physics major, that type of thing. Okay, so like the excellent teacher, the excellent advisor asks, shows, clarifies, challenges, and supports. And so it's, again, another way of keeping in mind that the types of things you do as a teacher are very much the skills you can use to help you become an excellent advisor. My background's philosophy, and I have a little bit of a bias, but I find that many people like to understand what the kind of the roots are, what are the intents or the aims of a practice as we go into that. And of course, Aristotle talked about that and said basically everything we do as human beings has an aim or a purpose. So I like to talk about what are the purposes of advising. And that's something that there's been a lot of writing about. And like I mentioned earlier, Lowenstein argues that it's really about helping students to make connections across the curriculum. Of course, there's a lot underneath that. But he says what makes advising kind of unique in the educational space is we are uniquely positioned to have conversations with students about the entire curriculum and how everything kind of goes together, plus to get them to know as a human being, what are their challenges, what are the things that they are experiencing, that how can we help them connect to resources, all those sorts of things, of course, are really important. But he talks about how advising is uniquely positioned in a curricular space. There are many normative theories. Sorry, there are actually only a few normative theories about academic advising, but there are many descriptive theories. Lowenstein talks about theories of advising, in which he put out his theory of integrative learning. Peter Hagen used a narrative theory to talk about, kind of what advising ought to be. But there are many other theories that are descriptive, or there are also theories to kind of say what advising is, what is actually happening. A lot of research goes into that, kind of like the difference between psychology and the philosophy of well-being. Psychologists can tell you what people do and how they might go about becoming happy or being well. But philosophy will kind of talk about like what ought the good life look like? What ought Aristotle called it eudaimonia, what ought a flourishing life look like? And so Lowenstein again talks about theories of advising, more normative theories, and theories in advising are things like developmental theories we might use. For example, psychosocial development theories, cognitive development theories, psychosocial phenomenon like stereotype threat. I even use economic theory and nudge from economic development to help my students understand the economies they might be getting into in the communities where they want to live, and also nudge theory, which takes from behavioral economics. So there's lots of theories we can use in advising to help kind of accomplish the goals. So I wanted to differentiate the theories of and the theories in. My particular area of research has focused on using systems theory to understand how advising functions, because we can write out all these really great policies and procedures and mission statements and goals and outcomes and all these wonderful things, which are really, really important. But if we don't actually kind of do it, then what is actually going on? So that's why I really love this Donella Meadows quote, is the identity of any system is defined by its behavior. So another way of saying that is a scholar named Beer coined the term POSSE-wood. A purpose of a system is what it does. So what is the purpose of advising? There's all the theoretical stuff, but then there's actually kind of what is actually happening. And a really important point to remember here is that any social system that's complex really doesn't have one single purpose. It can have a lot of purposes. So for one observer might say, well, advising is really about getting students registered for the right classes at the right time. Okay, that might be a purpose of advising. Another person might say it's to help integrate students' knowledge across the curriculum. Another person might say it's to lift a hold because off an account somewhere or something. So it just depends on what the person's perspective is. But what I like to do is give voice to what advisors think advising is about, and that's why I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about Lowenstein and just a basic brief overview of the theory. Just I know I'm talking to professors, and I like to help folks hear and learn about the literature base that we have in this field. It's in the very principles and practices that promote student retention. We were talking about student success, also promotes student learning and academic achievement. So Vince Tento, who's a famous scholar of retention and he created a model of student departure. He basically said that, if the students have an excellent educational experience, retention sort of takes care of itself. And this is a different way of saying it that Kuseo wrote in a kind of a more, I like the way that Kuseo wrote this. The principles and practice promote student retention also promote student learning. So those things are not mutually exclusive. We talk a lot about persistence, retention, student success. And since we're talking about how advising can influence student success, I thought we might want to define these terms. So retention is really defined by the National Center for Educational Statistics as first year to second year. Did the first time full-time student who started in semester 1, did they return in semester 3? That's it. So a lot of retention studies out there basically just talk about that one binary number. They're in or they're not, 0 or 1. Persistence is a little bit more complex because it actually follows the student. So did that student, maybe that student was not retained from year semester 1 to semester 3. Maybe that student started in semester 1, took 2 years off because they had a family situation they had to deal with or whatever reason. They came back and then they earned a doctorate, but that person would not be seen as retained. But we could say that they persisted. So, and that person may persist at a different institution. So the state where I'm from, there are so many universities and colleges, it's unbelievable. So a student can start at one school and then transfer 2 or 3 times and graduate, but the school they started at would see that as a failure because the student was not retained and did not graduate from that school. But from that student's perspective, they persisted. They went on and got a doctorate and they're doing whatever, great work. Also, another way to talk about student success is, what is the lens of the student? I worked with a lot of first generation college students. As I mentioned in my bio, I'm a first generation college graduate myself. My family came to the United States in the 1920s and worked in steel mills and coal mines, mainly in Western Pennsylvania. They didn't know what college was. When I went to college, I just got in on a music audition. I was like a terrible high school student. I shouldn't have been anywhere near college, but I ended up having a pretty good audition. And they let me in as a music student. I had no idea what I was doing. And so going to college and learning about myself from my own perspective, and learning who the potential that I might have as a college student, that was a huge goal for me. And I accomplished that. Luckily, I did graduate and go on and get more school, but a lot of people I kind of grew up with, they didn't know what college was. And so they might go to school for a year and say, you know what, this isn't really what I want to do. I actually think I want to go and join a labor union and become an iron worker or an electrician or a carpenter, because I can be done in 18 months, not go into debt and make a lot of money. So they got what they wanted from that year of college. They learned about themselves. They learned some interesting things. Yet they went on and have an excellent career in whatever they chose, but the university might look at them as a failure, although that student might feel like they succeeded. So that's why I like to kind of separate out these terms a bit, because they often get kind of convoluted and interchanged, but they actually mean kind of very different things. And this, Wendy Troxel, who is our director of research at NACADA. She's written an excellent article called Scholarly Advising and the Scholarship of Advising, also available online. It's an open access journal. And she cites this Hagedorn, who talks about retention, a new look at an old problem. And it's a really interesting article too. So if you want to dig deeper into this topic, you can read those articles as well. Okay, so getting deeper into this, advisors, can I see, I want to see if I can make this big. I'd like to see us, if you could put in, like put a thumbs up or something to show me how, if you actually have a roster of students or you function as an academic advisor, so I can see kind of what people's roles are in the audience. Yeah, I see 1, 2, 3. Wow. So only a few folks are advisors. And that means, I guess, the rest of you are just interested in it, which is really, really cool. That's awesome. So those of you who are advisors, this is going to be not news to you. I wanted to show this because it's not often recognized, all the kind of things that advisors know just from doing their work, just from their interactions with the students. So they know how students are negotiating the institutions, and they know where the pain points are. They know where students are having trouble. They know why students have come to the institution. They know when students are first thinking about leaving, or might be prompting them or making them think about leaving. They know why they leave, and other students have issues face. By the conversations we have, we get to know about their troubles at home, maybe some difficulties they might be having adjusting to college, relationships. Sometimes there might be issues with addiction or mental health concerns or financial challenges. So there's a lot that we know about students and a lot of resources we know about that we can help connect students to help them navigate all these things. And sometimes we're the person who can help them navigate, but of course, sometimes we need to refer to someone who's an expert in a given field. So I wanted to ask, what issues are you seeing at your campus? Because one thing about advising is it's so inductive. That's one other thing Wendy Troxel says. Advising is inductive. It's one student at a time. And every campus is different. Every department's different. Every college is different. So I was interested to hear like some of the issues you're seeing with students that, what are you noticing as issues that are arising at students that might be causing them to leave, or maybe to have to take a break from school, or maybe not accomplish the goals? So when I think of student success, did the student accomplish the goal they came for? So what are some things you think might be happening at your campus? If you want to put it in the chat, I'd love to see some of the ideas. See if I can bring up my chat. Financial aid. Yes, I will certainly send the PowerPoint. Oh, the hybrid mix of online and face-to-face, yes, huge. Mental health. Yeah, and so it's interesting because I'm not seeing a lot of academic challenges here, right? A lot of folks, like I know kind of back in the day, people would say things like, oh, well, the students are just not ready. They're just not prepared, blah, 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 all these things, and they put the blame on the student. But I like to think, and we as NACADA like to think, is what are our institutions doing? Like, are we ready for the students we're admitting? And but what we're seeing here is basically all of this stuff. None of this has to do with a student, how good are they at math, right? How strong are their note-taking skills? None of these things are what I'm seeing in here. It's all issues that are social related, having to do with family, resource related, health related, and of course COVID related. These are huge issues. And so I'm sure that you're all very well versed on the resources you have, but in my experience, and I don't know if this is the case on your island, many of those support services get overwhelmed because of the numbers of folks who need them. I've worked with institutions, many in the United States, and in many other countries. Last summer, I worked very closely with a school in the Netherlands, exact same problems. The exact same things you put in that chat is what they put in that chat when I asked them the issues they were dealing with. So it's really interesting how these same issues seem to be, and they said a big problem they have in one school I was working with is like the school counselors are overwhelmed, and then the counselors and like that are available in the city, because they have like universal health care and stuff, that those counselors are overwhelmed even. And it's the mental health issue. There's just not enough providers, and that you run into these resource limits. And man, there's only so much an advisor can do, right? I mean, but helping them connect to those resources is huge. And so what really drives what we do in advising is our values. And NACADA put together the core values of respect, inclusivity, which I might retool that and talk about it as equity and justice, commitment. So we're committed, dedicated to students and their success, empowerment, empowering the students to take responsibility for their own needs, right? We help them motivate them, help them become part of the community so they can take full advantage of the community that they're paying to be part of. Professionalism, integrity, and caring. And these things, not one of them is more important than another. You can see they're all interrelated. So these values have spawned some other, what we call it, some other parts of what we call the pillars of academic advising. And there it is. And so the other two of the other pillars are the concept of advising, which was developed in 2006, which talks about advising has a curriculum, a pedagogy, and learning outcomes. And advisors themselves, there are competency areas where they can develop and get better at what they do. Now, these were developed with primary role advisors in mind. So people who basically, like I was when I advised a load of 300 students, and that was basically my full-time job. But these all translate to faculty. And in my next talk, I'm going to talk more about kind of a more robust model that helps faculty think about advising as one of their many roles. And so the three main areas of the competence are conceptual, and that's understanding like that kind of Mark Lowenstein stuff I was talking about earlier, and theories of advising, theories in advising. What's the history, like the stuff that how did you pronounce his last name too? I forget how to pronounce his last name. I know it means full. He said it means you're full, you ate enough.
Oh, yeah. Tooncap.
Tooncap, yes, Dr. Tooncap. He was, when he talked about the history of your island, I'm sure that he knows a lot about the history of the institution and all how the institution was funded, and all the as D.L. Stewart talks about, the intractable twisted roots of the institutions that we have. And it helped the student understand the mission and the vision and why the university's there. Those are all conceptual things that are important. The advisors understand to teach students. The informational are the things like I said, the policies, procedures, major requirements, resources on campus, those kinds of things. And the relational are the skills that people can develop to really interact with others. And I didn't want to get too deep into these, but you can download these things from our website as well. If you just Google Pillars of Academic Advising, NACADA, then it'll come up and you can just download all sorts of free information that we have out there. We're a nonprofit, so there's a lot of things that are just free to the public. And we'd love you to join if you find we'd love you to join and get involved in NACADA and present and write. We have journals and all sorts of things that faculty might be interested in. Oops, I went backwards. Okay. So how can we promote excellence in advising? Well, it really starts with a commitment to excellence, and that your institution clearly already has a commitment to excellence, because they reached out to us and they asked us to come and talk to you about these very things. I can see there's a whole lot of faculty who came to this wonderful faculty development day who are clearly committed to their work, and your institution clearly committed to organize all this. So I want to thank you again for inviting me into your community. Commitment to advising can be demonstrated, and and brought to fruition through an institution-wide mission for advising. So institutions have missions, but often they don't have missions for advising. Policies and procedures developed that support that mission. And it's something that's inclusive of all stakeholders. So when an institutional mission and vision, and I would even argue learning outcomes, which is the next piece, when these are all developed, you need to have, institutions need to have stakeholders from all across the campus. So you need to have administrators, faculty, for sure, students, different, maybe financial aid, maybe admissions offices, a lot of folks coming in to contribute to what do we think the advising, what do we want the students to learn, do, and value from their interactions with academic advisors. And so, of course, then those learning outcomes have to be tied to the admission, and you have to, another way of showing the commitment is to assess those. Are the students indeed achieving the outcomes we hope? And then you kind of, loop back in the assessment cycle and say, okay, how are these feeding back into our mission? And is there anything we need to tweak so that we can, continue to improve the work that we're doing as advisors? The absolutely crucial point of academic advising is to do our absolute best to ensure that we are doing everything we can so our students are equitably served. So an important thing, some important questions to ask are, what is working for our students' successes? For whom is it not working? And how do we ensure that the students receive what they need? Actually, these three questions were posed by my supervisor, the executive director of NACADA, Dr. Melinda Anderson. And whenever she laid these three questions out, I thought, wow, if you can answer these three questions, you can get a heck of a lot, you can get very far in making sure that you're building the structures and support networks that are, and the policies that are equitable to make sure that all students are getting what they need. This came up in the things that you're seeing when you talked about students struggling with kind of the mix of being in class or going online or maybe going back and forth and COVID related things. So technology and advising is often seen as a silver bullet. I can promise you it is not a silver bullet to cure all of student success. I can absolutely promise that it is not a silver bullet. But it has done some really good things. It's increased access. It continued operations during COVID, and it actually could be used to support health and safety. But it also revealed inequities. It can become overwhelming for the students and for the advisors and the faculty. And sometimes it can be seen as sort of a quick fix, like that quick fix silver bullet kind of thing. Oh, we'll just buy this software package, everything will be fine. And it's really like a tool. I always say, well, if you give me the best electric guitar ever made and I play it, it's not going to sound too good. If you give Eddie Van Halen the crappiest guitar ever built and play it, it'll still sound pretty good because it's the tool. It's who's using the tool that matters, right? It's how the tool is used. I can tell you that there are technologies that are out there that there's a great article by George Steele, and again, a free article. He talks about the different ways technology can be used in advising. And a lot of the technology we think about is really focused on student engagement and communication. But there are technologies that we can use to really center student learning. And that would be that learning management system. So the learning management system is often underutilized. It's starting to get more, I'm seeing more campuses starting to use learning management system in a flipped advising kind of model. Since George has been publishing about flipped advising. And so it's becoming more well utilized, but still, I think it's kind of underutilized. And if you think of advising again as teaching, what do you want students to learn, do, or value? What information do they need? You can use the LMS to curate content just like you do in a course. So you can have a module on health and well-being. You can have a module on, so that they can just find the resources. So they're not like scrambling looking for a website. They can have one on like what we did at one of the institutions where I worked is our dean was really interested in helping students become polymathic. In other words, being able to have several areas of deep learning and have different lenses to solve problems. It was a computer science school. And so we created 3 questions for students to answer to help them think more deeply about their curriculum kind of and how it integrates. So we said, you know, write a tiny little paragraph essay on what problems intrigue you in the world that you want to solve. Some students wrote like pages, some wrote like a few sentences. What do you think you need to know to understand and solve and attempt to solve those problems or address those problems? And then the third one was, what impact do you want to make on the world? So as they progressed through their education and they chose a course, we would say, okay, how does this help you answer one of your 3 big questions? And if it doesn't, why do you want to take it? Maybe you need to revisit your 3 big questions. Maybe there's something you didn't get to in there, because we wanted them to really have a cohesive and coherent education. And so that when they picked the course, it wasn't just random. But so if a student did say to me like, hey, you know, why am I taking this course? Because the one I really want's at 8 and I don't want to get up that early. Well, all right. So as an advisor, and that never happens, right? As an advisor, I would say something like, well, you know, that's a choice. That's a choice you can make. And if you think about the amount of money you're investing in your education, the amount of time you're investing in your education, I want you to think about this. Is it more important for you to be able to sleep in an extra 2 hours or to take a course where you're going to learn what you want to learn? You have to really answer that question for yourself. I can't answer that for you. So that's that kind of a way of modeling that value of empowerment and also helping students to understand the kind of the ramifications of their choices. That's like an example of a learning-centered advising approach. And so the point of that story was that we use technology. So not only could we curate and deliver the content, but when students would answer these things, we also were assessing it. We had then a repository of data that showed what students were actually learning from their academic advisors. And I left that job, but my goal there, and I know the goal of the current director, is to, over the years, grab that data and then be able to write reports each year and say, look, this is where advising contributed to the mission of this institution, of this college, in a way that the dean's going to see that it's much more deep than what he said to me is a perfunctory position to handle scheduling mess ups. That's what he said advising was about. And that's why I said, wow, I have to go work for that guy. He said advising's about helping students fix messed up schedules. And he said, but I'd really like someone to change my mind that it's more important than that. And so that was my goal, to help him understand that. And so, and the students, I can tell you, when we went to COVID, when COVID happened, that I was working there at the time, and when everybody just, you know, like magic, went back to their homes all over the country, and all over the world, really, the only lifeline they had, the only sense of normalcy that they had was that those flipped advising modules, because they were going in there doing the exact same things they had done the semester before. The only difference is they were clicking on a Zoom link to talk to the person they had known, their advisor, rather than coming into their office. And so there was some that kept some sense of normalcy, and helped to continue some sense of operations for the students. So beyond the you know, kind of access and things like that, it helped during COVID to help students feel like there was something sort of normal from their college experience. Data, an absolutely crucial way to think about student success and to help use advising to foster the goals that you have for students, and the goals they have for themselves, is to really dig into your data. And if I have a room full of professors, so I know everybody in here is very interested in data in one form or another. To understand if you're having equitable outcomes, it's really important that you disaggregate data by student groups. And which student groups you disaggregate it by is really part and parcel to the students who come to your campus. A school where I worked had a good number of, I was always worried about commuter students, and I could see that commuter students was a group we had to find a way to disaggregate. I also, one campus I worked at was all commuters. And so I would try to find out what zip codes they were from to see how far they were coming in, see if the distance they were traveling to our campus, what created a a barrier for them to succeed. And I did find out like there were some students who couldn't get in because the bus stopped running. So they kept missing their classes. And so transportation was an issue. So these are the kinds of things like, again, that came up in your list of things you're seeing on your campus. This has nothing to do with the student dedication or the students' willingness or they're working hard and all that. They really want to succeed, but when the bus stops running and they're missing their classes, or the bus is late 3 times a week, then they're missing their class, then what can we do to help? What can we do to address that situation as a campus? And at least the advisors can do our best and communicate that out to other folks to say, hey, look, just so you know, the bus that's running from this place has been late, 3 times. If you have students who are coming late to your class, that's why. And so that they understand, because sometimes a faculty member might look at a student and say, why is that person always late? Well, here's why. There's a good reason for it. Employing focus groups can be very important in just doing short pulse surveys. Another thing I said, like I said, is, really talking to the folks who are talking to the students every day and building in the structures so advisors have the time to talk to students. It's important to identify leading and lagging indicators. The lagging indicators sometimes get all the glory because, we'll can say, well, this is what happened. Well, what can you see in your data that might help you figure out what might happen? One that I came across in some work I did with a brilliant institutional research person was, let's look at transcript requests. Let's look when we start getting spikes in transfer requests for students. And when we get those, can we alert the advisor that the student requested requested a transcript because they might be thinking about transferring to a different institution. So they're usually sometimes they're getting a transcript for an employer or something like that, but usually when it's like a sophomore or something, they're probably thinking about transferring. There's a good chance that's why they're ordering a transcript. So when this transcript was, and see what time of semester those transcript requests spike. So there's lots of things you can that might not be top of mind. But if you talk to advisors, kind of get a lot of faculty and other smart, interested people in the room and figure out, what are some things that we might be able to say that look in our data and see, are we seeing spikes at certain times of the semester? Maybe figure out why that's happening. And of course, data are completely useless without turning them into information, right? And having and understanding what story the data are telling us. And using those data to inform the decisions you're making, how resources are getting allocated, how advising is being supported or not supported, and those sorts of things.
Oh,
and so, yes. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
You're on mute, Kit.
Sorry, we have about 6 minutes left if we had time for questions.
Yes, exactly what I was getting to.
There was a request also in the chat. You probably saw whether they could get the PowerPoint.
Yes, I will send that. Should I send that to you, Catherine?
That would be fine. We'll make it available to everyone. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. And yes, I would love to open this up for questions. And also the equity piece, again, as this progressed, it's the next section is the next session is all about the inclusive professional faculty framework, which is about centering equity in our work. So please, yes, any questions you might have, I'd love to hear from you and hear thoughts, questions, things that you were hoping I might address that I didn't.
This is Lawrence.
Hello, Dean Camacho. It's
Hello.
nice to hear your voice.
As we gather the form of questions that are going to come from our professors, I want to thank you. And also, it's a wonderful opportunity to kind of engage with NACADA and have NACADA representative and that expertise to come here and talk to our faculty. So we're really glad to host and sponsor this particular segment of the Faculty Development Day out of our Triton Advising Center project. As you learn more about that particular project, we will be promoting it even more so in the next few months. But launching it and having the NACADA expert come and speak to us, I think is a wonderful thing for us to begin our project with. So thank you.
Thank you so much. It is absolutely wonderful to be here. I thank you at least 3 times for inviting me into your community. But like I said, after hearing that keynote, it really moved me. I was getting a little choked up. It was really amazing. I feel honored.
can I raise a question?
Yes, please, please.
Yeah. Is there any data on peer group advisement?
Absolutely. There's a whole body of literature on peer advising. Are there specific questions I might be able to address for you?
Yeah, what is your perspective on that based on the model that we see that in the Lowenstein?
Yes. So yeah, he doesn't talk about peer advising much, but I can give you some examples of how it can be very, very effective. As a matter of fact, I started out as a peer advisor as an undergrad in 1994 when I was a college student, and that's how I got into this field. So I have a warm place in my heart for peer advising. At the campus where I was, there just weren't enough advisors to see the students, and we noticed that the advisors were spending a lot of time kind of doing things like showing a student how to run a degree audit, or showing a student how to drop a class in the computer system or something like that. And that got to be like a lot of time for the advisors. So the advisors weren't really able to spend the time having the kind of deeper conversations that we wanted them to have with the students. So we created a peer advisor program and trained those peer advisors really well. And we actually had them take a class. So each spring I ran a class where they would come in, and if they liked the class and they were interested, they could apply to be a peer advisor. And at first I ran that all off of work study money. I had no budget. I only opened up the work studies. And after about 3 or 4 years, and our supervisors started seeing how helpful those peer advisors were. Because the students would say, oh yeah, I went down to the Success Center, met with a peer advisor. They helped me to do this. And and the faculty, and it could send students down, and they would help them with those kinds of things that you didn't have to have a PhD to help somebody do, right? And so before I knew it, after a number of years, people who had criticized that program were wary of it, had agreed to do matching funds for us. We could then hire a lot more peer advisors and didn't have to only rely on work study students to run that. So it became like a signature program at that campus. And not only did it expand and allow advisors to have more time, the students were getting from all across campus always had a place they could go, and somebody who was well-trained who could help them. Another piece of that is that, students ask students questions all the time. Why not train the students to answer those questions correctly, right? Because, there's always that kind of sidewalk advising where a student will say, oh yeah, did you take the course in this? Everybody has to take that. And there's like, that makes no sense. It's not even true. So yes, that's just an example of how peer advising can help. It can help with capacity. It can help and it's good for the peer advisors. Helps them develop their leadership skills too. There's not enough research on that though. I'd like to see more. Dr. Camacho, did you have a question?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that to add to that, and by the way, we have a few seconds here before we launch into the main room, but we are working in the Triton Advising Center project. We are working on designing and developing and establishing an actual peer mentorship program out of enrollment management and student success that will be farmed out as a model to all the other colleges and schools to have their own peer advising. Right now, currently, as mentioned already, SOE has the peer mentoring program, but we will have one in standard and standardize it and institutionalize the peer mentoring program. So great point. It is up and coming.
Thank you very much for all the participants, and thank you, Dr. Bridgen. We hope you'll come and attend the talk in the afternoon, which will be about inclusive professional framework.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the first round of the breakout room sessions. At this time, I'd like to turn the screen back over to Dr. Santos for the faculty ethics quiz. Dr. Santos.
Thank you so much. All right, so I know many of you, we have an amazing presentation, so you may not have been able to go through the code of ethics, but I know you have the link, and we again appreciate the participation, James G. and Andrew Grunsky. Thank you for the links there, and I really appreciate Corey Ross, Tanisha Applegate, and Jose Aban for jumping in and working on that as well. So much appreciation. So hopefully at this point, Your chat is ready to rock and roll. You've got your code of ethics out, and we're going to jump in and answer a few questions. All right, so question number one, this is kind of a warm-up question to get you nice and loose. The paramount ethical responsibility of an academic community is to create an environment that supports the free and enthusiastic search for A, happiness, B, truth, C, Pokemon, or D, treasure. Put it in the chat, people. Nice. Thank you. Yes, our code of ethics says that it is our paramount ethical responsibility that we're searching for truth. Holy goodness. I think I'm going to have to do a quick screenshot here, people. All right. Scrolling down. Anyone want to help me out? I'd appreciate that. So yes, thank you for jumping in there. And again, looks like I'm going to have to put all the correct answers in a hat for each of these answers, or for each of these. And we will be drafting it all. Thanks, Dr. Olaf, for the giggle there. All right, so yes, searching for truth. Moving on to the next question. All right, and it's really interesting to monitor the chat and the questions. So giving you plenty time now to see this. Under honesty, integrity, and instruction, almost every bullet is written as a guide to our behavior and what to strive for. But there's one bullet that is clear about what we should not do. What is that statement? Yeah, please don't.
Kirk.
Thank you, Joshua. Thank you, Cameron. Excellent. And I wanted to draw special attention to this. So if you've taken a look at the chat, we have Joshua and Cameron there. And that is the most recent change, the modification that was approved by the Senate last March. And that modification was to include the word prohibited. Okay, and to clarify the difference with undergraduate graduate students, but it's very, very important that we keep that in mind. It's also part of why we have our, I won't say sexual harassment training, but our avoidance of misconduct training. All right, moving on to the next question. Thank you very much. 2 more to go, folks. All right, so with this one, okay, in looking at the pillars of the mission, let's see, did I miss one? No, I did not. This is the last one then. In looking at the pillars of the mission, honesty, integrity, and instruction, truth and discovery, trustworthiness and dedication in service, and professionalism in the academy. Is there a bullet point that surprises you or resonates with you? If so, put it in the chat. Please also take a look at the chat, because this is going to make things a little more comfortable or familiar to you. Regarding our faculty code of ethics. Now you can't say you don't know where it is, or you didn't know we didn't have or had. I'm waiting. And I'm guessing, Ron, that resonates with you, right? Thank you, Cameron. Yes, Kirk. We'll get, thanks, Michelle. We'll give this about 30 more seconds. And the reason I say that is because with 102 participants, we could be here all day. Thank you, Andrew and Lewis. Antoinette. Joey. Thanks, Roland. James. Corey. Ernesto, thank you. Deborah, wow, awesome. All right. We are about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All righty, people, thank you so much for your participation. The names will be put into a hat. We're going to draw those names out, and we will be awarding people, as I said, with certificates for the Campus Cafe host in the School of Business. We also have certificates for the school bookstore. We also have some bottles that are UOG, so you can walk around with your bottle of water that has UOG on it. So thank you so much, and we appreciate your participation.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. So we're scheduled for a second break, but before we head off to that break, I'd just like to also say that there will be raffle prizes, and we'll be doing the drawing during the second session. And so before we wrap up the program, we'll announce the winners of the raffle. This raffle is different from the raffle that, or the drawing that Dr. Sanchez was just describing. All right, so we'll be back by 11:40. And when you return, the breakout rooms will be open for everybody to join. The session descriptions will be placed on the shared screen. And again, if you're unable to access the breakout rooms or join any of the breakout rooms, please let us know in the chat. All right, so we'll be back by 11:40. Thanks, everyone. And welcome back. Again, the session descriptions will be placed on the shared screen. You will be able to join the breakout rooms. And again, if you don't have access to the breakout rooms, just go ahead and write in the chat which breakout room you would like to join. And the session descriptions are placed on the screen.
Okay. So still good morning at the Faculty Development Day. I see quite a number of people in here who were not here in the previous session. So just to recap quickly what we did in the first session, well, we looked at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and on the kind of departmental level, and we'll continue that conversation now on a more individual faculty level. And as people are still coming in, I would like to share a screen, or maybe it's gonna work this time as we wait for the others to come. And so you kind of, can you see a couple of questions on your screen? Okay, great. So these are just to put the 17 development goals into, make them real in a way, connect them. And the first question that I want to ask you to guess or to know, which, like today, right, on Faculty Development Day, the global population will increase. Now, well, how much will it increase? What do you think, right? Is it less than 100,000?
Yes, less than 100,000.
Okay, let's give it a few seconds to think. So who was that? Kirk who answered?
That's me. And you're talking just during our sessions, yeah? Not the whole day, not 24 hours.
24 hours.
Oh, 24 hours.
Today, one day. What would you guess is the yeah. Good. Most of you have it, right? It's about 230,000, right? One day, right? And those 230,000 of today, they want to have education and jobs in a couple of years, right? Then the second question about Bangladesh, right? What do you think is the fertility rate, the average number of babies a woman is delivering to the world. Bangladesh, what would you think? A, and just put it in the chat. I think that works out very well. B, C.
Got 2 C's there, Dr. Schwab.
It was late at night when I did it. Okay, that the second C is a D, right? you know, that is very interesting for me. The correct answer is A, right? And the correct answer is A. And the world is changing faster than our education is changing. So I think that is the big population growth is happening now in, yeah, it's very interesting, but A is the correct answer. Now, the third question, which of these countries are women the most represented in parliament? So which country has the most women in parliament? A, B, C, D, B, C, B, B, C, or B, C, or B. Rwanda.
Well,
Rwanda.
the last legislative term, you could have picked Guam.
Rwanda has more, but Guam, I was expecting that we make headlines, more headlines. We had over 50%, right? But Rwanda is it, right? Very interesting. And then now, access to electricity, right? We all are so used to take it for granted, have electricity. Globally, what do you think? How many people do not have access to electricity? About 50 million? About 100 million? About 500 million? That's a lot, 500 million. Or more than a billion? What do you think? Yeah, it's more than a billion, right? It's amazing. It's amazing to me, right? It's those areas are very concentrated, but more than a billion people, right? That's a lot of people, right? We have less than 8 billion people, but a lot of people still don't have power for their washing machines and things like that. Now, the last question. And this data is based on, I always ask my students to do ecological footprint assessment of their life. And so the question is, how many planets do we need if everybody in the world lives like a UOG student? So what do you think about this one? Yeah, yeah, we know it, right? D is the correct answer, right? So if everybody in India and Asia, Africa would live like our UOG students, like we would need the resources of 6 planets. So I always think this is the world is an interesting, diverse place and a challenging place, and it's a wonderful thing to learn about the diversity of issues. And so, Austin, thank you for being with us. It's always a pleasure, and I look forward to working with you in the future. I look forward to hearing your thoughts and how you guide us through the next hour.
Thank you very much, Dr. Schwab. Thanks everybody for coming to this session. And thanks for those of you who are coming back for a second time. All right, so I'm going to do a quick review on a couple of the important points from our first session, just so we're all on the same page real quick. And then we're going to get into a short activity that will hopefully be beneficial to all of you to find ways to align with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Well, first, okay, you can still see my correct screen, right, without my notes?
Yes.
The one just big slide. Okay, so this is the definition of sustainability that we like to share at the Center for Island Sustainability, and this is that sustainability is meeting the needs of today without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. And these are the three main areas. It's really not just about the environment. Sustainability is no longer just about the environment, but we must have the economy and the human society components as well. And in between these three things, that's where sustainability lies. And I shared in the last session that it used to be that sustainability was just a fringe idea, but now it's the centerpiece of international accords because all 193 member nations have adopted the Agenda for Sustainable Development, and these 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that are moving us forward in this decade of action to 2030 to work on all of these interdisciplinary things from no poverty and zero hunger, quality education. It's not till 13, 14, and 15 that we get to those real environmental type goals of climate action and life below water. So last, in our first section, we asked, which UN SDGs does your unit advance? Right. The important thing about sustainability, when you saw those three bubbles about human society, the economy, and the natural environment, is that everybody, all of us, has a role to play in creating our sustainable future. Everybody can have a piece of it by adopting these 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in a way that is locally and culturally effective for yourself, personally effective for the body of work that you are doing. And so that's what I'd like to do for this next section, is to think about which UN SDGs are you advancing as an individual scholar here at the University of Guam. And so I'm just going to give you a short example of, I work on a few different projects at CIS and Sea Grant. But my passion is marine and environmental science. This is the main thing that I do. When I grew up here in Guam, seeing beautiful coral reefs like this, I was really distressed that they were getting ugly and dying. There was lots of different factors to this, mostly poor land use practices that were causing sediment to go into the ocean and kill our coral reefs, or at least degrade them. I started engaging volunteers to come in and find areas like these badlands, put in some trees and sediment filter devices, restore the land, and then move into new areas of research, which is now using drone technology to speed up this process, because it's taking too long to hike up to the top of the mountains and plant trees one by one. If we can scatter some seeds a lot quicker, then we can get this reforestation work done, hopefully within our lifetimes. And so when I'm talking about this work as a marine and environmental scientist, I can say that these are my top three UN SDGs that I'm working on. Climate action, because when we're planting trees, we are capturing carbon inside of them. And we're also preventing soil loss, which causes lots of carbon to be released into the atmosphere. We're working on life below water, because I'm preventing the soil from washing down into the bay where it's smothering and killing our coral reefs. And of course, life on land, trees and more forests are a great thing for protecting our life on land. So those are my SDGs. And I know that all of you are doing something related to at least one, but probably maybe even 17, but at least a variety of these different goals. And so which UN SDGs do you advance as an individual scholar? And I'm going to give you a link to a board where we're all going to play in there and start writing out a few of the things that we're doing individually as scholars. And what Dr. Schwab and I are going to be working on here is beginning our first directory of what the university is offering to our community in terms of expertise in sustainability. And I'm going to show you a first, just a website. The first session I was talking about was our partnership with Arizona State University, who's the #1 most innovative research university in the nation, and also #1 for advancing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Well, they have a really interesting directory on their website that I just wanted to show you. How are they showing their impacts with the UN SDGs? So you can go in and explore through their different units or their different faculty to see what kind of work they're doing. So I'll just click on it as an example. Who's working on Goal 2 Zero Hunger? You can go into their site and click on their experts. So eventually this is what we'd like to do at the university, to find out which, where are you working through your expertise, and how can we help highlight that for the rest of the world to see when they're looking to UOG to partner on solutions for sustainability. So there's just an example. We can click in and find out what Dr. William Corbin is doing, and he's working on, he's adopted #3, good health and well-being, #5, gender equality, and #16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. So now let's get into it for our activity today. I'm going to give you a link. I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. Schwab.
Okay, before you go into that, may I ask a question? And I mean, I'm struck by your research interest of and your application of planting trees, right? Helping with your trying to have an impact on the soil erosion. Can you tell us a little bit from your efforts to kind of get others involved, or span your research interest into other disciplines, or what issues do you encounter? How like, if, because I'm sure there are several of us in the rooms who said, you know, I didn't know that Austin is doing that, planting trees. I wanted to plant trees for a long time. I just didn't know where and how to go, right? What do you see are the challenges of working cross-disciplinary, cross-interdisciplinary in like planting trees, or doing, how can you promote your research agenda, make it interdisciplinary?
Well, it's a big question. For this project, for example, we know we have to have quite a bit of partners to get it going, right? We're going to have to find a piece of, we're going to have to identify where the problem is. So we need to find a watershed where it's actually hopelessly eroding away. Where can we make an impact? We had to talk to the private landowners, which in this case was several of them, to find out who can give us access to plant trees in this spot that will improve the water quality that goes into the Ugum water treatment plant, and to also take care of Telefofu Bay. So we had to create those partnerships. We also had to talk to the village mayor. We had to make sure that people knew what we were doing. We're planting trees for a purpose. So we got to get away from the arsonists, right? So hopefully the word gets out to the people who are still setting fires to make it easier for them to catch deer. Please stop doing that. But if you're going to do that, at least don't touch this spot, right? Because we're planting trees. It's going to benefit you. You're going to have more habitat for deer to hang out, but also usually hunters like to fish too. So we had to get this message out that, you know, you're shooting yourself in the foot when you burn the land and cause erosion, and then you're not going to catch fish downstream in your same village. So there's lots of community engagement work that has to happen to get those messages out to the right stakeholders. But we've been working on that for a few years. We work in Ugum and in Humatek Dr. Bastian at the Marine Lab is collaborating with his research students in the Fua Bay watershed, where we've also planted trees. So we're doing it from all different levels. I did have to kind of write and describe that for my dissertation project, how to create some of those community projects to make sure that you're getting some traction. So we'd be happy to discuss that further with anybody who's interested in launching community efforts like that.
Yeah, because just by this description, right? This is public administration, this is business, this is social work, this is sociology, this is whole group of disciplines are involved there, right? So, okay, thank you for the example.
I'll give you one more point, that because I teach this in the my sustainability class when I have the opportunity to do it, is around this book called Switch by Chip and Dan Heath. The book is called Switch: How to Make Change When Change is Hard. And so they have all of these strategies. How, like, you can't just tell somebody something and say, don't do that because it's wrong or something. You have to find compelling reasons to convince different people how to, or to persuade, and how to get some of these activities done and bring in the right partners. So there's lots of, I wouldn't call it like mind tricks, but it's really like how do you hack into the psychology of people to make it matter to them. And so for just that example with the hunters, there's that can sometimes be a profound revelation for them that, oh, I didn't realize that's why I'm not catching as much fish this year, that I had something to do with the decline downstream. So trying to help demonstrate what's in it for everybody as an individual and as a community to do the right things for our environment, for those projects.
Yeah, and those, my last finale on this, right? I see how the UOG, the orientation, transforming lives, advancing community, right? How it transformed the life of the hunter, right? And how it advances the community of Talafofo. And so okay, thank you. I'll be quiet now.
Thank you, Dr. Schwab. Okay, everybody. Well, no, I actually want to keep the discussion going. If you've got questions, let's do it while we play with this mural board. So you have the link right out in the chat here. Just make sure that it was the right one. I'll do it one more time for you. Copy this link. Please jump in here, because what we'd like to do here is, here's the big SDGs right here. You can see all 17 at one time. Which UN SDGs do you advance as an individual scholar? And if you scroll over to this side, I've copied and pasted lots of SDGs. So all you got to do is drag that. Like, if you think you're working on decent work in economic growth and you are in SBPA, for example, pull that down here, right? And then write on the post-it, what is your project that is advancing the SDGs? So on this mural board, you have unlimited post-its, unlimited SDGs. Just keep copying and pasting them, and keep creating these different pieces. So as we're doing that, and we're thinking about what we do as individual scholars, and I hope some of you will be willing to share as you put these pieces in, like what is the body of research or teaching that's actually advancing the SDGs. We can have a more open discussion about different topics on sustainability, or any other questions you might have for me and Dr. Schwab. Dr. Patil, thanks for coming back. The logo I couldn't find online was the School of Engineering, but I wrote it in there for you on the bottom right.
Sorry, I don't know why it is not working on my screen. I'm not able to grab these things. Put it there. I'm not able to drag these things.
How do we do the post-it note again? Sorry, I missed that.
Oh, okay. Over here, can you see my mouse up here on the text? You can grab one of those and put it down, or you can grab an empty post-it like here and copy and paste it or duplicate it and pull it wherever you'd like. Oh, and there's different shapes and colors. So
And the
could be
post-it
fun.
note is just to indicate what we're doing in that area.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yes. And if you be so kind, don't be shy, put your name on it. And then as we do more of these in the future, hopefully we can create a meaningful directory of what everybody's doing around campus related to the SDGs. Oh, the one part of that I left out from the presentation in the first session was that in our University of Guam Parahula strategic plan, the overall plan is supposed to be benchmarked against these 17 UN SDGs. And so we are one of the early universities to do that, but not the first. There's quite a few other leaders demonstrating, just like Arizona State University, how the whole faculty body are actually contributing to this.
Dr. Schwab, pay attention to the chat.
Oh.
Answer my questions.
I get
Okay.
I see.
So Dr. Shelton, I'm still not able to drag that thing.
So, you know,
What you said about orientation. Sorry, Kirk. What do you mean with orientation?
You said something about orientation, transforming communities. That went over my head.
Oh, okay. The Parahula initiative, right? The kind of where they put an extension to Good to Great and to the UOG mission. There is that statement in there in the Parahula, in the Parahula statement, and I call it Parahula orientation. And I like it. It's very, very useful because it addresses personal transformation and advancement of communities. And I find that very useful with discussion with students and in my own life as a faculty, right? What do I do to transform my life that also advances the community and makes it more sustainable? And for instance, if I may share that now, is since I put all the solar panels on my roof, I have a power bill of nothing basically, and I haven't been at the gas station for half a year because I have an electric car that is, and the batteries are charged with the sun on my roof. So that I think is a transformation of my lifestyle, and it advances the community and it adds a quality of life that I kind of didn't expect, because now driving the car from Talafofo to UOG feels different than it felt when I was using gas. So I didn't.
Almost like living a more coherent life, yeah?
Yeah, more
able
coherent.
to, I always feel guilty talking about certain things in class, knowing that I am not necessarily living up to certain life decisions, yeah? Because I'm not driving an electric car, but I'm talking about issues of climate change. And so that's helpful. But the orientation is not an orientation that faculty or students are going through, right? It's just you're talking about like a personal orientation. Got it.
Yeah. Kind of the mission orientation, right? What we do. And this is a big, I think this is a big dilemma as a faculty, right? We are teaching sustainability. We are teaching global values, solidarity, and how to translate it, how actualize it. It's very difficult, right? It's very difficult. And so that's why I like this workshop here, when we say, okay, what can we do? Even if we know that electric cars may not be the full solution, right? But it's a worthwhile effort to go in a better direction, right? and with the food we eat and all those things, right? So Kirk, we need to continue the conversation after.
Yes, thank you. Sorry to take up Austin's time.
No, that's great. This is discussion time as we are filling out the board. I got you, Dr. Barber. Let's see, Dr. Zhao, you've got computer technology, AI, robotics to serve Guam and train Guam students. Faculty member of computer science. So you're also over here at CNAS. Put you in here. Having trouble with the mural board. Sorry about that. Dr. Zhao, which number SDGs would you like to use? Which ones do you think resonate with this body of work?
With my body of work, you know, I would, for instance, I would put in gender equality for me. Let me put it down. Gender equality, because I have been for the last 10 years, been working with a women's group of former and current prostitutes in the Philippines. And women's work, yeah. Women's groups in the PI and Thailand.
Okay, Dr. Barber is great. He's doing everything. He's got lots of goals.
I just wish I could get in and do it directly on the thing. I don't know why my screen's blank when I mean, it blacks. I see the bulletin board thing in the background, but it's black and it doesn't let me do anything.
Same with me.
Same with
Sorry
me.
about that.
Maybe there's a limit how many people can be on at once. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry about that. I did upgrade the account to an education account supposed to work for a bunch of students if you have a class. I'm not sure what's wrong.
Yeah.
I've been giving up on, I was learning this stuff early in the pandemic. I started giving up on this virtual teaching stuff a while ago, so I'm a little rusty.
But
well, also I gotta say I like this template you've got here to get stuff in. I could see how we could really do. I like, as Baxter said, an idea of expertise and specific programs. It kind of matches in with what our college, or at least my division, has to do for NEFA reporting. I think this would be nice to develop more. I'm happy to work with you outside of this on that.
Sounds good, Bob. Thank you. Okay, I got Dr. Patil here. Dr. Patil, did you pick an SDG? Which number do you want to use?
Yeah, but I'm going to look into it also.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, I think that 3D printing may have applications, but you know, the materials are very fragile, even though like plastic, we can melt it and maybe make materials from that. Maybe
I'm going to give you a number. I'm going to give you a number 9 here, Dr. Patil.
Yeah,
Industry,
11 and
innovation,
13,
and infrastructure.
right, and 11 and 13 could also be associated with my research that I drew you.
Very good.
just to give a brief idea that my research is mainly about the landslides, heavy rainfalls causes landslides, and how the vegetation, the engineering applications of having the vegetations on the slopes to prevent the landslides. So how the reinforcement of the roots and the root water uptake that can help in maintaining the slopes and preventing the landslides. To quantify that, those root water uptake and the mechanical reinforcement provided by the root, that is something that I study. And I think that since these landslides are rainfalling, these landslides in Guam and in neighboring islands, I think that the climate action, that is 13, can be applied to my research, and also the sustainable cities and the communities, because this is related with maintaining the slopes, means a lot of along the hill slopes we have houses and communities residing, so they can do the vegetation, appropriate vegetation to prevent the landslides. And so community outreach can be also involved in that. So maybe 11 also.
Awesome. And I gave you that, and I gave you all of these, Dr. Patil, 9, 13, 15. And how's that look?
Yes.
The life on land is the one I added for you here.
Right.
Since
And
you're doing the.
Yeah, and one of the culminating thing about my research would be that what type of plants would be more suitable based on their roots structure and the root strength provided, and their morphological properties and characteristics, root characteristics, and all those stuff. So
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Patil. We got some action going on over here at SBPA. Would any of our colleagues there like to share some of your SDGs?
I guess I could go ahead. I put the first note of Dr. Wayne and Dr. Jones. There are economics professors, a lot of work. No need for explanation there under number 8. And I also put myself with Dr. Schumann in terms of startup studies. We're focusing on trying to build like a database regarding or just demographic information regarding startups, what industry they're part of, and maybe we're including sustainability in that as well.
Thank you, Dr. G. Dr. Jones or Dr. McNinch, you want to add to your school section here?
Sure, I can. There's a lot that's here. It's cross-cutting, as economics often is. Looking at minimum wage studies, some people may ask, why would minimum wage studies be a sustainable development goal? And if people have the means to do better, they can do better. And so I think it's important that we look at the economic potential and capability of our communities to do better. I also am interested in regional transportation infrastructure. A lot of our infrastructure is aging physically, and we need to move product as we look at things regionally and how we do that in a sustainable way, and how when we don't have access to regional transportation networks that are efficient, we are less than productive as a region, not just as an island. So that linkage that has to happen, some work is happening there. Water energy, we are, as you know, surrounded by water, and we have water systems, and a lot of folks are beginning to think about catchment systems. And so I think that's something that we can do from an infrastructure point of view, but also individually, locally, businesses and homeowners. And then finally, the regional health systems, keeping healthy communities. We have seen, because of COVID, our dependence on what we can do here. We had grown interdependent with other health systems in the States, in Hawaii, in the Philippines. And then when COVID kept us all on island, that network brought to light much of the health system infrastructure that we lack here. So some of the research that's going on with that. So just, there's some notes of things that are going on our side to make it a little more practical, and invite other voices to join us on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Jones.
May I ask a question about, I always struck with the lack of public transport in Guam, right? Because when I'm back home in Austria for 6 weeks, I don't drive an individual car, right? When I'm back in Guam, I only drive an individual car, right? So do you know is anybody on campus looking at public transport evolution or significance? It's also social, for me, it's also a social justice issue, right?
Yeah. That's an excellent question. I share that. Having been in the States recently, I hardly drove. But back here at $5.38 a gallon, it's going to have an impact. So thinking about how we want to bring students and faculty back to campus and the actual cost of bringing them back to campus at those kinds of rates, we may be able to come back because of COVID, but the transportation costs may get in the way. And I think I brought this up years ago, that I think the university should take the lead in figuring out some kind of transportation access for our students and faculty. Lead the way with shared driving of some sort, outposts where people can park and carpool here, or providing other kinds of transportation. So as in many ways in which the university leads new initiatives, I think we need to start in our own backyard and think about how do we physically bring people back cost effectively and environmentally friendly ways to campus.
Good point. Great point.
And the question is, I know that you are not the only one who was thinking about that years ago. Why don't we make progress, right? I think that's a very interesting question. Right? Why don't we have a UOG shuttle service or partnership with some public or private entities to bring people back and forth? That would be.
May I make a comment also related to
Please.
Yes, in putting together the economic report for last year, I was able to review the investment Parahamsu plan by the current administration. And actually about $22 million is going to the regional transit. And so, as you mentioned, maybe UOG exploring some kind of arrangement with the regional transit to shuttle students and faculty back and forth to our campus. Let's put it this way, the resources are available this time. So if that was an issue before, there's a good amount of money that would make it possible this time. It is also, there's a discussion about the electric buses being that had been announced in the news lately. I think there's discussion whether we're headed that way or not. It's certainly green. And so for that reason alone, it might be a good idea. But I know that when I was looking at the cost of providing public transit on Guam, it's actually quite expensive. It comes out to be, I think it comes out to be about the cost of a gallon of gas per person per ride. So about $6 per person per ride. And so is that something that could be justified by the green impact? And, so it's not always cost, but obviously this is why we're having this session, is to talk about sustainability. And so I wanted to say that at least we have resources this time. Before, I think when we have discussion, it's a lot of discussions where I think non-starters, just because there wasn't a lot of financial resources to work with. So I just wanted to contribute that. Thank you. This is Clarette Ruane.
Thank you, Dr. Ruane. I just wanted to comment on those points from Dr. Ruane and Dr. Jones. I know that the Regional Transit Authority does have those grants for a few electric buses and a charging station. And at least to get that started, the idea is to put the first station in Dedido and have a park and ride area that will come to for at least the first route will be to GCC, GW, and UOG. So I know there's a delay because of the supply chains for the batteries. I think that was the latest announcement before Director Babauta left the agency. So we don't know when those buses will actually get to arrive on island, but the money is there, and that's supposed to happen, at least for some of our northern residents. That will take a little bit of the burden off of driving to campus. So looking forward to that. But those are other really great ideas and how UOG can lead the way with ride shares and other options. Thank you.
Austin, do you know about ideas being developed for sustainable communities? Because when we look at Guam, the infrastructure of communities, right, has developed and was set in place when we thought that oil is infinitive and we don't have to worry about resources and distance doesn't matter, we can drive and all of this, right? It's now a different time, and I'm aware of efforts to not just plan and change individual houses, but making entire communities where people have place of work and home and everything basically is integrated rather than the traditional pattern of driving to work and coming back to work. Do you know, is anybody, architectural group or some public administration people thinking about developing entire sustainable community?
No, I haven't heard that. It's always in pieces. So nothing extensive that could take care of like transformation into a city infrastructure. I have not heard of a plan for a place like that yet. I just got a comment in the chat here. I want to go to thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shelton. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. In my classes, we do a thought experiment called the Bridge to Rota. And so what we do is we visualize what would happen if we could build a bridge to Rota. And it gets people to thinking about all of the neat elements that would happen if we could do something like that, to have that sort of connection. I think my point is, as a university, we can help on things like creating vision for the community. Just as Gerhard said, creating the kind of community that he is mentioning, it takes vision. And so one of the, I think, critical elements of having a university is having those kinds of thoughts going on and distributed in our community and creating or adding to the vision. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you very much for that comment, Dr. McNinch. And I don't know if maybe our economist colleagues on the line might have read things by Jeremy Rifkin. He's an economist, does a lot of green energy stuff, but he talks about the opportunities for growth in the green industries with 5G technology and a few other things that are coming through. I think there's interesting perspectives there on how to create sustainable cities and take advantage of the incoming infrastructure to make those upgrades. Yeah, I think we're kind of, we have a little bit of, even though we're a small island, I think there's a little bit of sprawl with the types of things that we're doing before we can get to a sustainable city lifestyle like Dr. Schwab was mentioning.
Yeah, but I'm thinking one of our biggest resources is we have a lot of sunshine, right? And we are small, right? So with my electric car, I don't have to worry about recharge stations because I never have to drive 400 miles or 300 miles. I always will be at home and there's always more or less enough sun to charge my car, right? So I think we have a very interesting opportunities here and dilemmas.
Can I respond to that? Okay,
Yes.
I'm sitting here listening, and Gerhard, I admire what you've done. I really do, and I think everybody would love to do that. But there's an economic imperative there that just cuts, the majority of people on this island out of the equation because they cannot afford it. And I think that is, that as much good as we do, we have to think about how do we lift up the bottom quotient, to make it more sustainable. And I don't have a solution, but I'm just trying to point out that all the wishful thinking in the world, we have to sort of gear up our ideas about yes, our students and our people who really don't have access to this. It's really kind of a difficult situation. Sorry, next.
Yeah.
I think that's a great point. And maybe Dr. Jones has a response.
No, I think I agree. I think that's an excellent point. And I think the university keeps us humble as we look at our students and what they struggle with to afford to be here at first and even to afford the means to be here. I also think that we have, and this is more of a political kind of context, I think, and ties into Dr. McNinch's idea that we as a community have aspired to be suburban America and the sprawl and we have this expectation that we have to have all of this. But if we return to the idea, the concept of the village, and where you can walk and locate everything that you need within your village, and maybe that would truly help. As I look at all of the cars on Marine Corps Drive going all over the place to get everything that you need, and as we know, you can't get your day's needs fulfilled from one location. You have to go to several to get what you need. I think we need to rethink our aspirations of what kind of community we want, and then how we build to deliver on that in smaller ways. And I think the village infrastructure is a good start.
Agreed. That's a good point.
One of the things that's in all of this, as we look at the lower end, there's two keys. It's having a viable mass transit, but also in walkability. And there's actually working groups on island, strangely enough, coming out of public health and their non-communicable disease consortium and the various alliance of groups under those that have done things like you're seeing the markings on the road for the bicycles, but they're also looking at trying to promote sidewalk networks. I mean, and just getting there's some of these groups in the university could have a much larger role than we probably do, but just getting us to start thinking about, as well as the health of our community, but the walkability of our community. I mean, you look at these little pieces of sidewalk network just right here in our own environment. If there's some way we could join the university sidewalks with the GCC and the George Washington, and then get them down to the mayor's office and then up over to Payless, this would, just in our own village, would have such a huge impact on the ability of people to walk and things to slow down traffic. I mean, it's not just we've adapted and come into the US suburban lifestyle, but we've also want to be with the US high-speed highway. And yet these high-speed highways are very dangerous for bicycles and walkers. And so some of this stuff that I think there's things that we could be looking at, and as a faculty, I'm surprised. It's enlightening and enjoyable to hear so many other faculty talking around these issues that I've only heard a few that are linked with the non-communicable disease groups talking about, but this is something that more, we have a powerful voice. It's something maybe we should think about using in some way.
Thank you, Bob.
Just back to the board real quick on this side, I still see some movement. Sorry if you're having trouble with moving the objects and typing in. If you have that issue, please feel free to type in your which UN SDGs you're advancing as a scholar into the chat, and I'll help put it up on the board.
You know, kind of adding to the conversation that we just had before is kind of the vision of lifestyle we have, right? The suburban, individualistic transport, consumerist lifestyles, right? And the challenge I see when I talk to especially young people in Europe or on the mainland, there's a generation that has developed a claim for that abusive consumption and a claim on that. They think it's their right to have that consumerist lifestyle. And that brings about justice issues, equity issues, lifestyle issues that threaten basically all of us on the spaceship Earth, right? And when I do the ecological footprint with my students, it's very interesting discussions on the dilemmas that we're having around.
Dr. Austin.
Yes, Dr. Aban.
Yeah, I think that was 2 years ago. I happened to have somewhat skimmed through one of the drafts, or actually the plan of Guam on which was drafted on Millennium Development Goals, and there were several projects or programs that were being put forward by that particular 5-year plan. Are the programs and projects of UOG aligned towards those programs that were drafted by the Bureau of Statistics and Planning, or are we trying to somewhat
right now, so we've moved on from the Millennium Development Goals into the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals that are guiding us to 2030 in this decade of action. So we have right now we're still figuring it out in the Parahulu strategic plan, and this exercise is part of that. Is everything in the strategic plan is supposed to be benchmarked against the UN SDGs. So the thought is through these exercises today at Faculty Development Day, the first session was about how the units are advancing SDGs, and then now as individual scholars, how are we doing that? And the island-wide project that we are facilitating as the University of Guam, and it's not just CIS, because we have amazing partners across campus working with us on the Guam Green Growth Initiative, and I was showing the pictures earlier of the 100 working group members. But if you want to take a look at all of the goals and action items, you can go to this website and see a copy of the full action framework. And then since we have our economists on the line today, I just wanted to show you this thing too. The dashboard for G3 has lots of really great data. So this is just one section. We have categories of action. If you want to dig into what we're doing in thriving natural resources, for example, you can see all the different targets and how those are tracking in real time, or explore more for life on land, for example.
Dr. Yamashita, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear
okay.
you now. Awesome.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it should be okay. I'm at the UOG, so I'm coming through okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
That's the main. And I think my screen share will be ready. Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. Okay, we already have 24 people in the room, so that's awesome.
Good.
I'll go ahead and do the introduction, and you can start. Okay, thank you everybody for joining us on this important presentation about promotion and tenure. Dr. David Guggen, who is the chair of the Promotion and Tenure Committee, will provide information about this process. It's all yours, Dr. Guggen.
Good. Thank you very much, Dr. Yamashita. Yeah, let's get started. What I'd like to do is walk through a handout I have. Okay, all right, I'll screen share that. And then generally speaking, I've done this at least once before. We'll save the rest of the time for specific questions from you. Okay, all right, that usually is a good use of time too. Typically, one applicant will have a question that a lot of applicants have. Okay, all right. And Dr. Yamashita, maybe remind me too, we can also focus specifically then on the new delivery system, okay, the online delivery system, pros and cons. Okay, all right. Now, without further ado, been a while on Zoom. Here we go. This should work, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Well, let me make sure I haven't done this in a couple of months. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So, P&T applications, guidelines, and suggestions. Okay. Number one, pre-application. It's a very good idea to read carefully the article or chapter on faculty evaluations of the most recent board union agreement, 2018, I believe. And remember that the agreement is the governing document and takes precedence over any other document. Okay. Also remember that the P&T process is not identical to the CFAS process. Okay, all right. And criteria may be slightly different, etc. They're complementary, but not the same. Okay. Also note your rights within there. Okay, all right. The P&T chair should remind you of them as necessary. All applicants have the right to respond to any negative letters, okay, including from dean or director. Okay. Generally speaking, your solicited letters are not negative, okay? Otherwise you pick the wrong person, but sometimes an unsolicited letter can be a negative letter, okay? Sometimes the dean or director will do that, all right, which is their right. However, the contract then gives you the right to respond to that letter before your file is reviewed, okay, by the committee, all right? And that's something you definitely want to be aware of, okay? Note too, the protocols for addendums, okay? Once you submit your file, it is essentially closed, but, and there's language in there, and this is usually up to the discretion of the chair, if you get a paper accepted, for example, okay, all right, after you have submitted your file, you do have the right to send that to HRO as well as some kind of addendum, okay, all right, short, specific additions to your file after it has already been submitted, okay? Also, even if you've discussed this with your dean or director at your CFAS interview, you are required by the agreement to notify him or her in writing. Okay, all right, so make sure you do that. Okay, now number two, content is of course the most important, what you are saying, but perhaps pay slightly more attention and time spent not on what you say, but how you say it. Okay, all right. In other words, keep it as readable as you can, all right, in terms of structure and organization. This is definitely true as well for our digital submissions, okay, all right. We tend to read through a certain amount of clutter, okay, and obviously what you have to say is crucial, but think about how you are saying, okay. A P&T application is in fact a rhetorical document. It's an act of persuasion, and always keep that in mind, okay? This relates a little bit to number three too. There are different ways to do it, and this is probably more true here, number three of your comprehensive statement, but a P&T file is a text. It is a narrative, a story, okay? It is your professional story, Okay, all right. Think of it that way. Tell your professional story to the committee. Okay, all right. However, always focus on the years under review. Okay. Anything before those years will almost certainly be covered on your CV. Focus on the 5 years. Usually it's 5 or 4, depending on under review, and tell us your story. Okay, there's a lot of different ways to do that. Okay, all right. Now, number 4. In general, the comprehensive statements have gotten too long. Okay, there are some that are too short, but some are coming in at 25, 30, 40, 50 pages, single space. Okay, all right. That's too long. Okay, for the comprehensive statement. Okay, all right. And in general, the now digital only files have gotten too bulky. Okay, they're just full of documents, often at times somewhat unorganized. Okay, in general, I recommend for a comprehensive statement, 15 to 20 pages should get it done. Okay, all right, little less, little more. Just keep that in mind. Okay, because the comprehensive statement is where you tell your story, and then primarily the supporting documents would be part of the rest of the file. Okay, again, this is important too. Quantity is important, but quality, okay, I'm sorry, but quantity without an explanation of quality is less persuasive. Okay, all right. Try to avoid the laundry list. And if you do provide a laundry list, provide at least a brief discussion or description of why it has value. Okay, all right. This is especially true in terms of service. Okay, when you're noting your service. Okay, this is also true though of CSR as well. Okay, what is the qualitative value of that particular example or exemplar? Okay, all right. Generally speaking, 5 or 6 items properly explained in terms of their quality and value, okay, to various stakeholders is probably more effective than a list of 10 or 11 things that are not really adequately explained. Okay? Explain the value of what you have accomplished to your students, to your programs, to your field, to the university, to the community. Okay? Now, in other words, demonstrate your excellence and then in a reasonably coherent manner. Keep in mind the notion of what is excellence in CSR or service or extension or instruction. That's an inherently ambiguous phrase, okay, or word, okay, all right. And certainly part of excellence is quantity, okay? But another part of helping us on the committee see that you have reached excellence is to talk about the quality of your contribution, okay, the quality of your examples. Number 5, and a lot of these all go back to length of the file itself. Any claim you make, support with specific evidence or exemplars, okay, all right. However, do not support any claim that you have not made. Right? Sometimes we get evidence in the file and there's no claim. Okay, all right. Try to just match it up. But definitely, this is evidence-based arguments quintessential. Okay, all right. Yeah. And again, we'll discuss this more thoroughly in the Q&A. Do not double count. Okay. For example, if you are claiming assessment projects under instruction, which is where they would typically go, then do not put it in service. Okay, that's a double count. If you do, we will simply mentally remove it from service. Okay, all right, and only look at what should be in service. Vice versa, it's also true. Okay, all right. The excessive length of the comprehensive statements and files are in large part due to these redundancies. Okay, all right. However, and we'll get into this, in some cases, a single activity can be broken up into part service and part CSR. Okay, it can be done that way, right? But try to avoid the double counting. Okay. In general, if, for example, you are 60% instruction and you're not sure, does it go into service? Does it go into instruction? Put it into instruction. Okay, all right, because, and this would be true for 12-month faculty in terms of CSR. Okay, all right. Keep in mind, generally service is 15%. Okay, so if there's any doubt, you probably don't need to bulk up service. Put it where it's going to help you the most. If you do not, we will do it for you. Okay, and it will be noted in your chair's letter. Okay. Number 7. Always an item of interest. The P&T committee does not recognize internal university documents such as assessment reports as CSR. Okay, which doesn't mean the provost and president do not. I'm just saying the P&T committee do not, unless they are embedded in an article subsequently published in a peer-reviewed journal. Okay, all right, that you have to take the report itself and turn it then into an article. And there are numerous assessment-based journals out there, okay? All right. That is, however, an example of how you can split. You can call the assessment report itself instruction or service, and then if you do have it published or a letter of acceptance, you can claim it as CSR, okay? All right, but in general, all internal documents are considered service or instruction by the CSR, unless you can prove that people outside the university are quoting from them. Okay, we still work from a fairly traditional definition of scholarship, which is it must be something that other scholars in the field can quote from. Okay, and that is typically not true of an internal document. They are by definition. Okay. Keep in mind that serving, still in number 7, keep in mind that serving on or chairing graduate thesis committees is a very good thing, but it's service. It's not CSR. Okay, all right. It's what I use, and I got this from Dr. Vest. You can claim it as scholarly service, but that still fits into the overall service category. However, if you end up co-authoring with the student an article based on that thesis, then that can be applied to CSR. Okay, all right, see number 6 above. Okay. Number 8, and keep in mind, and this is maybe is going to come up in the discussion, it has changed over the last 2 or 3 years. I'll get to discipline specific, but still for the P&T committee, the gold star is still essentially peer reviewed. Okay. No matter what you're, the more peer-reviewed journal articles you can get, the better you're going to be. Okay, all right. Submitting any kind of application, say for tenure or as associate professor, that has no peer-reviewed journal articles, that's a bit of an issue. Okay, that doesn't mean it's a deal breaker, but that's going to be something we look at. Okay, all right, and then, and more, this has been percolating, more and more applicants are doing this. Give us the impact factor, the H index, whatever it's called. Look it up for your journals. I think more and more deans are now requiring this during the CEFAS interview. Okay, and they don't all have to be top shelf, as we say, but give us a general idea. Okay, all right, especially if it's a high number. All right, you can look it up. Also, some questions that help. Again, this goes back to the quality and value. Okay, all right. What is the rejection rate of proposals submitted to a particular conference that you presented at? Okay, do they accept everything? Okay, maybe don't say that, but yeah, okay. Or do they not? They only accept 20%. Who is the publisher of your book? Or is it self-published? Self-published books are okay, but they don't have the value that a book that you didn't publish on your own, or so-called vanity presses. Very important here, because I'm in English and still in the English department in literature, we tend to operate single author. all right? But we're very, the P&T committee has various we're very aware that a lot of disciplines, education, science, are more multi-author. Tell us, however, were you the primary writer? If so, definitely tell us. If not, that's okay. What percentage approximately did you contribute? Okay, all right. These are the things that help add value, add quality to what you're doing. Okay, all right. Keep in mind that the P&T committee is not an investigative committee. Okay, we are a review committee. Now, we will dig to a certain extent, and if necessary, I always, as chair, I will email you and ask me that, but it'll save us time if you put it in there. Okay, this is also true of grant proposals. Okay, all right, unless you are the primary investor. The co-investigator thing can be a little, or co-principal can be a little ambiguous. Let us know specifically how much you did. Okay, and there's no correct answer to that. All right. Remember that a grant that has been turned down does count, so include it. Okay, but obviously it's not going to count as much. Also, oh, I'll get to this maybe in number 9. Please remember that a dissertation per se at the end of number 8 does not count as CSR. There is no evaluation system in the world that I know of. It cannot count as scholarship. Okay, all right. What can count as scholarship, of course, are the articles or even a book you get from your dissertation. Okay. Keep in mind, if you're going up for promotion to professor and you're still relying primarily on your dissertation as your scholar, your origin of scholarship, that's not so good. We like to see what are commonly called a new data set. Okay, all right. So the point with a dissertation is that's how you get started. That's what can get you to tenure and associate professor. But generally, we're looking for full professors, something beyond just the original dissertation. Okay. Again, try to emphasize the quality value of your work and not just the sheer volume of it. Okay. Quantity is important, but so is quality. Okay. Now we do this without, yeah. Number 9, in terms of CSR, I would always foregone grants from whatever your field. Grants are good, okay, all right. Whatever the size, the price, or whatever money is involved, but explain them, see number 6 above, and also provide helpful data, acceptance, denial rates for that particular grant, a close approximation of how much time you have spent on the grant. What percentage of the grant did you personally take care of, etc. Keep in mind that cancer grant is like this monster grant, okay, all right? And the P&T committee is going to want to know, okay, what did you particularly do, okay, all right? Because it is possible to hide within that cancer grant and not really. We need to know. All right, it's not just saying I'm involved in the cancer grant. There are a lot of faculty members on campus who are involved. Okay, all right. Give us more data so we can effectively gauge your contribution. Okay. Keep in mind the difference between a competitive and a non-competitive grant. A non-competitive grant is one that you get as long as you fill out the form properly. These are valuable. But a competitive grant, which has a denial rate, people are not all getting it. Of course, that's a bit more persuasive. Okay, all right. Grants that then lead to peer-reviewed publications are very useful. Okay. Keep in mind, in English, we don't typically write grants. We might in women's studies or something like that. But we have a lot of people on the committee who are seen as, okay, they're 12-month faculty. Okay, all right. So they understand the business here. Okay, and your letter writer should probably be hitting this too. Okay. Now, number 10, in terms of CSR publications, excuse me, peer-reviewed journal articles, my bad, are probably the most valuable. Okay, but nothing wrong with a few book reviews either. Okay, all right. It's not just, all right. Now, keep in mind, letters to the editor and things like that are not typically counted as publication. That's more university service. Okay. Now, this is an ongoing, this is really beginning to emerge, and this is also related to the new CFAS document that I still think is under discussion. Publishing in UOG journal never hurts, and I have done that myself. A UOG journal is what we would call a regional journal, but a balance between regional and international publications is very desirable for the P&T committee. Okay, all right. If you're coming into, especially for promotion to professor, okay, all right. But even for associate or tenure, they usually go together. If you're relying just on the Micronesian educator, just on the Pacific Asia inquiry, you better have some other things like grants as well. The P&T committee still likes to see that you are part of a larger international audience in your field. Okay, just keep that in mind. This regional international is going to be, it's already on the front burner, and that kind of stuff affects us too. We prefer, we're looking for balance, especially for full professor. Okay, all right, but also for associate. Okay, now, number 11. In terms of CSR, the P&T committee encourages discipline-specific criteria. That's another buzzword that's been floating around more and more the last 2 or 3 years, and there are good reasons for it. Okay, all right. But you cannot just make them up, okay? All right? You can't just send me something from health science and say, here it is, okay, all right, or us, all right. Now here, I'm going to use our moderator, Dr. Yamashita, as confidences, because she did this very well, and lo and behold, she succeeded. She got the answer she wanted in both of those things. No accident. Okay. What she did is, what was the source, Velma? The art, what was the website?
College Art Association.
There you go, which is the #1 website in your field, art history, et cetera, et cetera. There's a big one for nursing too. Okay, all right. Keep in mind, fields like art and nursing have been shortchanged in their own mind over the years by the traditional P&T process, which doesn't really what these disciplines have responded to this, because in the past they have been denied promotion and tenure at a much higher rate. Velma, you know this, right? Anybody in nursing knows this. So the criteria are out there. Okay, all right. Find them. Okay, there was a Dr. Anderson, another colleague of mine. He does a lot of screenplay writing. Okay, all right. He had a very good description of discipline specific in his field. Okay, don't make us look for it. Okay, we might. All right. Also, don't rely on a letter writer to do it. You do it. Okay, that should basically be how you lead your section in your comp statement about CSR, which I believe is what you did. Okay, you led with that, okay, by and large. However, you got to do more than that. Ground them in an external source, such as the official website of your discipline. But remember too, that you still have to demonstrate that you have met those criteria, okay? It's not enough to say, here I am, here they are. You have to show it. And of course, Velma, and you did, okay, all right. And a lot of them are very good because they provide us what are called equivalencies. In that case, one curated art exhibit equals X amount of peer-reviewed journal articles. Okay, this is very helpful to the P&T, so we don't have to guess. Okay, is that 2 = 1? There it is. Okay, all right. Basically, you have 6 art exhibits. By the standards of your profession, you have 6 peer-reviewed journal articles. Okay, all right. However, I'll end with this here. In that case, there was still one of your mentors was urging you to get a peer-reviewed publication, Dr. Yamashita, and it was good advice. You fleshed it out a little bit. You can never go wrong with what, and I happen to be the editor of that journal. Okay, all right. You can never go wrong with the occasional peer-reviewed journal article, no matter what the discipline is. Okay, but it's a big one, and we're fine with it. But that's what you need to do. Okay, less investigating, the better. Number 12. In terms of instruction, try to what I call triangulate. Remember, student evaluations are still required. Okay, all right, that may be removed from the next contract, but it's still in there. Okay, all right, you must provide all of them, okay, for your period under review. Okay, keep in mind, and you can ask about this, if your instruction is 60, basically student evaluations, there is some built-in protection. They can only be counted as no more than 25% of your overall instruction grade. Okay, all right. So if your student evaluations sometimes dip or sometimes are a little low, explain it. But we cannot look just at student evaluations, nor can the administration. Okay, all right. When determining have you hit your 50 or your 60% or your 25%. Okay, all right, but they're still there. And also explain them. Okay, that's what faculty will do. 1 year you have a dip. Okay, explain it a little. Okay, they count some, but by the agreement, they can only count 25% of your total instruction score. Okay, always good to have an official teaching observation, especially if you're going up for tenure or associate. Get a senior faculty member in your field, okay, to just come in and watch you teach. Okay, maybe prepare a little observation. It's not required, very helpful. Another one, we'll get to it, number 15, a student letter or letters is always helpful as well. Okay, student letters are good, okay, because all 9-month faculty are going to have 50 or 60% instruction. And instruction also counts, though, for 12-month faculty. Okay, 12-month faculty often by contract, by their own job contract, do not teach a lot of students. That's okay. But in that case, show us some quality. Okay, show us some quality. Okay, all right. And provide numbers in terms of how many students per class, total per semester. Keep in mind, any kind of curricular development, this is another double counting problem. Curricular development in your own field is instruction, not service. Okay, now if you're working at a class curriculum committee or the UCRC, that's different. But if you created a new course for the biology department, that's what we call instruction. Okay, because that's department. Okay, 13. In terms of service, think vertical, not horizontal. Okay, all right. Some department service, and think about it, if you are coming in tenure, you know, as a tenure track, first year or two, you're definitely going to be doing some department or division service. By the second year, you probably want to be doing some college service. Third or fourth year, if at all possible, do some university service. Okay, all right. Get on a Senate review committee, get on the Senate, get on the election committee, start moving into that. Okay, you can be tenured or promote, or we would vote in favor at times we have without university service, but the first recommendation will be get some university service. Okay, all right. If you're going up for promotion to professor without any true university service, you're asking for some trouble. Okay, even though service is 15%. Okay, all right. It might not deny if you're 60% CSR. Okay, but you really ought to have some university service. Okay. Also think too, I left it out here increasingly, and I know for a fact that the provost likes community service. Okay, all right. It's really not a three-legged stool anymore. It's department, it's college, it's university, i.e. UCRC, and then it's community service. Okay, all right. I think I'll get that. Okay. Keep that in mind. Okay, all right. And if you're on a search committee, you want to be careful here because you could argue some of this service benefits the whole college, some of it benefits the university. But if you're on a search committee in your program, that is division service. Okay, all right. It's not seen as service if you're hiring. Okay, you got to keep most specific. Okay. Oh, number 14. In terms of service, keep in mind that increasingly community service is more and more valued as well. Okay. But related to your field or discipline is better than, say, coaching your child's soccer team. Okay. Now, I would put it on there, frankly. But yeah, okay, all right. I think we had an application last year from a I think he was marine lab or biology. He was doing a lot of marine scuba diving and biology as part of his field. He was also heavily involved in the local spearfishing club, the Island Spearfishing Club. He wrote the bylaws. That's good university service. That's a good example. Okay, we had somebody coming out of social work who also for the church or something was doing a lot of marriage counseling. That's good. That's better community service than coaching. Okay, all right. But put it on there. Number 15, and we'll get to this a little bit later if we have time. You'll notice that's a long one. Okay, this causes part of what I always do is, I try to minimize to a certain extent. I like communicating with faculty on this. It's part of my job. But keep this in mind. In terms of letters of recommendation, 5 are required. We cannot, and required by the agreement. We cannot move if you don't have 4. If you only have 4, okay. 1 should be from your discipline or your department or your division, or your immediate program, if applicable, and 1 is from the unit. It's a little confusing. The D, for example, my discipline or department is literature. My unit is deal. So I had to have 1 literature PhD at least, and then 1 other deal PhD. Okay. Some programs do not have that distinction. You're okay. Okay, all right. But get at least 1 or 2. You may not have a D and a U. Got to have those. Can't move forward, and mark them on your list of letter writers that you send to the P&T chair when you submit. Okay. 1 or 2 letters from a UOG faculty or administrator. And in that case, that cannot be your dean or current associate dean, are useful. Keep in mind, an associate dean, a vice provost, as long as you've done some work with them and they're not your associate dean, they can provide letters. Okay. Another dean from outside your college or school, all right, or marine lab or something can provide a letter. Okay. All right. These are useful outside the silo, basically. External letters, highly recommended, especially for CSR. It's a bit of a red flag if an application has no external letters, because typically that indicates CSR is light. Okay, all right, there is a correlation. And CSR here would also mean discipline specific. Okay? All right. They can also come from people who you've worked with. Student letters, highly recommended, as mentioned, both undergraduate and graduate, if you teach both. Okay, all right, and for both 9 and 12-month faculty. The only real rule is, and it's not a rule, it's ethic, you should not be asking them if they're currently enrolled in your class. If they're still getting a grade from you, okay, that semester. Okay. And remember, a student letter is very effective even if the student, or especially if they've already graduated. We get really nice letters. Now I'm in graduate school. We get good letters from MA students here who are now in PhD programs on the mainland. That's good stuff. Okay, all right, that's good stuff. All right, 50% instruction, and also again, the 12-month faculty have to deal with the lack of numbers thing. So the way you do that is show quality. Okay, all right, and we understand that your contract doesn't allow you to teach large numbers of students. Okay, but get on some thesis committees, serve on a few, chair them as appropriate. Okay, 9 letters are the maximum now. I don't really read anymore after 10, which is too many. 7 or 8 strategically chosen gets the job done. Plus, if you have 8, one person doesn't hand one in, you're still okay. Okay, P&T chair contacts your letter writers initially. You do not. Okay, and that is only done after the official announcement is posted. Okay, application number 4. Dr. Velma Yoshida is now in play. Okay, all right. That's when the P&T chair immediately contacts your letter writers. Okay, to officially tell them, send them in. Okay, after that is your responsibility for them to make the deadline, although I assist in that process. Remember, letters now only go to HRO, electronic only, not the P&T chair. So many of them still, but that's okay. I say P&T chair contacts your dean for his or her letter after your other writers 20 business days closes. Dean then gets 10 business days. However, sometimes the deans and directors will submit their letter with the other letters, that's fine. I'm not going to tell a dean, no, not yet. Okay, all right. But that's basically the P&T chair has all the responsibility for contacting them, telling them now it's time. Okay. 16, in terms of your application, do your due diligence when prepare it, follow the agreement, keep track of your letter writers, and remember that historically, 80–90% of P&T decisions are positive recommendations. Okay, all right. Any 100%. Okay. Also, please keep in mind, P&T does not approve. P&T recommends. Okay, administration and board decide. Okay, and we can discuss that process further if you wish. How long did I blather on there? Oh yeah. Yeah, we got time. Questions, comments, questions.
Hi, Doctor.
I see Kenneth. Yeah, get out. Belmo, Doctor, help me too. First name is fine, Kenneth, whatever works for you. Go ahead, Kenneth.
Okay, my name's Ken. So I do have a question. Thank you. That was incredibly helpful. I wrote all that down, so thank you. I do have a question for those of us who were hired ABD. And, you know, for those of us who were hired with ABD and we required under CSR to, part of our CSR was to finish the dissertation, where does that get taken into account? It doesn't, or just wondering.
Were you hired tenure track ABD?
I think 1 year NTT and then instructor TT was the start. So I had the half a year until I transitioned, and part of the CSR was this.
Yeah, now this is, I'll try to be as quickly as possible here because it does depend. Some people are hired ABD tenure track right away. Okay, all right. What happens though then is your clock is going, your tenure clock starts as soon as you accept a tenure track position. Okay.
Right.
Makes sense. But I don't think your promotion clock starts until you have, I'd have to look into that. Yeah, I don't want to say anything here. This brings up a larger point. Questions like that, contact P&T chair, but also that's a union president issue as well.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Because it could be that your promotion to, I don't know if your promotion to associate professor clock can start until you're actually an assistant professor.
Right.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Absolutely.
This is a good question, and it raises the point that I just made. Get that clarified, okay, all right, as you begin the process, okay, because that kind of stuff will confuse the P&T committee as well. Now, in that case, I would contact the president, what's going on here, okay, all right, because that's different than coming in with a PhD, tenure track assistant professor. Then it's easy. 4 years to associate, 5 or 6 years, and you apply for tenure. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, those are that's the other thing. It's a good point, Kenneth. Not all of you, sometimes our system is one size fits all. We're not on the same contracts. There's 100 of you out there, okay? All right, if you have a contract like that, which is a little outside the norm, and there has been a lot of that in the past, get it clarified, union president.
Will do. Thank you so much.
And that's his job. He or she will work with you and keep the P&T chair in the loop, whoever he or she is. Thank you. Good question. Harry, I see a hand up. Yeah, if you want to throw the, oh, this reminds me of the last year and a half. Go ahead.
So I have a quick question. So I did research there was an institutional call for student success. And I did this report, and I was encouraged to publish this report in both Micronesian Educator and Pacific Asia Inquiry. So how would P&T look at that?
Well, that's weird. You published in both journals?
Yeah, and of course with permission.
Okay, because they must have waived their normal rules. Is that what you're saying?
Probably.
Yeah. We'll just say that. Okay, all right. Now, in that case, you could only claim it once.
Okay.
Okay, all right. You can only claim it once. You should what I would do, but that's kind of cool that they said do it that way. List it twice, same thing, but
Right.
then provide an explanation, because the normal trend in journals, if it's accepted in one, you don't submit it to another. Okay, but clearly they liked your work. Somebody was like, boom, 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 and then it was approved. So it counts once, but the fact that they wanted you to put it in two, that helps. Okay, all right, but they would not count that as two separate publications.
Okay.
Good. It's never, I've never heard of that. That's cool. Right.
Okay. Thanks, Doc.
Dave, is there any way to get a digital copy of what you presented?
Good, yes. Yeah, I'm going to leave that with Dr. Yamashita. Okay, I will also send it, I will distribute it to my committee members, and they will have access to it too, to deal with their particular stakeholders.
Great, thanks.
Okay, all right. I just saw some chat. Where did he go? Is Hunter here? Or did we lose Hunter?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Let me back. Were you about the letter writing process?
Yes, that's my question.
Okay. Yeah, and let's go. And we've got a few minutes. And this, if you're going up now, you're all going up digitally. All right. Let me give you and I'll slow it down, and this will all be on the handout. Okay. Your job is to put together your list of writers, get their approval, etc. Okay. All right. And then once you submit your file, if it's submitted in December, in the next spring, I will send out, okay, P&T announcement 4, Dr. Hunter Fine is going up for, say, tenure and associate. Okay, all right. When you submit your file to HRO, then you are obligated to send me a list of your letter writers. Okay, all right. Once Hunter, that announcement goes out. So far, there's been all 5 this semester. There's only 5. Okay, Shelton has gone out, Austin, Dr. Patil, Dr. Cabrera. Okay. As soon as that goes out, Hunter, I, and only I, as P&T chair, immediately I send out a group email to your list of letter writers saying, now your clock has started. And then I give them the specific business, the specific deadline date. Okay, that's how that works.
Okay, yeah,
makes
sounds
sense.
good. Is that, and that is true for all of the letters, every single letter?
Yes, yes. Okay, and I send out a group letter and I attach the announcement, and then I say blah, blah, blah. Now, then it's up to you to nudge them along occasionally as we approach the deadline. Okay?
Yes.
Right. And then usually I'll extend it for at least a day or 2. So we get them all in. Okay, all right. Then that's the 20-day clock. Then I send an official letter to your dean, in this case, Dr. Selman, saying, Dr. Selman, this is the request, the call for your letter. And then I give him, politely, of course, a 10 business day deadline. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
So basically, it's under the current agreement, it's all handled by the chair. Okay, all right. And then if the dean hasn't got it in, he's good at it. I'll send him. You don't have to remind him. That's a little awkward. I'll remind him. But okay. Now I did want to explain that. Okay. Yes, Martha, we are doing that. That will. What I'm doing now as P&T chair, and this comes up, I monitor it because under the old system, it's still under the contract. Remember, as an applicant, you have the right to review every single letter that goes into your file. And sometimes I'll tell letter writers, we don't have a confidentiality thing because they'll say, I want it confidential. That doesn't exist under our current agreement. Okay, all right. In the old days, anybody could just walk, you would just walk down there and check your letters. Okay, all right, has so-and-so submitted, and HRO is very accommodating. Okay, all right. You can do that now. But what I keep an eye out, but it's a little slower sometimes. I keep an eye out, but I always read any non-required letter that comes in. Okay, but the non-required letters are sometimes very positive. That's also sometimes where you'll get a negative, usually a collegiality issue. Okay, all right. So I read those and I immediately then have that letter sent to the applicant to make sure you do have your right of response. Okay. Same thing with the dean's letter. Some deans will, and it's their right, they will simply recommend against tenure. Okay, all right, or associate professor. Okay, as long as they're doing specifics, that's fine. But again, I read those, I scan them, and I give you. Okay, all right, I try to do that. Okay? Because letters are, yeah, but the letter process is fine. Just remember that it is, you do have the right to see all of yours. Okay, all right, and we're still maintaining that right, even in the digital system. Okay. Deborah?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah,
Thank
go
you.
ahead. Go ahead.
You know, I'm not too sure if I heard correctly regarding serving on graduate thesis committees, that generally they'll be considered service.
No, they will not be considered CSR.
Okay.
You can do it either way, but this is a good question. You
Yes.
could also work that into instruction.
Okay. All right. That's okay. That's good to know. I mean,
Yeah.
I submitted just for, you know, for openness.
Right.
I did submit my application and I put my service in various thesis committees under instruction, because there was a lot of instruction there. There was a lot of hands-on direct work.
Well, this is what I encourage. Now, in that case too, if you put it into service, at least as I've chaired, and P&T committees are actually, we're not trying to deny, we will recommend against if necessary. Okay, all right, if that's what the file speaks to. But as chair, and I think all chairs are like this, I'm really trying to make it easier for you to get a positive recommendation as long as your file is there. Okay, all right. And sometimes what we'll do there, Deborah, if you left it in service and you're 60% instruction and you've got other service, we'll just move it over to instruction for you. Okay, all right. And then mention that in the chair's letter. Okay, but generally speaking, I'm assuming, Deborah, you're 60% instruction?
60% instruction. I did put it in instruction.
Yeah, because that's 60% is more than 15%, right?
Yes.
Obviously, and I believe you're chairing the Class CC, right?
Yes.
You're almost to 15.
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't need to put anything else there really.
No, it's a very good question. And ultimately, this is up to you. You're looking at your percentages, and if you have to decide where does it go, you go to the weak spot. Okay, and if it's 60% instruction, you always want to bump that up. Okay, all right. Especially for tenure, we look at all three, but we're really looking at that primary field. Okay, all right. Now, let me close with one thing that can be a bugaboo. I'm glad I remembered it. It does happen now and then, which is the dreaded collegiality issue. Okay, all right. And remember, collegiality is not part of your three areas. Okay, all right. Instruction, service, CSR, extension, library. We cover library. But it does matter, and it is in some of the policy things. Okay, and this is where I look for the. Usually that'll show up in a non-required letter. Okay. However, we are not, as I said, an investigative committee, and if it comes down to he said versus he said, she said, he said, we don't really investigate. Okay, all right, but we do like to hear your side of the story, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, all right. So if that happens, okay, all right. I'll put an explanation. Remember too, some faculty will panic. We had a faculty out, this is true 3 or 4 years ago. I think she had been in a hurry and she inadvertently took the parking space of like a high-ranking faculty member or somebody from outside the college, and it escalated. You know how parking clashes, okay? And eventually, though, she wrote an apology, and it was all. That's what I call a one-off collegiality, that kind of thing. You know, all right. But if there is systematic problem with people in your division, that could be an issue. Okay, all right. Generally, we'll note it and then let the administration decide. Okay, all right. But basically, much coffee, that's okay. But you know, obviously, collegiality is important. Okay? The problem is it's not. It can be hard to quantify. Okay, all right. So if that is part of your file, don't panic. Okay, all right. But make sure you have a plausible, rational explanation, and always try to make amends before it gets worse. Okay. Also, one more thing: there are people going up for full professor. That is probably the highest one to get. Okay, all right. Especially in terms of CSR, as it should be. Okay, all right. So you really want to have all your ducks in a row. Okay. Going up for that one, but I think we've had several this year already approved. Okay. Uh, Anything? Anything else? Dr. Yamashita?
No, very informative presentation. Oh,
Let me leave it
somebody-
at this too. I'm chair at least for the rest of this semester. I don't know will be, but if you have a question, if you want to be reviewed in the fall, you need to hit that deadline that goes out in the general fall. Get your file into HRO by the end of the spring semester. Okay. If you are putting together a file this semester for sure, feel free to contact me anytime at my Triton email. Okay. Make sense? All right. And we will get the handout floating around there, and it's not confidential. Keep in mind, I remind the committee at every meeting, but it's even more, it's always important with it. Your stuff is confidential. Okay. All right. Once we're done with a file, we wipe it. Emails are wiped. Okay. So all of that stuff is following the rightful confidentiality. Okay. And we'll get the handout out. That's not confidential. Feel free to distribute.
Great.
That being said,
Thank you very much, Dr. Guggen.
let's wish
Thank you.
Deborah, Dr. Cabrera.
Thank you.
She's going up for promotion to chair. Give her a thumbs up. I haven't looked at her file yet. Anybody else?
Viva, viva.
Yeah. We're
Good
all
luck,
with
good
you,
luck.
Deborah.
And follow up with your letter writers. That's one good piece of advice. Sometimes it goes into the junk mail, you know. The
Yeah.
first
Oh, that's good
initial-
too. Yeah, check that. We'll dig it out. And oh, if we got a minute. In the new system, it gets to HRO. They don't update necessarily right away. They're not going to upload immediately. I understand there's some lag time. Generally speaking, they'll get all worked out. Okay. Unless somebody just chooses not to write a letter. But no. Okay. And remember, P&T committee members cannot write letters for you. Okay. That's all I got. Have a great day. Have a great semester.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you.
Should we hang for a minute, or how's this work now?
Thank you.
We're all done. We're all done. Yeah, if you could just send me the flyer, I'll distribute it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much, Dr. Guggen.
So I'm leaving room. What are we all leaving room? Is that what we're doing?
Yes,
Going back to main set. Okay.
yes.
Leave. No, I'm not leaving the meeting. I'm leaving the breakout room.
Correct, just the room.
Welcome back again, Dr. Bridgen. And we'll see how many people were at the first talk. We'll give you a more abbreviated introduction so you have more time to talk about your presentation.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. I shared the screen now, so I don't have to fumble with it later. Sorry
I'm
about that
just gonna
earlier.
make sure that people have had a chance to join. Give them another minute or two, and then we will have a brief introduction and turn it over to you.
Thank you. Do you think I should play the land acknowledgement video again? Or do you think once? I just don't want people to have to see the same thing twice, you know?
Well, it's interesting to hear your situation there because it's slightly different here.
Yeah.
Okay,
cool.
This was a military territory run by the military for a long time. And it wasn't as though the land was quite taken away, but some of it had been taken during Spanish Crown territory time. It's a little different. I think it's worth seeing how you're dealing with it.
Okay, great.
Because
Yeah. I'd be
not
happy
every
to show you.
university is dealing with it that directly back in the States, as you know.
Yes.
So why don't we take it just a second to briefly introduce Dr. Sean Bridges for those of you who weren't able to hear his first presentation. He's Associate Director for External and Institutional Partnerships at NACADA, the Global Community for Academic Advising, and he's a faculty member in the Department of Special Education, Counseling, and Student Affairs at Kansas State University. He has over 20 years experience advising. He's a member of the NSF Includes, I believe, funded Aspire Alliance National Change Team to have more acceptance, more success, more representation of underrepresented groups in particularly STEM fields. Is that fair?
Yes.
And his research interests are in studying higher education as a complex social system, the graduate curriculum of academic advising, and social justice in higher education. He has a bachelor's in philosophy at the University of Pittsburgh, Master of Arts and a Doctor of Education from the Indiana University of Pennsylvania, and the doctorate being in administration and leadership studies. And he's going to talk to us about his work with the NSF Aspire Alliance. And one of the components of their work is developing the inclusive professional framework for faculty. And he'll talk to you about that today.
Thank you so much for that nice introduction. And it's nice to see some of you back. And I think there are some new faces here as well. I'm really excited to have this conversation with you. And before I start, I would like to show the Kansas State University land acknowledgement. The CADA, the Global Community for Academic Advising, is housed at Kansas State University. That's where I work. And I'm new to Kansas. Did you have something, Catherine?
No.
I'm sorry.
One student would like to see the closed captioning turned on. So I'm just going to turn myself off and see if that can be dealt with.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. So, and being at Kansas State University, I wanted to quickly show our land acknowledgement that has been created.
As the first land-grant institution established under the 1862 Morrill Act, we acknowledge that the state of Kansas is, historically, home to many native nations, including the Kaw, Osage, and Pawnee, among others. Furthermore, Kansas is the current home to 4 federally recognized native nations: the Prairie Band Potawatomi, the Kickapoo Tribe of Kansas, the Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, and the Sac and Fox Nation Missouri in Kansas and Nebraska.
Many native nations utilize the western plains of Kansas as their hunting grounds, and others, such as the Delaware, were moved through this region during Indian removal efforts to make way for white settlers. It's important to acknowledge this, since the land that serves as the foundation of this institution was, and still is, stolen land.
We remember these truths because K-State's status as a land-grant institution is a story that exists within ongoing settler colonialism and rests on the dispossession of indigenous peoples and nations from their lands. These truths are often invisible to many. The recognition that K-State's history begins and continues through indigenous contexts is essential.
Please remember
these truths
because we still remember.
Thank you.
Thank you all once again for inviting me into your community. I'm really excited to talk about the Inclusive Professional Framework and the Aspire Alliance, the work we've been doing together. Just a quick history of this. This began as a CERTL. It began something called CERTL Includes. It was out of the University of Wisconsin-Madison. And after that first grant, it concluded, with it, one of the findings was that there are a lot of faculty and future faculty who want professional development in teaching and advising. And most of the, sorry, you can probably hear me better now. Most of what they had, most of what the faculty had been getting in graduate school, which is no surprise to any of us who've gone through doctoral programs, is how to do a research, right? You're there to learn how to be a researcher. Yet, the students, the future faculties, we call them, so basically graduate students, postdocs, and also early career faculty, were saying, like, what would be really helpful to have some more training on teaching and advising. And so as a result, the CERTL folks, Center for Integration of Research, Teaching and Learning out of Wisconsin-Madison, and also APLU, American Public Land Grant Universities, wrote a grant to the NSF and were awarded and founded something called the Aspire Alliance. The Aspire Alliance is there's basically 3 teams, and I've been serving on what's called the National Change Team, and our mission is to change the national conversation about academic advising, inclusive teaching, and research mentoring across the country. And as part of that work, what happened is there was derived something called the Inclusive Professional Framework, which it's all been derived from the literature. And for the last 3 years, well, this will be the 3rd year this summer, we're giving a 1-week intensive seminar on the Inclusive Professional Framework for faculty. And the people who attend are mainly STEM faculty and faculty developers and people who work in STEM education centers across across the country. Since this is funded by the NSF, this stuff's all public, it's all paid for, it's all available. You can just Google NSF Aspire Alliance, and I'll give you a link here later in the presentation where you can get some free resources. And our work is ongoing. The grant has about 2 more years left, and so we're really excited to see what comes of this work later. But I can tell you that it's already making an impact. It's very, very exciting to be part of this. And I want to thank you once again for inviting me into your community today. That keynote really was moving to me. I started even to get a little bit choked up as I heard some of the stories, and Guam is honestly not a place I have thought about a lot in my life. The only reason I've ever even thought about it is because my dad was in the military and he was in Guam, and I've been trying to learn about Guam and preparing for this, but nothing I could have read could have ever helped me understand what that keynote did. So thank you so much for inviting me here. I feel honored to be part of this community in this time. I'm hoping that we can have a little bit of conversation during this. I don't want it to be so talky because this is a small enough group where I think we can have some interaction. But I'm going to begin this by just a quick overview. And first, we're going to talk about a case study student named Fatima. I'm going to tell you her story. Then we'll talk about the inclusive professional framework for faculty and exploring some of the skills and domains, and how you can incorporate the inclusive faculty framework into your professional development plans as faculty. Hi, my name is Fatima. I'm a first-generation student currently starting my sophomore year. After I graduate, I thought I wanted to go to medical school, but right now I'm not sure if I'll be able to graduate. My mom died over 10 years ago. I've taken on a mothering role for my younger sister and brother, and so I live at home, more than 30 miles from campus. Finding classes that allow me to take my younger siblings to and from their school and meet my degree requirements is really challenging. I'm not sure I even fit in here at this university. I find that the commute to campus and taking care of my family doesn't leave a lot of time for homework and studying. When I'm on campus, I often hear people say disrespectful things about my faith, sometimes even from professors. I tried to fit in. I even started a group where people of all faiths could share their religious beliefs, but only a few people are interested. And those few just stopped coming to meetings. I'm passing my classes, but I'm not sure if my 3.0 grade point average will be good enough to get me into medical school. I'm not sure what would be more embarrassing, getting a different degree that would not help me find a job that I want, or just quitting and saving myself the time, money, and trouble. What can I do?
Aaron, it should be good. Okay. They send a letter, say, send a review, but I looked over the file. It's got questionnaires. I can do questionnaires and send them. Okay, cool, thank you.
So we wanted to share that story to have you answer the question for yourself. Could you help Fatima right now? Stories like these are why we developed the Inclusive Professional Framework for Faculty. The Inclusive Professional Framework takes into account the multiple roles that faculty have, such as being a teacher, being a colleague, helping mentor people in the research space, academic advising, and being a leader. So the National Change Team from the Aspire Alliance, as I explained earlier, we identified 3 core domains from the literature in teaching, pedagogy, andragogy, academic advising, leadership, colleagueship, all these different fields. And we derived from that literature 3 core domains: identity, intercultural, and relational. And these all underlie inclusive practices in higher education. And so the intent of this inclusive framework is to promote student success by providing a set of skills in those 3 domain areas that can be applied in all the roles of faculty. And so rather than thinking like, oh, I have to go learn this to learn how to be a teacher, and this to learn how to be an advisor, and this to learn being more inclusive in leadership, it's really these domains. If faculty are able to master and improve in all these domain areas, it will help them in all of their roles. So it's kind of a way of a different frame of that.
Dr. Bridgen, could you possibly enable closed captioning? I guess you need to do it on your presentation. We can't do it.
Oh,
from here.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me see if I have the ability to do that. It doesn't look like I have the ability to do that. I'm not seeing an option. Oh, subtitle settings, I see. Yeah, I don't have that closed caption button that I usually have. I might not have permission to do that. What's this? Do you see it now? They changed it. It's called show captioning. It's called show subtitle. Do you see it now? Not sure if it's appearing.
Please continue. Our technical assistant from Glee is coming over to help.
Oh, great. I don't know if you can see it yet or not. I think I found the setting. So what I'd like to do is go through the different.
Hi, Dr. Bridgen.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, sir. Are you able to enable the closed captioning on your PowerPoint?
I only saw something that said show subtitle, and I just like clicked on it, and now all I see is it says hide subtitle. I don't see a actual closed captioning button like I've seen before. I don't know if something has changed in Zoom.
Okay.
Do you not see the subtitles?
Okay, now, so on live transcript, we have, so all the users need to click on the live transcript, and then it'll say show subtitles.
Oh,
so
cool.
this is for the users.
Cool.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm sorry that was not enabled earlier. I apologize. Okay. So the 3 domains that we've identified again are identity, relational and communication, and interculturalism. So identity is really focused on reflection on social identities of self and others, and it builds awareness of one's own perspective, biases, and privileges, helps to then understand others' backgrounds and experiences, and a recognition of the impact that identity has on professional successes, and supports more inclusivity for students and colleagues in classrooms and other settings. So how does that show up? It might show up in the way one introduces oneself in a classroom, for example. I often will introduce myself with to tell them I use he, him pronouns, and that I identify as I'm a first generation college graduate. And sometimes I'll even reveal that I have invisible disability. So students can see some of the humanity that I bring, and that, if there's other students in the class or in my group who are dealing with those identities themselves, they might say, hey, maybe this person will understand, maybe this person will be able to help. And I will often even say I'm acknowledging that I'm a white person and I'm a white man who experiences the world in that way, because I want students to understand that I recognize the fact that being white and being a man affords me certain privileges in society, and that maybe I don't understand the lived experiences of people who have minoritized identities racially and gender and gender. I've found that basically acknowledging that I know that that's a thing, it can sometimes just help break the ice with students, and they'll say, oh, maybe this is a person I can trust. Maybe this person I can sit down and talk to. I've on one-on-one advising sessions, I've even said things to students like, look, I know that you're for example, one of my students, I won't tell you his name, but I said, I know that you're one of maybe 20 Black students at this campus that is 98% white. Are you feeling comfortable here? And his face just like change. And he's like, he couldn't believe I asked him that. And he was like, I'm so glad that you asked me that. And he really opened up to me about some of the struggles he had. And that right there just kind of set our relationship in a whole new, way. He started to open up to me more, talk to me more, really reveal some things that were going on. So I could really help him to get the resources he needed, because he knew I wasn't going to judge him. And I think that's over the years that I found, like, revealing and introducing myself in certain ways at certain times can really help to acknowledge that I recognize that we all have different identities, and they all show up in certain ways in certain spaces. The relational and communication piece is really about engaging and communicating more effectively with students and colleagues. And so it helps us understand and work with multiple perspectives and experiences and have really authentic interactions. So I like to be open and honest with folks. And and as an advisor, it's really important that students are open and honest with me, like I said earlier, so I can really help them. So if I can be, sometimes they say, you can lead with vulnerability. So if I put myself out there a little bit, maybe they may feel more comfortable in showing me their humanity as well. Interculturalism is the third domain, and it's really moving beyond passive acceptance of different cultures and cultural identities. And so we can really address issues of equity by recognizing and respecting cultural differences and promoting productive dialogue and interaction between cultures. So so developing these intercultural skills can really help to achieve those goals. So we actually have identified some rubrics we can use to help faculty think about how they are doing in these domains. So we have broken into attitudes, knowledge, and skills. So under the identity rubric with attitudes, it's, one actively commits oneself to the process of self-actualization and recognizes that DEI work, including reflection, is hard work and requires attention to mental health and well-being. So the knowledge piece of the identity rubric, as you can see, is an increased personal awareness of one's worldview, power, privilege, and personality. And positionality. Developing an awareness of one's beliefs, biases, and cultures and privileges influence curriculum and pedagogies and interaction with others. And also understanding to see the range of identities and how identity impacts the experiences of self and others. Understanding that populations of individuals some populations carry heavier and invisible burden due to systemic oppression and inequity, which results in greater impact on mental health and well-being, and developing an understanding of intersectionality and its implications. And the skills are to really practice that self-reflection and exhibit the self-awareness, to recognize conscious and unconscious bias and use strategies to mitigate these things, and to explore the resources that support mental health and well-being. These might be campus-based, community-based, articles, discussion groups, all sorts of ways that one can go about this. So that's the identity rubric that we use. The relational rubric is, we look at in the attitudes, is to value communication that engages multiple perspectives, recognizes the value of relationships, develop the knowledge piece of this rubric domain is to develop effective communication skills and understand the complexity of relationships as they're tied to identities and the need to build trust with students and colleagues. And the example I gave earlier was a way I was able to do that with one student. One thing I mentioned earlier is advising is inductive. It's one student at a time, and it really does take time to do this kind of work. And those are some of this, when people say what are best practices for advising, it's hard to say what's really good, what's good at my campus might work at your campus. But what I can say is, if building the structures for advising so advisors have the time to work with students is a really crucial piece. And I might call that a best practice or a promising practice. So what skills happen in the relationship? In the relational rubric. So listening actively, validating experiences, and engaging in empathetic listening. Asking open-ended questions. We have a kind of a little exercise we use, and we've done, again, we do this as a week-long workshop, and we've done this in 3-hour workshops and other things. We practice something called OATS. It means open, ask, task, and summarize. And so it gives people a chance to actually practice using this reflective listening. Creating opportunities for interpersonal dialogue where multiple perspectives are honored. So again, this non-judgmental space is very important. Effective written and email communication skills are very important, and so is developing and practicing conflict resolution skills. Employing techniques and strategies that help strengthen and build honest relationships and collaborating effectively with colleagues. These are some of the skills that can help in the relational side. And so you can see, what I'd like you to imagine is how these things might play out in your different roles as a faculty member. The intercultural rubric is the third domain. And the attitudes that we look for there are valuing unique characteristics of individuals, such as being a first-generation student, a minority, racial minority, a gender minority, international student, a returning adult, a transfer, gender, non-conforming, two-spirit, and believing that diverse and inclusive environment is important and active and takes work. That's the thing that people don't want to. I think the biggest piece is that this is an active thing. This isn't something that just you do it once and you're done. This is something that's ongoing and takes a lot of hard work. Understanding demographic characteristics of students is an important knowledge piece of this domain. Generational cultural identities and their impact on engaging higher education. Understanding how stereotypes impact others. About 10 years ago, I got really interested in reading the literature on stereotype threat, and man, that really threw me for a loop. The more I got into that, and that pressure and that heavy burden that folks can carry into the classroom and into their educational spaces. Understanding how equitable and inclusive environments are created and maintained. And the skills are building opportunities for interactions among students, exhibiting the relational skills that we talked about earlier, and these different roles that we have as faculty, employing strategies to mitigate stereotypes. So thinking of ways you can do that, and committing oneself to allyship and addressing inequitable burden placed on underrepresented groups and colleagues in DEI work. Some feedback that we got was that this really sounds like this is a domain for white people, because it's like, oh, well, you're talking about being an ally. Well, and my understanding of this is that, yes, white people do have a role to play in allyship, but I would also argue that if we look at all of our identities, many people have some identities that are privileged and some that are not. So, for example, if one is dealing with a mental health problem, that might be an invisible, minoritized identity, where someone might be a gender minority or might be a racialized minority, and may not have a mental health issue or may not come from a low socioeconomic status, for example. So it's really understanding all of the identities that people bring to the table and how each of those has power and privilege associated with them. So that's like I said, it's one of the kind of the feedback we got. This sounds like it's really created for majority population. That was my way of understanding, is that, again, like there are many aspects of identity, and all those aspects, some of them carry privilege, and it's possible to carry privilege in some and not others. Employ strategies for recognizing and addressing issues of equity and inclusion. It's another important skill. So why is this important? What's in it for me as a faculty member? Well, we believe that improving these domains will help you in all of your roles as faculty. And specific with advising, and like I talked about in my earlier talk, is advising is very similar to teaching. You can start to think about what you want students to know, do, and value of your do and value as a result of your advising relationship, and how do you bring these skills, these things we just talked about, into your advising role. And excellent advising is important because it can improve relationships with students in and out of the classroom. So many of the faculty also have those students in the classroom, and so that can really help them, help the students to see you as a person and you to see them as a person, and really help to foster the kinds of relationships where they can trust you, and you'll be able to help Fatima, which is, again, the case study. And also better advising leads to better student engagement often too. We have a free resource, and you can see the link down there, aspirealliance.org. If you just go there, you can, there's all sorts of resources, and there's a really great website that explains everything I just said. I'm happy to send you this PowerPoint, but I think the website is actually even better. You can download for free this guide to advising for STEM faculty. Now, this was written specifically for STEM faculty because it is funded by the NSF. Anyone who reads this will see this applies to any faculty member. This doesn't have to be just for STEM. We are just, like I said, we're funded by STEM. We're really concerned about, diversifying the faculty and the students, student success of people who are from minoritized groups in STEM fields. That's what money is for. But if you see this thing, you'll say, wow, this works. And this will work for English majors too, philosophy majors too. And that's the end of my slideshow. And I was hoping that we could spend the rest of this time just talking and, what are things you found valuable? What are things you think could be improved? This is ongoing work. And I would love to hear your feedback, things you think, what resonated with you, what are some things you think you would like to take from this, what things you think we can do to improve. Check the chat here and see if there's any questions. Oh, thank you very much, Sultan, for that very thoughtful comment. I'm sorry that the closed captioning was not turned on. I did not know that. I really apologize. Oh, thank you, Katrina, for putting the link in the chat. It's awesome. So were there areas of this that kind of resonated with any of you or stood out? You think, wow, I could really use this?
I had one question for you.
Yes.
I really noticed a difference in interacting with students during the time when we had to be 100% online. I find that they tend to take less advantage of things like summer internships. They're not aware. It's hard to advise them about what to do professionally because it's such a barrier. And people students are very reluctant, to send me an email about really serious things in their family that affect their learning. And yet you could help them much more if they could talk more informally, and it wouldn't be such a big issue and they wouldn't feel that they were imposing on you with their problems. For example, I had one student who emailed me. He said that he hoped I wouldn't think poorly of him academically because both his parents lost his job. It's just terrible.
Yeah. Certainly has been a lot of pain with this. And I just read it.
It's so much harder to help them because you don't really know how you can help them, because whereas informally you could do much more. I think if they could come actually and talk to you, you could take them, show them, talk to people, things like that.
Yeah, I agree. Did you find that you felt more comfortable interacting with them in person and they felt more comfortable with you than on Zoom? Because Zoom's it creates like this weird barrier, right? And
it is.
It's like a weird barrier. And I understand. And if they're away from campus, they can't access the resources, right?
No, they can't. You can't even explain their situation to other faculty, whereas you could kind of, informally say, well, this person is having trouble.
Yep. Well, it's interesting. Back in the prior presentation I gave, one of the questions that my boss likes to pose to campuses is, who's it working, who's it not working for? And she talks about how the technology may have created access for some, but boy, it also revealed a whole heck of a lot of inequities too. And it actually I just read an article too that kind of speaks to this, just generally in society, that people who have money, they're doing just fine. COVID, they've adapted, everything's good. But people who are still struggling economically, it's the K-shaped recovery, as they call it, and it's actually made things a lot worse for folks who did not have a lot of resources to begin with, and that is absolutely affecting our students, absolutely. And I really commend you for kind of pointing that out. And I really wish I had an answer for how do we fix that with technology. It's because, I mean, for some people it is just like, I remember being I was a first generation college student from a family that didn't have a lot of money, and campus was my refuge. Getting away, I love my family and everything, but I could never study in my house. It was too noisy. You know, it's just, there's too much going on. There's no privacy. It just wasn't a place where I could study, right? But being away at campus, I had a library, I had professors, I had friends, I had other people who understood what college meant. And maybe my family didn't really understand what it meant to go to college and what it really takes to invest in that. So when I was home, it was ridiculous. I couldn't get any work done. So I was always happy to go back to campus. And now, of course, that was, going on 30 years ago. So things are a lot different now. And the technology that is required now is so expensive.
They just bring their technology. But if they're on campus, the parents understand they can't be bush cutting the lawn, that
exactly.
And that they do take advantage of that. And one or two small study rooms is not the same.
Exactly. And if you're a science student who's in labs, what do you do?
Yeah.
How do you do a chemistry lab at home? that's the thing. I didn't
even come
understand.
just to study and to be able to say honestly to their family, I need to be here. I'm studying with this, and that's like being in class to the family. So it's acceptable. Whereas at home, they'd be looking after the siblings or who knows what, and they know that.
Go pick up, Sean, can you pick up your grandma? No, I'm studying. But then you feel guilty, right? It's like, I get it. I totally get it. Especially in cultures where family is really important. Like my family came from Southern Italy, and there's such a tight family connection there. And I understand that there are many, many cultures where that's the case, especially Latinx cultures. The family is very, very important, and there's a set of responsibilities that are just different than I married into a family that wasn't Italian, and it's different. It's just a different way of understanding family, and it's and again, Italians, that's one subgroup, but there's any culture where the family becomes the important and the hierarchy in the family and the grandparents, like that's just, it's just a very different way of existing. And I'd really love to hear more about the cultures on Guam, on your island, and what are there cultural things that your students are experiencing? Are there maybe cultural conflicts between students who may be, I don't know, I have no idea, like people who are children of the military and working with students who are indigenous to Guam, are there cultural things that happen that the faculty deal with?
Students are really good. One of my colleagues who's been here many years, the rule was cooperate to graduate.
Oh, I love that.
And so they don't see themselves as competitive. They all study for their chemistry, and it's not going to hurt any of them. And they kind of see themselves just as students. And we had one guy who was a Army major, an engineer. He was coming back taking my genetics class, and they didn't catch on that he was anything yet except a slightly older student. He wanted to go to medical school, and so cool. he was just in their group.
That's awesome. Oh, so you teach genetics?
Yeah.
So just so you know that Don Gilly and Daniel Robin Greenler, they are also biologists. So two of the people on the national change team are biologists. One's a neuroscientist. I'm the only one with an education background. So mostly biologists and neuroscientists.
No, definitely be looking up those resources. Does anyone else have questions? Or I'm an outsider, so I see the culture slightly differently. But you're right, it's very family oriented. But another thing that strikes me, I think I was mentioning a little bit to you earlier, is because of the poverty and particularly the COVID effects of the economy. For the economic survival of the family, the parents work and the college student stays home with grandma. You know, that is less important than just getting by.
Yeah.
And
And it's
others may
it's
see
hard to
that very
explain.
differently. Yeah. Well, it's just a reality.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's as a student, the pressure a student must feel. Like, how do you explain to your family, like, look, you're making me choose? How does a 19-year-old say you're making me choose between helping grandma and passing my class?
Yep.
That must be such a hard pressure. And how can we as faculty and advisors help students to navigate those experiences? I really do think that, you know, sometimes just listening and validating can be a huge help. Like to say, you know what, that is really hard. There's a man named Kevin Binning who's done some exceptional research out of the University of Pittsburgh on closing equity gaps in STEM classes. And one of his findings, he's a social psychologist, one of his findings was that if you help people understand that the struggles they're experiencing are temporary and universal, it's not because like there's something wrong with you. It's like, no, this is hard and it's a rough situation. And just helping people to acknowledge that can actually help them think differently about the way they're approaching it. Because if they think like, oh, I'm just not supposed to be here, and like Fatima, I'm just not supposed to be in college, how can we help her? And you can help Fatima understand like, well, no, what your experiences is really, really hard. And let's talk about some strategies that might help you to navigate that. Maybe you can only take one class a semester. Let's figure out how you can do that, or those kinds of things. I'm just making up something, but that Binning work would very much pointed to this idea that helping people understand that these adversity is basically normalized, help them normalize it and say, it's not you, it's hard. And you have the skills and the abilities to overcome this. And I am here to help you to do that. And let's take it one semester at a time, just acknowledging that and helping them. He said that helps them develop like a growth mindset. He said helps them to see like, I can overcome this. There's not because what he was saying when I heard him lecture was like, students might think there's something wrong with them. Like, I just don't belong here and I'm done. Does that make sense? I can't, I'm not explaining as well as he did.
It's a social reality, you know.
Yes.
The family has to survive economically. The parents do indeed need to work because their job at, store or something as a student is not going to make up for it. And you have to help them find a way around it, of course.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Oh, we got a couple of interesting things in the chat.
Please do pay attention.
Fostering online engagement and increasing interaction between students and faculty, online classes is something OTR instructor team loves to discuss. Oh, yes, but this is exactly what, Andrea, this is an important
sorry
piece.
about that. I hope I didn't.
No.
I love that instruction. Some of the things that we're talking about here, I think it's about kind of sharing our own humility in class. I like to be really conscious that my students have a lot of expertise that I don't have. Many of my students are multilingual. And even a simple exercise is, what are your superpowers? Allows students to kind of acknowledge those things that they are really good at in an environment where they might feel everybody knows so much more than I do. But if you take the time to allow them to share some of the things that they are particularly skilled at, that can kind of change the dynamic and move forward from there.
Absolutely, Andrea. Thank you so much for that really valuable comment. I wanted to add to that one of the exercises we do in the longer workshop is have faculty map all of the different professional development trainings around equity at their campus. And then they can start to see like, okay, this might be offered by the Teaching and Learning Center, but boy, I could learn some things that would help me in my advising and my research mentoring. So that's one of the things we do that when we work with faculty and faculty developers, help them map those different things. You also reminded me of Tara Yoso's work on whose cultures have wealth. And she talks about this idea of cultural wealth instead of cultural It's sort of Bourdieu's work, kind of turn Bourdieu's work on its head. I mean, that might be what you were referring to, but this idea of linguistic capital is really, really important. Thank you so much for bringing that up. That was awesome.
Please speak up or type in your questions.
Yeah,
We have
please.
plenty
This
of
is
time left.
Oh, I see. Roseanne had too many responsibilities at home. Yeah, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I've definitely run into quite a few students who have that issue where they have so many responsibilities at home. They start falling behind in class, or their grades drop in other classes. And as ROTC cadre, I pull in their transcripts every semester and sit down and talk to them about how they're doing. And two of them stick out. They're just doing so poorly. And I was like, let's talk about your family situation. They kept telling me everything that's going on. So I was like, you know what, you need to go home and have a conversation with your parents. Show them your transcript. Show them, you know, how school is going and why it's so important for you to, you know, have time to study and have that, you know, that dedicated time, and maybe be drawn back from some of the family responsibilities. And I've seen some positive results from that, because a lot of these students, they are first generational college students, and their parents don't understand how difficult getting their college degree can be.
Absolutely. Thank you for that comment. From what I'm hearing, again, I don't know. I'm a bit ignorant about the culture on the island. It sounds like there may be a lot of multi-generational families, like grandparents and parents and children living in the same home. Is that how it works normally?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I didn't want to make an assumption. It seemed like that's what I was hearing. I just want to be clarify. Thank you, Andrea. Other comments, questions? Extended families. I'd like to hear more about what that means. It's in quotes.
Hi, everyone. I wrote that. Best way is, and I'm local, born and raised on the island. Dr. Cardenas here from the School of Education.
Hello, Dr. Cardenas.
Extended families. Okay, so for example, I'm married, I have my husband and my kids. That's our core family, okay? It becomes extended culturally and everything if I decide to bring my parents in, or my husband's parents, and they're staying with us in the same house, okay? Or it could be my brother or my husband's brother. You know, you keep, quote, extending the family, that kind of thing, okay? And
yes.
So, yes, it can be generational too. And
Thank you.
That varies. And no, quite frankly, we only have our core family. Our family is not extended, although, you know, born and raised here, and I am local. But it's something that we see in our neighborhood and with other families, you know, and sometimes it's a financial issue that happens, right? Sometimes it's just how that family has done things, you know. I mean, some families are so close. But yeah, it's referred to locally on the island as extended families.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. Helping me to understand better. I'm trying to connect things to my own experiences. I remember growing up that it just occurred to me that I was the first person in my family. Like my parents grew up in multi-generational houses. Like my dad, his grandma who was from Italy lived with them. But growing up, when you said extended family, it made me think of this. Like our houses were like my house and my grandpa's house and my aunt's house. We all lived in the same block. They were like everybody's house. Like, so somebody would just come to our house and take the food off our refrigerator. We'd go to their house, take their food out of their refrigerator. So it'd be cousins, it would be neighbors. I was wondering if that's what that kind of environment is. That what you're talking about? Like it could be your neighbor, your cousin.
We have that, but I'm talking about living under the same roof.
Oh, okay. So the uncle moves in with the nieces and nephew. I see. Okay. Thank you.
It may vary from family to family. It all depends on what the circumstances are.
Yes.
And I will say this quite openly and frankly, I am local and I was raised and I've seen all this and everything with my friends, and the neighbors and everything. Personally, it was not something I liked for me. And, having my own family and things like that, it was just, and I'm being very, frank about that. Like I said, I know it's something that exists here on the island, absolutely, and I accept that and respect it because, if it works for you and that's what floats your boat, for me, I'm fine with that. But personally, and in practice, and that's why I mentioned earlier, I only have my core family. And if I extended the family, it was in dire circumstances. Okay, for example, my second brother relocated from the States after 25 years of being off island, had nowhere to go, no place to stay, but that was temporary, right? But yeah, that, but like I said, extended family for me just does not work. And my husband and I were both agreed with that. We acknowledge it, we accept it, we respect it, for other families. It just doesn't work for us.
Well, thank you so much for explaining that cultural dynamic. And it's that kind of leads to also what Michelle Blass, Dr. Blass, was saying in the chat. It seems to connect that a lot of students are coming from problematic homes. So maybe these extended families and things, there might be some trauma. Maybe coming to campus helps them escape from a kind of a problematic situation. And maybe they don't have any support at home, or maybe when there's a whole bunch of people, kind of like when you're talking about this extended family concept, when you've got people coming and going, it might make it just really hard to study. And the whole idea of unresolved trauma is an extremely important topic that happens. I mean, there's abuse, there's all sorts of people have to go out without for years. You get this kind of anxiety that builds up and doesn't go away because people are like, when you grow up in a really poor environment, you're worried, like, what if I don't have enough food one day? What if I don't have a house one day? It's like this kind of things that never leave. Yeah, I wish we could stay focused on teaching the whole person, body, mind, and soul. Yes, absolutely. I have to say that's personally one of the reasons I really like studying philosophy. It really helped me personally to understand some things differently. So yeah, thank you very much for that comment, Michelle. Really, really important. And so again, these are the things I think it's really important for us to keep in mind as educators, and hopefully these domain rubrics can help you to think through, like, where areas I can improve, and where are there professional development on campus I can go to help me improve these things. So I would say to look beyond the kind of the normal professional development you might go to, like the faculty development day. Maybe look and see what's going on in a student affairs department. Maybe the career services department's offering something. Maybe the counseling department is. Sometimes folks will advertise things and not advertise directly to faculty, but there are things that faculty could benefit from. And so that might be something like that could come out of this session, is like folks getting together and saying, okay, where are the DEI sort of workshops that are happening on campus? Could we create a repository of these things, and then we can work together to figure out, like, or that then the individual faculty can say, hey, well, this would be really helpful for me, and it kind of ties into this area of the domain I really wanted to work on. So our hope is that people will take this information and they will use it for themselves and maybe even create communities of practice at their campuses. If that's something that would be valuable to you. And I really hope that this helped to everybody to think about things. I know I learned a lot from you. I really appreciate what you've all shared, because these are hard things to share. And, you know, having these conversations, you know, again, having the sort of safe spaces to talk about these things is really important, and to be non-judgmental. And I really appreciate the vulnerability people have brought forth in this space today. Are there other things we want to talk about? I think we're running close on time.
I have about 7 minutes, I think.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I would love to hear if anybody has any closing thoughts or ideas that they might be able to use this, or if there's any other things I can do to help. It's just so inspiring to be in this room with all of you who care so much.
I just want to add in my input regarding extended families. Of course, that presents a whole set of dynamics and could contribute to some of the issues that our students are facing, right? And trying to juggle that and being students and maybe even working or whatever their circumstances are. I think the other side of that, though, that needs to be acknowledged is that our students are in school, in college, if you will, because of family support, because that's encouraged, you know. So I think that needs to be, I feel that's important to put out there, as much as the home environment and the family dynamics and the whole extended family concept may put a lot of pressure and stress on the students. I think it's the same dynamics and concept that also encourages them to go to school and could support them, you know. The family may be very strong on that, but they're a family, right? And they will experience their dynamics and you know, normal, typical family stuff. But the notion of education being important and supporting and encouraging that student, I think that needs to be acknowledged, because I do know of a lot of families that, you know, like I said, go through any typical family, you know, the trials and whatever. And yet the students themselves will tell me, you know, my grandma tells me it's really important to continue my education, that kind of thing. So I think that needs to be acknowledged.
Oh,
in
absolutely.
Conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that really important point. I can only speak my own experience. And I remember very vividly, again, as a first generation college student, that I remember being home and my mom like yelling at me for something. And I was like, look, Mom, I got to get this paper done. And, you know, blah, blah, blah. She's like, but you need to do this. You need to do that. I'm like, well, but Mom, it's going to take me like 4 hours just to get like half of this paper done. And she just didn't understand. And so it was like, she was really happy that I was getting good grades and doing well in college, but she didn't understand what it took to do that. Right. And same thing when you said that about the grandmother, it really was my grandmother, who I think is the one who got me to go to college. And she was the most supportive, because she always said, like, education isn't wasted. It's really important to learn. And, you know, she was the only American born in her family. And she was so pro education that I think as a first generation student, I really wanted to make her proud. You know, and that's a big thing, I think, for folks whenever they're going off to college. It's like they're doing it. Part of it is they want to make their family proud, but sometimes their family doesn't know how to support them when they're going to college too. And the student has been, like you said, that's very stressful for them, because they're like stuck in the middle. They're trying to be a student. They're trying to help their family. They're trying to explain to their family on sometimes why they can't help them with something. It's a very stressful thing. And so for you as faculty who are working with students every day who may be experiencing these, that very much this idea of, you know, validating this, helping to understand that their mind, body, and soul can be a really important way to help support them as students. Just basically just acknowledging can be a huge help. At least they'll know you care and understand. That can go a long way. Thank you so much for sharing that. really important point. Ooh, 114 seconds till we're done.
Yes. Does anyone have any other comments or questions? One final thing that I noticed the students here is the family may understand that they have to, that exam day is important, but that if many of them work to support themselves and their boss never does.
Oh, that's the worst.
So they get called into work and I always give them an excuse. It's not their fault. The boss will say, you've got to called into work, no choice.
Yeah, that's the
And-
worst.
Yeah. But
'Cause they
that's how
feel so, especially their work ethics are so strong. Like students, they want to do well, right? And that's so hard for them. Yeah.
But-
So it's
but-
great that you're acknowledging that as a faculty member.
So it's just a pattern you see after a while. You know,
Yeah.
The boss does not understand. The business comes first and they need the job.
Yeah, that's a really tough situation, especially if it's a family business they're working for.
Or the family, they always have to help out for, yes.
Yep. Thank you so much, Dr. Lofdahl. It was really nice to meet you, and you
Well,
were an
hopefully
awesome
we'll-
facilitator.
Perhaps you'll come out here one day when the weather's
I'd love
good
to.
and it's easier to get behind a plane. But thank you very much. We appreciate it. And I'll certainly look up some of the resources and I'm sure my fellow faculty will as well.
Thank you. Thank you. It really has been an honor.
Thank you, Sean. Great presentation. Dr. Lofdahl, thank you so much. Great job. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. I love the logo. 70 years at the University of Guam. It's cool. Oh, and you got the trident.
Absolutely.
Neptune's trident. Yeah. Is that? Oh, wow. That's cool.
Yep.
Welcome back. I hope you found the second session informative and enjoyable. At this time, I'd like to introduce Dr. Andrea Sant, the Director of the Online Teaching Resources, as well as the OTR team, Dr. Marissa Bunton and Dr. Dean Ola. The OTR team will be sharing some information about the training opportunities available this semester. Dr. Sant.
Today, we actually have a short video to share with you as our semester schedule promotion, and I hope that's fired up to go on your end.
Day. I'm Dr. Marissa Bunton, your OTR Course Development Specialist, and I'm here to tell you a bit more about what we're planning for you this semester. I'll kick off the first of 3 weekends of workshops, ramping up our spring training series February 25th through 27th. Screenplay, Scripts for Online Student Engagement, is a 6 to 8 hour, mostly asynchronous workshop designed to work through a couple of ways for faculty to engage with online students, while also helping them engage with the material and with one another. The following weekend, March 4th through 6th, as you begin to think about midterms and updating your grades, Dr. Andrea Sant will step participants through simple ways to use Moodle Gradebook in her 6 to 8 hour faculty workshop. Knowing how to use Moodle Gradebook effectively will keep you and your students on track for successful semesters. Sign up early. This is always a popular workshop. If you're new to Big Blue Button or want to enhance your use, Dr. Dean Ola will round out our general workshop series the following weekend with an engaging overview of Big Blue Button and will help you enhance your use for student engagement. For those seeking their first online student teaching certification, we're offering our popular Foundations Online Teaching Certification over a leisurely 10-day period, March 18th through 28th. This is a wonderful professional development opportunity to take over spring break. If you've already earned your Foundations and Enhanced Online Teaching Certificate, mark your calendars now to join our first cohort of OTC Level 3 Optimized Certification course. We're doing OTC a bit differently, spreading the workout into 3 weekends of workshops, April 1st through 3rd, April 15th through 17th, and April 29th through May 1st. We think you'll enjoy this pacing and the opportunity to take your online courses to the next level. To receive the OTC3 certification, you must complete all 3 workshops. Our final certification course of the semester is OTC2 Enhanced. This will be offered May 6th through 16th. We strongly encourage anyone who has completed Foundations OTC1 to sign up. We can't wait to see you again. Remember, those who complete certifications and workshops currently qualify for compensation on top of their credentials. To sign up, go to our Moodle site, OTR at UOG, and scroll down to just below our questions and conversations corner to click here to be added to our prospective participants or waitlist for OTR training. If you've never used our site, simply go to OTR at UOG on Moodle. The enrollment key is UOG_OLL_2020. All of the letters are in all caps. Contact us anytime for further details about anything described here, as well as with your requests or ideas for future workshops. We love chatting with you in our OTR Moodle site's questions and conversations corner. We are an autonomous professional development team under UOG's Center for Online Learning that seeks to improve teaching quality, faculty satisfaction, and retention at University of Guam. We don't share participant work, ideas, or results without the express consent of participants. Thank you so much for supporting quality online education at University of Guam.
Thank you, folks. So that was our promotional video created by Dr. Marissa Bunton, and Dr. Dean Ola is here with me as well for any questions. This is kind of an open Q&A. In the chat, I've put that schedule that was just described in the video, as well as the link to the video if you would like to watch that again. We do encourage you to sign up or express your interest for any of our trainings at our training hub. So we have a Moodle shell, OTR at UOG, where you can read more about each of these workshops, as well as hit a click button to express your interest for any or all of them. And then we can make sure and send out additional information and see if we can get you enrolled. Let me again put some bit more information in the chat. As Dr. Bunton said, most of these courses are delivered asynchronously. The workshops are 6 to 8 hours, and the longer trainings, the foundation, enhance, and optimize, are designed to be completed within 20 to 30 hours. There is compensation associated with all of these trainings. Completers of the workshops get $250. And those who complete the longer 20 to 30 hour trainings earn $500, with the exception of Enhance, our first cohort of the level 3 training, which can earn $750. Gosh, so again, this is Q&A. Dr. Marissa, her faculty workshop goes next Friday. Her online engagement workshop will be the first one that we kick off this semester, followed by myself with Moodle Gradebook, and then Dr. Ola for Big Blue Button. Does anybody have any questions they'd like to ask?
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit about the format of those weekend workshops that you're going to do? What's expected, and how much time need to reallocate?
Yeah, thank you. So we typically like to kick off the workshops with an hour-long overview session that is recorded. So if you can't hit that one hour time slot, you can watch the recording later. But it's designed to be completed in 6 to 8 hours. So the workshop has a series of interfaces, sometimes videos, sometimes links or materials to read, and then activities to complete. So there are deliverables associated with the training. So engage with the material, engage with each other, the participants in the workshop, and complete the deliverables to earn the certificate. So each one's a little bit different. Again, the Big Blue Button session will require a bit more synchronous interface. The Moodle Gradebook I designed so that you can select a class and try to build your Moodle Gradebook within that particular class that you're working on. All of these are set up so that you can share as much or as little of the materials with each other as you want. On particular Moodle Gradebook, we are really conscious of student privacy issues with that. Dr. Ola, did you want to say anything about your Big Blue Button workshop coming up?
Yes, thank you very much. With the Big Blue Button, we'll do most of it synchronously because I want people to explore the features in Big Blue Button, but I'm also going to do a lot in there with student engagement as well. So we might get into some gamification of the curriculum as part of the fun that day.
Gerhard, did I answer your question? Do you have follow-up questions, or does anybody else have questions they'd like to ask us?
If I on the Big Blue Button, since it's going to be synchronous, so it won't just be that 1 hour. You'll be having synchronous sessions over the full period from the 11th to the 13th.
From the days, the 11th to the 13th. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Well, okay, those are the dates that you've got scheduled the workshop. It's not, yours won't be just the 1 hour session. Yours will be where we're actually meeting with you more time beyond that during that long weekend.
Possibly. We will probably be able to do most of the live session within an hour, and then the deliverables will be separate.
Okay.
Big Blue Button's one of the tricky ones where it really does help to have sample students in your Big Blue Button shell in order to try out all of the features. So that's why there's a little bit more synchronicity required for the Big Blue Button workshop.
Hello, Andrea. This is Louis Rifkowitz. I have a question for you.
Yeah, thanks, Louis.
Can you just give an overview of what to expect for Enhance OTC2? What one would be, one would cover in that course?
Yeah, thank you. So Foundations is primarily about Moodle skill building, and many of us have learned this kind of on our own during the pandemic, but we do encourage folks to take this if you haven't already. I know I'll get to your question about Enhance in a moment, as a way to recognize what you've learned in your Moodle skill building. So we would really like you to complete Foundations first before you attempt the Enhance course, OTC2 or Level 2. And in that course, we're really focusing on one particular class. Perhaps you target a class that you teach most frequently, and you're really working to design and make your Moodle classroom space as interactive and as robust as possible. So working on course design, in the Moodle classroom shell, thinking about navigation, thinking about things that will trip students up and kind of intervening along those edges. So Enhance is really where you focus your attention on one of your courses. Foundations, the first one, is really about engaging with the interface, the learning management system, Moodle.
Okay, fantastic.
Thanks, Louis.
I'll see you in Enhance too.
Fantastic.
Bye.
It looks like we're about out of time. So again, we really would love to have more of you join us in OTR at UOG. So that's the Moodle Faculty Learning Hub that we created at the very start of the pandemic. It's where all of these self-paced tutorials and resources are housed, and also where we monitor the Q&A. So if you're working on Moodle and you get tripped up, you can post questions on that OTR at UOG classroom forum space in our question and conversation corner. And sometimes we get back to you quicker than Moodle help. So please utilize that space. Again, that space has self-paced tutorials as well as more information on the trainings that we described today.
Thank you, Dr. Sant. And I just want to put out a plug for OTC2, the Enhanced course. That was, I really enjoyed taking that class, and that really helped me and several of my colleagues in composition improve how we deliver our course and present it to students on Moodle, and to experiment more with the options available. So really, if you haven't signed up, please sign up. The OTC classes have been a really great experience. That said, we're nearing the end of the program, and what's left on the program is just announcing the raffle winners. But before we do that, a special request, if everybody can turn on their cameras so we can take a group gallery Photoshop, screenshot. Can we, everybody just turn on your cameras real quickly? It'd just be great to see everybody and we can capture this moment before we leave. Thanks. All right. Luigi, you have to, is that yours, the global? Yeah, go ahead and turn on yours too. If you don't know Luigi, you should, that's Luigi, right? All right, everybody. It's great to see you. Luigi, tell us what we need to do. Cheese. Was it one more? Awesome. Thank you, everybody. And so now we will be posting, Luigi will be posting the raffle winners in just one moment. Congratulations to our raffle winners. If you see, just look for the winner column. If you see your name there, you'll see your prize and who's the sponsor of your prize. To pick up your prizes, Arana will contact winners to arrange prize pickup. And Arana is requesting, put for boy. Please respond to her emails when she sends it to you to pick up your prize. Right. So again, please respond to Arana when she reaches out to you to pick up your prize. That said, thank you everybody for joining us for today's virtual Faculty Development Day. And this concludes our event, right? Have a great weekend, everybody. Zooming out now, Esta.
Thank you, everyone.
Josh.
Have a great weekend.
And Viva UOG.
Good job.
Viva.
Viva. Enjoy your weekend, everyone.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thank you. Awesome.